house at the end of Miller Street had always been abandoned. No one knew who owned it, and no one dared to step inside. It stood like a forgotten relic, its walls covered in vines, its windows broken and hollow like dark eyes staring into the night. People whispered that strange noises came from inside, soft murmurs, eerie whispers that carried through the wind, even when no one was there. Aisha had always been curious about the house. Ever since she was a child, she had heard the rumors, the ghost of a woman who had been murdered inside, the voices of lost souls trapped within its walls. But she never believed in such things. She was a journalist now, a rational thinker, and she wanted to prove that there was nothing supernatural about it. So on a cold November night, Aisha decided to investigate. Armed with her camera, notebook, and a flashlight, she made her way toward the house. The air around it felt colder than the rest of the street, as if the house itself was breathing out an icy warning. She ignored the goosebumps rising on her arms and pushed the rusty gate open. It groaned under her touch, protesting her intrusion. She stepped onto the porch, the wooden planks creaking beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, she reached for the doorknob and turned it. To her surprise, the door was unlocked. It swung open slowly, revealing a dimly lit hallway stretching into darkness. The smell of damp wood and decay filled her nose, making her gag slightly. Aisha took cautious steps inside, her flashlight cutting through the thick darkness. The living room was cluttered with old furniture, draped in white sheets that had turned yellow over time. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and dust floated in the air, disturbed by her movement. A grand fireplace stood in the center, its bricks cracked and crumbling. She pulled out her phone and started recording. This is Aisha Malik, reporting from the abandoned house on Miller Street. Many claim it's haunted, but tonight, I'm here to uncover the truth. Her voice echoed back at her, making the house feel even more hollow. Then she heard it, a whisper, soft, barely audible, like a breath against her ear. Leave. She spun around, her flashlight darting across the room. There was no one there. The door behind her was still open, the night outside eerily silent. Her heart pounded in her chest. She shook her head, convincing herself it was just her imagination. She moved further in, stepping into the dining room. The long wooden table was covered in dust, the chairs pushed back as if someone had left in a hurry. A grand chandelier hung above, its crystals coated in grime. She took a few pictures, documenting everything. Then her flashlight flickered. The batteries were fresh. She had checked before leaving. Yet, the light dimmed, sputtered, and finally went out. Darkness swallowed her. Aisha's breath quickened as she fumbled with the flashlight, tapping it in frustration. The silence around her grew thicker, pressing against her ears. Then she heard it again, a whisper, closer this time, right behind her. "Get out." A chill ran down her spine. She turned slowly, dread pooling in her stomach. In the dim light from her phone screen, she saw movement. A shadow shifting in the corner of the room. Her throat went dry. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice barely steady. No response. She reached for the door handle, ready to leave, but the door slammed shut on its own. The sound echoed through the empty house, making her ears ring. She yanked at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in. She turned back toward the room, searching for another exit. Her eyes landed on an old staircase leading to the second floor. She hesitated, but something deep inside her told her she had no choice. As she climbed the stairs, they groaned under her weight. The second floor was worse than the first. The walls were peeling, the paintings crooked, their subjects staring at her with lifeless eyes. A hallway stretched ahead, lined with doors that seemed to go on forever. Then she saw it, a figure standing at the end of the hall. A woman. She was wearing a tattered white dress, her long hair covering her face. Her hands hung limply at her sides. Aisha's breath hitched. The woman tilted her head, slowly, unnaturally. Then she moved. Not walked, not ran. Glided toward her fast and silent. Aisha stumbled backward, her heart slamming against her ribs. She turned and bolted down the hall, throwing open the first door she saw. She rushed inside and slammed it shut, pressing her back against it. Silence. Only the sound of her ragged breathing filled the room. She took out her phone, her hands shaking as she turned on the flashlight. The room was small, filled with old furniture. But the worst part was the mirror. A tall, cracked mirror stood in the corner, covered in dust. And in that mirror, she saw the woman. But she wasn't in the room. She was inside the mirror, standing there, smiling. Then she stepped out. Aisha screamed. The woman lunged at her, her face finally visible, skin rotting, eyes hollow, mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. Aisha's vision blurred as she collapsed, darkness swallowing her whole. The next morning, the police found her outside the house, unconscious. When she woke up, she couldn't speak for hours. When she finally did, all she could whisper was, "She's still in there." But when the police searched the house, it was empty. No furniture, no dust, no mirror. As if no one had lived there for years. As if Aisha had been inside a house that never truly existed. Or worse, a house that existed only to trap those who entered. Even today, when she looks into a mirror, sometimes, just sometimes, she sees someone else staring back and smiling. I had worked the night shift at the hospital for 3 years. I was used to the eerie silence of the empty hallways, the flickering fluorescent lights, and the occasional groans of patients in their sleep. Hospitals always had a certain unsettling atmosphere at night, but I never truly feared it until that night, the night the elevator never stopped. It was 2:47 a.m., and I was the only nurse on the 6th floor. I had just finished checking on the last patient when my radio crackled. "Amira, can you come down to the morgue? We need an extra set of hands." The morgue was on the basement level. I sighed, rubbing my tired eyes. On my way, I walked toward the elevator, pressing the call button. The hospital was eerily quiet. Too quiet. The elevator doors dinged open, and I stepped inside, pressed B1 for the basement. The doors slid shut. Then the elevator went up instead of down. I frowned. The light above the doors blinked. 789. It shouldn't have been going up. No one else had called for it. A cold unease settled in my stomach. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped on the 10th floor. The doors slid open, and I felt it immediately. The air was wrong. Too cold, too still. I knew this floor was empty, under renovation, completely abandoned. But as I stood there, frozen, staring into the dark hallway, the lights flickered on, every single one, and at the very end of the hallway, near room 1009, I saw someone standing there. I couldn't breathe. The figure was motionless, just a shadow in the distance. I couldn't make out any features, but I knew they were looking at me. The elevator dinged again, and the lights in the hallway flickered off. Darkness. My fingers slammed the closed door button over and over. The doors shut, and the elevator descended. I exhaled in relief. But then, the elevator stopped again, this time on the 7th floor. The doors opened slowly. The hallway was empty. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, just as the doors began to close, a hand grabbed the frame. My heart stopped. Someone, something, was stepping inside. I slammed my fist against the closed door button. The doors shuddered, then slammed shut just before the figure could enter. I didn't see their face, but I felt it, that hollow, watching presence, like something ancient, something hungry. The elevator descended again, finally reaching B1, the basement. The doors opened. The morgue was silent, too silent. I stepped out, my breath shaky. I had to pull myself together. I was a nurse, not some child scared of the dark. I walked down the long, dimly lit hallway. The doors to the refrigeration units were closed. No one was around. Then my radio crackled. "Amira, where are you?" It was Sarah, the nurse who had called me down here. "I'm in the morgue," I said. "Where are you?" A pause. "What are you talking about? I never called you." My blood turned to ice. A metallic click echoed through the room. I turned around, and one of the morgue drawers slid open. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't stop, didn't breathe until I was back in the elevator, hammering the button for the ground floor. The doors closed. The elevator shook, then began to rise. 1, 2, 3. My hands trembled. Then the elevator stopped on the 7th floor again. The doors began to open. No, no, no. I slammed the buttons, trying to force them shut. And then I saw it, standing just outside the doors. A tall, twisted figure. Its head was tilted to the side, its mouth too wide, its eyes empty black pits. And then it stepped inside. I don't remember what happened next. I must have blacked out, because when I woke up, I was in my hospital bed. Sarah was standing over me. "You collapsed in the elevator," she said softly. What happened? My lips were dry, my voice shaky. Did anyone else see it? She hesitated, then whispered, "See what?" I turned my head slightly, looking toward the corner of the room, and my heart stopped, because there, standing just inside my hospital room, was the twisted figure, smiling, waiting, and the hospital intercom crackled to life. A voice, low and distorted, going up. The first time I saw him, I thought I was just tired. It was past midnight, and I had been working late in my apartment. My eyes were dry from staring at the screen for too long, and the silence around me was thick, pressing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him, a figure standing in the farthest corner of my living room. I snapped my head toward it, but nothing was there, just shadows, stretching long from the dim glow of my desk lamp. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I had been awake too long. I needed sleep, but that night I woke up to the feeling of being watched, and when I looked toward the darkened corner of my bedroom, I saw him again. He was always just out of focus, a tall, motionless silhouette, standing in the farthest corner of whatever room I was in, never moving, never speaking, but always there. At first, I tried to ignore him. I forced myself not to look, not to acknowledge his presence. But the more I ignored him, the closer he got. A week passed before I finally spoke about it. I called my best friend, Samir, and told him about the figure. "Maybe it's just stress, man," he said. "You've been working too much." I wanted to believe that, but then Samir asked something that made my blood run cold. "Is he there right now?" My breath caught in my throat. I turned my head slowly, and my stomach dropped. He was standing right behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I left all the lights on. I kept the TV playing, trying to drown out the silence. But no matter how bright the room was, I could still see him in the corner, watching, waiting. The next morning, I called my landlord. Has anyone else ever mentioned strange things happening here? I asked. There was a long pause. Then, in a hushed voice, he said, "Did you see him?" My chest tightened. You know about him. The landlord exhaled sharply. Everyone sees him eventually. But listen to me. Don't speak to him. Don't look at him for too long. And whatever you do, don't acknowledge him out loud. I gripped the phone tighter. Why not? Because that's when he moves. I started following the rules. I ignored him, even when I saw him in the reflection of my TV, even when I caught glimpses of his too long fingers curling around my bedroom doorframe, even when I heard the floor creak in the middle of the night, like he was stepping closer. I never spoke about him again, and for a while, he stopped moving. Then one night, everything changed. I had been asleep for hours when something woke me up. A sound, a whisper, "Look at me." My entire body went rigid. The voice was right next to my bed. I squeezed my eyes shut. My breathing was shallow, my heart pounding. Then, a hand touched my shoulder. Ice cold, too many fingers. I snapped my eyes open. He was standing over me, face inches from mine. Smiling, I screamed and scrambled backward, nearly falling off the bed. But when I turned on the light, he was gone. The room was empty, just silence. But on the mirror across the room, there was a handprint, large stretched fingers, and below it, scratched into the glass, "I see you." I moved out the next morning, left everything behind. I never told anyone where I was going. I changed my number, moved to a new city, found a new apartment. For weeks, I thought I had escaped. Until last night, I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling off. I turned over in bed, adjusting my pillow, and then I saw him standing in the corner of my new bedroom, smiling, waiting, and this time he took a step forward. The town of Black Hollow was a place that time had forsaken. Once a thriving village, it had become a ghost town after the disappearance of an entire family, the Mortons. Their grand estate, sitting at the heart of the town, remained untouched for decades. The house was forbidden, a place whispered about in fearful tones. But Logan Myers didn't believe in ghost stories. A paranormal investigator, Logan made a living proving that hauntings were nothing more than illusions and paranoia. When he heard about the Morton Manor, he saw an opportunity to document the truth and debunk the legend once and for all. Armed with a camera, a digital recorder, and a flashlight. He set out to spend the night inside the abandoned house. The arrival. The moon was a sliver in the sky as Logan walked toward the rotting wooden doors of Morton Manor. The air was eerily still. Not a single leaf rustled. The town itself had been abandoned long ago, leaving the house standing like a lone monument of sorrow. As he stepped onto the porch, the wooden planks creaked beneath his boots. Then he heard it, a whisper. It was faint, almost indistinguishable from the wind. "Help us." His heart skipped a beat, but he shrugged it off. "Probably just the wind whistling through broken windows," he muttered, pushing open the doors. The inside was exactly as he had imagined: dust-covered furniture, cobwebbed chandeliers, and portraits of the long-dead Morton family lining the walls. His flashlight illuminated the grand staircase, its banister warped with age. He clicked on his recorder. October 15th. Entering Morton Manor. No signs of life. Locals claim the house is cursed, but so far, it's just an old, abandoned building. Then a soft thud echoed from upstairs. Logan froze. The shadow in the hallway. Logan slowly climbed the stairs, each step groaning beneath his weight. His flashlight flickered as he reached the second-floor hallway, lined with doors left slightly ajar. He checked his camera. The screen showed a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. But when he lifted his flashlight, there was nothing there. A chill crept up his spine. He swallowed hard, his grip tightening on the camera. "If there's anyone here, give me a sign," he called. The air grew dense, pressing against his chest. Then the whispering returned, louder this time. "Help us, help us." He spun around. One of the doors, the last one on the left, began to slowly creak open. A dim light flickered inside. Taking a deep breath, Logan stepped through. The room that remembered. Inside was a child's bedroom, eerily untouched by time. The rocking chair in the corner swayed gently, as if someone had just left it. A doll sat on the bed, its glass eyes reflecting the beam of his flashlight. Then his camera glitched. Static buzzed across the screen before clearing again. Now the rocking chair was empty. The doll was on the floor. His pulse pounded. He had only looked away for a second. Then something cold brushed against his neck. He whirled around, but the room was empty. The whispers grew into low sobs. On the walls, something began to form in the dust. Letters scratched into the wooden panels. "We are still here." Then the doll moved. Not fell. Moved. Logan bolted out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The endless corridor. The hallway had changed. The doors on either side had vanished, replaced by a single, endless corridor stretching into blackness. Logan's breathing grew shallow. This wasn't possible. He turned to go back, but the staircase was gone. His flashlight flickered again. Then footsteps. Not his. Slow, deliberate. Coming from behind him. Logan turned, raising his camera. The screen revealed a woman in a white dress, her back turned to him. Her head snapped violently to the side, though her body remained still. Then she whispered, "You shouldn't have come." She charged toward him. Logan stumbled backward, his vision swimming. The walls twisted, the corridor darkened, and suddenly he was falling. The forgotten ones. When Logan awoke, he was no longer inside Morton Manor. He was outside, but something was wrong. The town of Black Hollow was no longer abandoned. Lights glowed in the houses. Voices echoed in the streets, and people walked around as if nothing had ever happened. But when he stepped forward, no one noticed him. No one looked his way. He called out. No one responded. Then he saw his reflection in a broken window, and he understood. He was still in the house. He was one of them now, one of the forgotten ones. A whisper rose on the wind. "Welcome home, Logan." The aftermath. Days later, a group of hikers passing through Black Hollow discovered Logan's abandoned car near Morton Manor. His recorder lay on the passenger seat, the last recording still playing. If anyone finds this, I don't know where I am. The house, it's alive. I think I made a mistake. I think I. Static, then whispering. He's ours now. The hikers left in terror. No one ever saw Logan Myers again. But on stormy nights, if you listen near Morton Manor, you can still hear his voice. Trapped, whispering with the others, waiting for the next visitor. I first saw the house when I was 10 years old. It sat at the end of our quiet neighborhood, abandoned and rotting. My parents warned me never to go near it. They said it was dangerous, that it had been empty for decades, and people who entered never stayed the same. But I was a curious child. And one summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I heard it call my name. Lemire, a voice soft, distant, coming from the house. I stopped in my tracks, staring at the broken windows and the cracked door. My skin prickled with unease. I ran home without looking back. Years passed, and I forgot about the house, until I came back. I was 24 when I returned to my childhood neighborhood. My parents had moved away, and the place felt smaller than I remembered. But one thing remained unchanged. The house, still standing, still watching. It shouldn't have been there. The city had grown. New buildings had replaced old ones, but this house remained untouched, like a scar in time. And then the whisper came again. Amir, come back. I froze. No one had called my name. The street was empty, and yet the house felt alive. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the house, about the way it had whispered to me as a child. Had I imagined it? By midnight, my curiosity won. I grabbed a flashlight and walked toward the house. As I reached the gate, I hesitated. The air was colder here. The overgrown grass swayed without wind. The sky above seemed darker. I pushed the gate open. The hinges groaned like a dying breath. Stepping onto the porch, I saw that the door was unlocked. Had someone been here? Or had something been waiting? I swallowed my fear and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and something rotten. The wooden floor creaked beneath my weight as I moved forward, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The furniture was still there, covered in white sheets, like ghosts frozen in time. I turned toward the staircase. That's when I saw it, a shadow at the top, standing still, watching me. A chill ran down my spine. My pulse hammered. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely a whisper. The shadow tilted its head. Then it moved. Not walked, not ran. Glided straight down the stairs, fast and silent. I bolted. I sprinted toward the door, my breath ragged. But as I reached for the handle, the door slammed shut on its own. I was trapped. My hands trembled as I yanked at the handle. Locked. A breath whispered against my ear. "Why did you come back?" I whirled around. The room was empty, but I felt it. Something close. I stepped backward, my flashlight flickering. The shadows in the corners of the room shifted, moving in ways they shouldn't. Then I heard it. A footstep upstairs, followed by another, and another. Something was coming down the hall. I turned toward the staircase. My breath caught in my throat. A hand appeared on the railing. Long, bony, fingers too thin, nails too sharp. Then a face peeked around the corner. Not human. Its mouth stretched too wide, eyes hollow and dark, and it was smiling at me. I screamed. The thing crawled down the stairs, its limbs bending wrong, its head tilting unnaturally as it grinned. I kicked the door. I slammed my fists against it. Then the house spoke again. "Stay with me." A force shoved me backward. I hit the floor hard, my flashlight spinning away. Darkness swallowed me. And then silence. I woke up outside the house. The sun was rising. My hands were bleeding, my clothes torn. I didn't remember getting out. But as I stumbled away, gasping for breath, I heard the whisper again. "I'll be waiting." I left the neighborhood the next day. I moved far away, built a life elsewhere, tried to forget. But at night, in my sleep, I still hear it, calling my name. And last night, I woke up to footsteps in my hallway and a shadow standing in the doorway, smiling, waiting. The road to Hollow Manor was rarely traveled. The once magnificent estate sat abandoned on the outskirts of Ravenwood, its grand facade crumbling with the weight of time. The mansion had been home to the Hollow family, one of the wealthiest lineages of the 1800s, until one fateful night when they vanished without a trace. Since then, anyone who dared enter the estate either returned broken or never returned at all. But Nathan Carter wasn't a believer in ghost stories. A freelance investigator, he specialized in debunking haunted legends. When he heard about Hollow Manor, he saw an opportunity, a story that could make his career. Equipped with a recorder, a flashlight, and a camera, he ventured into the forgotten mansion on a stormy October night. The arrival, the towering iron gates creaked as Nathan pushed them open, stepping onto the overgrown path leading to the house. The air was thick with decay, the scent of damp wood and rotting leaves filling his nostrils. The windows of the house gaped like hollow eyes, dark and endless. Thunder rumbled overhead as Nathan reached the entrance. The massive wooden doors were slightly ajar, an invitation from whatever lurked inside. With a deep breath, he stepped forward. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air grew heavier, pressing against his chest. The silence was suffocating. His flashlight beam revealed dust-covered floors, cobweb-laced chandeliers, and portraits whose painted eyes seemed to follow his every move. He pulled out his recorder. October 13th. Entering Hollow Manor. The house is in extreme disrepair, yet there are no signs of forced entry. Locals claim it has been abandoned for over a century, but he hesitated. Something moved in the shadows. A whisper slithered through the air, barely audible, like breath against his ear. Turn back. Nathan spun, heart pounding. His flashlight flickered. The door behind him, once ajar, was now shut. The whispering returned, rising in intensity, a chorus of disembodied voices. He was not alone. The dark corridor. Nathan steadied his breathing and pressed forward. The grand staircase loomed ahead, its once polished wood now warped and splintered. He climbed carefully, each step groaning under his weight. At the top, a long corridor stretched into darkness. He turned his flashlight left, then right. His blood ran cold. At the far end, a figure stood motionless. A woman in a tattered Victorian gown. Her face hidden beneath a veil of tangled black hair. Nathan's instincts screamed at him to run, but his journalistic curiosity kept him frozen. "Who are you?" he called. The woman tilted her head, and a guttural voice echoed from the walls. "You shouldn't have come." Then she moved, not walking, gliding. Nathan stumbled back, tripping over a fallen chair, his flashlight slipping from his grasp. The beam spun wildly, casting erratic shadows across the walls. For a moment, she was gone, then a breath against his neck. He whirled around. Nothing. His camera still hung around his neck. With shaking fingers, he lifted it and snapped a picture. The flash illuminated the hallway for a split second, and in that instant, he saw dozens of figures staring at him from the walls. Not paintings, shadowy figures, watching, waiting. The whispering room. Nathan bolted into the nearest room and slammed the door behind him. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. The room was a study, its shelves lined with ancient tomes. The fireplace stood cold and empty, and a massive mirror hung above the mantel. His reflection stared back, but something was wrong. There was someone standing behind him, a man in a black suit, his face shrouded in darkness. Nathan didn't dare turn around. His fingers tightened around his camera as he slowly lifted it and took a photo. The flash revealed the truth. The man had no face, just a smooth, featureless void. Then the whispering returned, not from behind him, from inside the mirror. The surface began to ripple like water, and hands, pale, skeletal hands, began reaching out. "Join us." Nathan scrambled backward, knocking over a desk. His foot caught on a rug, and he fell directly toward the mirror. At the last second, he grabbed the edge of the mantel and yanked himself away. The hands clawed at the air before retreating, and the surface returned to glass. His breathing was ragged. He had to get out. The endless hallway. Nathan stumbled out of the room and back into the corridor. The house had changed. The hallway stretched impossibly long, its walls shifting like something alive. The doors on either side began to open one by one. From within, figures emerged. The Hollow family, pale, hollow-eyed specters, their mouths stretched wide in eternal screams. Nathan ran. His footsteps pounded against the wooden floor as the ghosts surged after him, their wails filling the house. The exit was ahead, the grand staircase just within reach. Then the walls caved inward. The hallway collapsed, swallowing him in darkness. The final recording. When Nathan awoke, he was on the floor of the grand foyer. His recorder lay beside him, still running. This is Nathan Carter. If anyone finds this recording, the stories were true. Hollow Manor is alive. I saw them. They're trapped here, and they tried to trap me too. I don't know how I got out, but I pause, I think something followed me. Static crackled, then a whisper. Nathan. The recording ended. The aftermath. Nathan never spoke of Hollow Manor again. He left town the next morning, abandoning his camera and recorder at the local inn. But strange things began happening. He would wake in the middle of the night to whispers in his room. His reflection in the mirror would linger a moment too long, and when he listened to his own recordings, there was always a voice calling his name. No one ever stepped foot in Hollow Manor again, but at night, if you stood near the iron gates, you could hear it. The whispering, waiting for the next visitor. It started the day I moved into my new apartment. The place was small but cozy, with old wooden floors that creaked underfoot and a massive antique mirror in the hallway. The mirror came with the apartment, one of those vintage floor-length ones with an ornate silver frame. The landlord told me it was built into the wall, impossible to remove. I didn't mind. I liked old things. But then things changed. The first time I noticed something was off, it was subtle. I was brushing my teeth one night when I glanced into the mirror as I spit out the toothpaste. For a split second, my reflection didn't move. I blinked, shook my head, and convinced myself I was just tired. But the feeling of unease lingered. A week later, I saw it again. I was getting ready for work, buttoning up my shirt in front of the mirror. My reflection did the same. Then it smiled. I hadn't smiled. I stumbled back, my heart pounding. But when I looked again, my reflection was normal. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. But from that day on, I stopped looking directly at the mirror. Then one night, the whispers started. I woke up around 3 a.m., my throat dry. As I reached for the glass of water on my nightstand, I heard it. A faint, breathy whisper. Let me out. I froze. The whisper had come from the hallway, from the mirror. My stomach twisted. Slowly, I turned my head toward the dark hallway. The mirror stood there, massive and motionless. I told myself it was the wind, the pipes, anything but what my mind was screaming at me. But I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I avoided the mirror altogether. I dressed in the bathroom. I didn't glance at it when passing by. But that night, I woke up again. And this time, I wasn't alone. The room was silent. But I felt it, the heavy presence of something watching me. I turned my head and saw my reflection standing in the mirror. It was supposed to be dark. The lights were off, but in the mirror, it was. My reflection stood bathed in light, grinning at me. Then, ever so slowly, it raised a hand and waved. I screamed and turned on the lamp. The mirror was normal again, but I was. I didn't sleep a second after that. The next morning, I had had enough. I grabbed an old bedsheet and covered the mirror completely. The apartment felt lighter without it staring at me. For the first time in days, I breathed easier. That night, I slept without waking up at 3 a.m. Until I did. Because of the loud crash, I shot up in bed, my heart racing. The sound had come from the hallway. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, stepping cautiously out of bed. My breath caught in my throat. The bedsheet was on the floor. The mirror was uncovered, and I was no longer alone. A figure stood inside the mirror, pressed against the glass. It was me, but not me. Its eyes were hollow. Its skin was pale and stretched too tight. Its grin too wide. Then it moved its hand toward the glass and started knocking. Knock, knock, knock. A horrible, slow rhythm. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Then, in a voice that wasn't mine, it whispered, "Let me out." I don't remember what happened next. The next thing I knew, I was outside my apartment, barefoot, gasping for air. I never went back in. I called my landlord the next morning, told him I was breaking the lease. He didn't argue. In fact, all he said was, "You saw it, didn't you?" I moved to a new city, into a new apartment, without any mirrors. For a while, everything was normal. Until last night, I was walking home when I passed a store window, and in the glass, I saw my reflection smiling at me, even though I wasn't smiling. And then it raised a hand and knocked on the glass. I moved into my new apartment 3 weeks ago. It was a great deal, cheap rent, spacious rooms, and in a quiet neighborhood. Everything about it seemed perfect, until I noticed the door. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was just a door in the hallway between my bedroom and the bathroom. The problem was, it led to nothing. On my apartment layout, there was no extra room. I knocked on the walls surrounding it, expecting it to be fake, maybe a storage space that had been sealed off. But the door was real, and one night, it opened by itself. It was around 3 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of a creaking hinge. I sat up, heart pounding. The room was dark, but I could see the faint outline of the door in the hallway. It was open, just slightly. My stomach tightened. I knew for a fact that I had never opened it. In fact, I had tried earlier that evening, and it had been locked. I got out of bed slowly, the floor cold beneath my feet. As I stepped closer, my breath came in shallow gasps. The door, it was pitch black inside. I reached out and touched the edge of the wood, pushing it open just a bit more. The darkness inside seemed too deep, like it stretched beyond the limits of my apartment. Then, a whisper, breathy. "Come in." I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. The whisper had come from inside the room. I slammed the door shut and ran back to my bed, pulling the covers over my head like a terrified child. The door remained shut, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was standing behind it, waiting. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But then I noticed something. The door handle was different. When I moved in, it had been a normal brass handle, but today it was black. The metal twisted into an odd shape, almost like fingers. My skin crawled. I stepped closer, hesitantly reaching out. The moment my fingers brushed against it, I felt a jolt of cold shoot up my arm. I yanked my hand back. The door handle was freezing. I didn't touch it again for the rest of the day. That night, I locked my bedroom door. I wasn't going to take any chances. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that none of this was real. That the door had always been there, and I was overthinking things. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., I heard it again. The door creaked open. I squeezed my eyes shut. My pulse hammered in my ears. Then came the whisper. "Why are you ignoring me?" My breath hitched. I could feel the weight of something watching me from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, my bedroom door handle rattled. I bit my lip to keep from screaming. The door handle twisted violently, like something was trying to get in. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the door. The shaking stopped instantly, and then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving away. The air in my room grew thick, suffocating. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was getting out of this apartment. I packed my bags and went straight to my landlord's office. He looked annoyed when I told him I wanted to break the lease. "You just moved in," he said, frowning. "What's the problem?" I hesitated. I knew how ridiculous it sounded. "There's something wrong with my apartment. A door that shouldn't be there." His face changed. His shoulders stiffened. "You opened it?" he asked, his voice eerily calm. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "No," I lied. He studied me for a long moment. Then, with a sigh, he reached into his desk and pulled out an old key. "Take this, lock the door, don't open it again." I stared at the key in my palm. It was black, ice cold. "What happens if I do?" I asked. The landlord's expression darkened. "Then it will let itself in." That night, I did as he said. I took the key, walked up to the forbidden door, and slid it into the lock. The moment I turned it, a chill ran through the entire apartment. The walls groaned. as if the building itself was protesting. Then silence. I exhaled. It was done. Or so I thought. At exactly 3 a.m., I woke up again. This time, it wasn't to the sound of the door creaking. It was because of the whispers. They were inside my room. You locked me out. My throat closed. I couldn't move. Something was standing at the foot of my bed. I felt it before I saw it. The air turned freezing, my breath visible in the dim light. Then, the bed sank, like something was crawling onto it. I snapped. I lunged for the light switch, flooding the room with brightness. There was nothing there, but when I turned to the door, the key had fallen out of the lock, and the door was wide open. I moved out the next morning. I didn't care about losing my deposit, didn't care about the questions my landlord refused to answer. I left the key on the kitchen counter and walked out. I didn't look back, but now, weeks later, I keep waking up at exactly 3 a.m. And every night, I hear a whisper, "You can't lock me out forever." It started with a phone call at midnight. I was alone in my apartment, working late on a project. The only light in the room came from my laptop screen, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The streets outside were empty, the city silent, except for the occasional distant siren. Then my phone rang. The sound shattered the quiet, making me jump. I glanced at the screen. Unknown number. I hesitated. Who would call at this hour? Probably a wrong number. But something in my gut told me to answer. Hello? At first, there was silence. Then, a voice low, whispery, distorted. You left me behind. A chill ran through me. What? I asked, gripping the phone tighter. You forgot about me, but I never forgot you. I swallowed hard. Who is this? No response. Just breathing shallow and wet, as if the person on the other end was struggling to speak. Then click, the call ended. My heart pounded in my chest. I checked the call log. No record of the call. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was just tired. I shook it off and got back to work. But the uneasy feeling didn't leave me. The next night, at exactly midnight, my phone rang again. Unknown number. I stared at the screen, dread curling in my stomach. My fingers hovered over the decline button. Then, against my better judgment, I answered. Hello? The voice was closer this time. Why did you leave me? I felt my blood turn cold. Who are you? My voice came out shakier than I wanted. Silence. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, I see you. My breath caught. I snapped my head around, scanning the apartment. The lights flickered. My laptop screen glitched for a second. I rushed to the window and yanked the curtains shut. My hands were trembling. This wasn't a prank. Someone or something was watching me. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just a trick of the mind. Maybe a spam caller with a creepy sense of humor. I blocked the number. Problem solved. Or so I thought. That night, my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. But this time, it wasn't a call. It was a video message. My throat went dry. I tapped the screen. The video was dark, grainy, like it had been recorded in a place with almost no light. At first, I could only hear breathing. Then the camera shifted, and I saw it. A shadow standing outside my apartment window. I dropped my phone. My stomach lurched. I lived on the 5th floor. There was no way anyone could be standing outside my window. A knock sounded against the glass. I froze, slowly, heart pounding. I turned my head toward the window, and I saw it, a pale hand pressed against the glass, fingers too long, nails cracked and blackened, and behind the hand, a face, sunken eyes, a twisted, unnatural grin. I screamed and stumbled backward. The lights in my apartment flickered violently. The air turned ice cold. Then, darkness. The power went out, and in the silence, I heard it. Let me in. I don't remember how long I sat in the dark, clutching my knees, too afraid to move. When the lights finally came back on, the window was empty. The handprint was still there. I called the police. They arrived within minutes, searching my apartment, checking the security footage. There was nothing. No sign of a break-in. No figure on the camera. And yet the handprint remained. The officers exchanged uneasy glances. One of them, an older man with tired eyes, pulled me aside. "You need to leave," he said quietly. "Whatever this is, it's not human." His words chilled me more than the encounter itself. But I didn't listen. I stayed, and I paid the price. Over the next few nights, the calls became constant. Midnight, exactly midnight. I stopped answering, but the phone never stopped ringing. Then one night, I woke up to a horrible realization. The ringing wasn't coming from my phone anymore. It was coming from inside the apartment, from my closet. My chest tightened. My skin prickled with dread. The phone was still on my nightstand. But the sound, it was coming from behind the closet door. I sat up slowly. My body felt paralyzed with fear. Then, the closet door creaked open. I saw it. A phone, my phone. But I was holding my phone in my hand. The one in the closet lit up. Incoming call. The screen flashed. Unknown number. And then I heard my own voice answer from inside the closet. "Hello." I lost it. I grabbed my keys, ran out of the apartment, and never looked back. I moved to a new city. changed my number, threw away my phone. For a while, everything was normal. But then, last night, at exactly midnight, my new phone buzzed. Unknown number. A video message. Hands shaking, I opened it. The screen showed my new apartment, my new window, and outside, a pale hand pressed against the glass. The video ended. Then my phone rang. I stared at the screen, heart hammering in my chest. Then, a whisper from inside my room. You can't leave me behind again. I had always loved antique shops. There was something about old things with history, that fascinated me. So, when I stumbled upon an old, dusty store tucked away in an alley I had never seen before, I knew I had to go in. The bell above the door jingled softly as I stepped inside. The shop smelled of aged wood and something faintly metallic. Shelves lined the walls, filled with strange trinkets, porcelain dolls with cracked faces, and ornate clocks that had long stopped ticking. But what caught my attention was the painting. It was large, nearly 6 feet tall, with a gilded black frame covered in intricate carvings. The painting itself depicted a man, or rather, his silhouette. He stood in the shadows, his face obscured, his figure unnaturally long. There was something wrong about the way he was painted, almost as if he had been smeared across the canvas instead of brushed in. I felt an odd pull toward it. Where did this come from? I asked the shopkeeper, an old man with cloudy eyes. He stiffened. That's not for sale. I frowned. But it's just sitting there, covered in dust. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Listen, young man. That painting has a history. If you're wise, you'll leave it alone. That should have been enough for me to walk away. But I was stubborn. How much? The shopkeeper's jaw tightened. You don't understand. I'll pay double, I interrupted. He stared at me, and for a long moment he said nothing. Then, without another word, he wrapped the painting in brown paper and handed it to me. I should have never brought it home. That night, as I unwrapped the painting and propped it against my wall, I felt an uneasy chill creep down my spine. The man in the painting, he looked different. Had he been standing that close before? I shook off the thought. My mind was playing tricks on me. It was just an old painting, nothing more. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things, soft, shuffling sounds, the creak of wood. At 3 a.m., I woke up with a start. My room felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy. The shadows stretched unnaturally across the walls. And then I saw it. The painting. It was no longer against the wall. It was on the floor, facing me. My pulse hammered in my ears. I could have sworn I had leaned it against the wall before sleeping. I got up, placed it back, and went back soon as I lay down. A whisper, "You brought me home." I froze. The voice was not inside my head. It was in the room. Slowly, I turned my head toward the painting. The man in the shadows was closer now. I grabbed the painting, yanked open my closet, and shoved it inside. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I decided to get rid of it. I drove to the nearest dumpster and tossed the painting inside, slamming the lid shut. I felt lighter, relieved. It was over. Or so I thought. That night, as I walked into my apartment, the painting was back, leaning against the wall, exactly where I had placed it before. A chill raced through my bones. No, this wasn't possible. I had thrown it away. I stepped closer, heart pounding. The man in the painting, he was even closer now, his silhouette almost at the edge of the frame. I stumbled backward, breathing ragged. And then the lights flickered. A whisper slithered through the air. "You can't get rid of me." The room grew colder. My breath came out in visible puffs. And then, knock, knock, knock. A slow, deliberate tapping on my bedroom door. My stomach dropped. I lived alone. The knocking continued. I couldn't move. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone. But the screen was black, the battery completely dead. Then the door creaked open, and standing there was the man from the painting. Except now, he wasn't inside the frame. He was in my room, tall, shadowed, featureless. My body refused to move as he tilted his head, his presence sucking the air from the room. Then, in a voice that felt wrong, like multiple people speaking at once, "You invited me in." A single step. He moved toward me. I bolted. I don't remember grabbing my keys. Don't remember unlocking the door. I just remember running. I drove to a friend's house, banging on the door like a madman. When he finally let me in, I collapsed onto his couch, gasping for breath. "What the hell happened?" he asked, his face pale. I told him everything. He didn't laugh. Instead, he stood up, walked to the window, and pulled the curtain aside. And then he whispered, "You need to see this." My heart stopped. Outside, in the darkness, standing right under the streetlight, was the man from the painting. He wasn't moving, just watching, waiting. I spent the night at my friend's place, but when morning came, I had to face reality. I couldn't run forever, so I did the only thing I could think of. I went back to that antique shop. The bell jingled as I stepped inside. The old man looked up, his face grim. "You still have it, don't you?" he asked. I nodded. He sighed, "Follow me." He led me to the back of the shop, where he pulled out an old, leather-bound book. He flipped through the pages until he stopped at an illustration. It was the man from the painting. "This isn't just a painting," he said. "It's a prison. That thing inside, it's not human. And now that you've seen it, it's latched onto you." I swallowed hard. How do I get rid of it? The old man exhaled sharply. "You don't. The only way is to pass it on." I felt sick. "Pass it on." He nodded. "Sell it. Give it to someone who accepts it willingly. But once you do, you can never look at it again, or it will come back." I didn't want to, but I had no choice. So I sold it. A collector bought it the next day, paid me a fortune, and I never saw it again. But sometimes, late at night, I hear knocking, and I wonder, did he find a way back? I had always been fascinated by old houses. The air of mystery, the hidden histories, something about them pulled me in. So, when I got the opportunity to rent a century-old mansion for an unbelievably low price, I took it without a second thought. The house was massive, with towering ceilings, antique wooden floors, and more rooms than I could count. The landlord, an old man with hollow eyes, gave me the keys with a warning. Some doors are better left unopened. At the time, I laughed it off. Probably just a scare tactic to keep tenants from snooping around. I should have listened. The first few nights were uneventful. The house creaked under its own weight, and the wind howled through the gaps in the window panes. But I didn't feel anything strange. Then one evening, while exploring the upper floors, I noticed something odd. A door at the end of the hallway. I had walked this hallway a dozen times, yet I had never seen this door before. It was different, older than the others, the wood almost black with age. Curious, I reached for the handle. The moment my fingers touched it, a cold jolt shot up my arm. I snatched my hand back, my heart pounding. What the hell was that? A sudden, overwhelming feeling of dread settled in my chest. Something inside that room did not want to be disturbed. I took a shaky breath and stepped back. But as I turned to leave, the door creaked open. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat. The darkness beyond the doorway was suffocating, as if the room itself was swallowing all light. I wanted to walk away. I should have. Instead, I stepped inside. The air was thick, heavy with dust and something rotting. My flashlight flickered as I scanned the room. It was small, almost like a forgotten storage space. The walls were covered in deep scratches, as if someone or something had tried desperately to claw their way out. In the center of the room was an old wooden chair, and on that chair, a doll. Its body was covered in grime, its dress tattered and yellowed with age. But its face, its eyes, they were too lifelike, too human. My stomach twisted. The air grew colder. And then The door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, gripping the handle and yanking at it. Locked. Panic set in. My breaths came in short, rapid bursts. Then, in the silence, I heard it. A faint giggle. The sound of tiny feet scurrying across the floor. My flashlight died. I swallowed my scream, pressing myself against the door, my fingers digging into the wood. The room was too quiet now. Then, a whisper right beside my ear. "Why did you wake me up?" I screamed. The darkness moved. I could hear something crawling, its nails scraping against the floor. Closer, closer. I pounded on the door. "Let me out." And then, just as suddenly, the door flew open. I stumbled into the hallway, my heart hammering. The light from the corridor burned my eyes. I turned back. The room was gone. No door, no scratches on the wall. Just solid wood, like the room had never existed. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the doll's face. The next morning, I packed my bags. I was leaving. I didn't care about my deposit. I just needed to get out. As I was hauling my suitcase down the stairs, the landlord was waiting at the bottom, his expression blank. "You opened it, didn't you?" I stopped, my mouth dry. "You knew about it." His eyes darkened. "I told you, some doors are better left unopened." I wanted to scream at him, to demand answers. Instead, I left. I never went back. But even now, years later, I still hear the giggles at night. And sometimes, I wake up to find my closet door slightly open, like something is waiting inside. I never believed in ghosts, or demons, or curses. But after what happened last winter, I can't ignore what I saw, what followed me. It started on the night of December 3rd. I had been working late at my office and was the last one to leave. The building, usually bustling with people, felt empty. The silence pressed against my ears, making even the sound of my own breathing seem too loud. As I stepped into the parking lot, I noticed how still everything was. No wind, no rustling leaves, just dead, suffocating quiet. I reached my car, fumbling with my keys, when I felt it. A presence. I turned sharply, scanning the parking lot. Nothing. Just the dim glow of the streetlights, stretching long shadows across the pavement. Shrugging off the unease, I got into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. The clock on the dashboard read 12:07 a.m. As I pulled out of the lot, I saw movement in my rearview mirror. A shadow, not mine. It was tall and thin, standing just outside the light's reach. Its head tilted slightly, as if watching me. I blinked. It was gone. I shook my head. "You're just tired. It's nothing." But as I drove home, the feeling didn't leave me. It grew, like something was following me. I reached my apartment, locking the door behind me with shaking fingers. The silence inside felt too heavy. I turned on every light, checking the rooms one by one. Nothing. I let out a shaky breath and headed to my bedroom. Maybe a shower would help clear my mind. As the warm water cascaded over me, I tried to convince myself that I had imagined everything. But then, the bathroom light flickered. Once, twice, then a whisper, low, soft, right against my ear. "I see you." My blood ran cold. I spun around, water dripping from my hair, eyes scanning the empty bathroom. Nothing. The whisper had been inside the shower with me. I turned off the water and stepped out, my heart hammering. The mirror above the sink was completely fogged up. Then, right in front of me, a handprint appeared on the glass. Long, too long, fingers stretching unnaturally downward. I stumbled backward, knocking over the towel rack. My breathing came in ragged gasps as I wiped the fog away. Nothing was there, but the handprint remained. I didn't sleep that night. The next day at work, I felt off, tired, on edge. Every time I glanced at the windows, at the reflections in glass doors, I thought I saw something, a shape, standing behind me. By evening, I was exhausted, but I dreaded going home. I stayed in my office longer than usual, trying to distract myself with work. When I finally stepped outside, I froze. Across the street, under the flickering streetlight, it was standing there. The shadow, closer than before. This time, I saw its eyes, hollow, dark voids that pulled at me. I ran to my car, locked the doors. I forced myself to breathe, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. When I looked up at my rearview mirror, it was in my backseat. I screamed. The car died. No lights, no engine, just silence. Slowly, I turned my head. Nothing. The backseat was empty. My hands trembled as I restarted the engine. This time, it roared to life instantly. Without looking back, I sped away. When I got home, I felt drained. The air in my apartment was thick, like it had been waiting for me. I left every light on. I turned on the TV for noise, but nothing could shake the feeling of being watched. I grabbed my phone and called my friend, Samir. "Bro, something weird is happening," I whispered. I think I'm being followed." Samir laughed. "By who? A ghost?" I didn't respond. His laughter faded. "Wait, you're serious." I swallowed hard. "I don't know, but I see something, a shadow." It was in my backseat, man. Silence. Then Samir spoke, his voice tense. "Don't look in any mirrors tonight." My stomach dropped. "Why?" Just promise me no mirrors. I hung up, feeling worse than before. And then a soft tap on the window. I turned. The shadow stood outside. Only now it was smiling. I shut the curtains, my breath ragged. Something deep inside me knew. It was already inside. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound made my skin crawl. By dawn, I felt like a zombie. I had to do something. So I searched online for answers. Shadow figures, paranormal encounters, signs of a curse. And then I found something. A forum thread. Someone describing the exact same shadow. My breath caught as I read. Once you see it, it never leaves. It feeds on fear. The more you acknowledge it, the stronger it gets. And if it ever touches you, you're gone. I slammed my laptop shut. Then, a cold breath against my neck. I turned, but nothing was there. My body locked up. The air felt wrong, pressing in on me like 1,000 unseen hands. Then, from my bathroom, a low whisper. I see you. The door creaked open. Inside, the mirror was completely black, like a void, and something inside moved. Slowly, coming toward me. I ran. I didn't look back. Didn't pack. I just ran. That was 6 months ago. I moved to a new city. Changed my job. Got rid of every mirror in my house. But I still feel it. Watching, waiting, and some nights, when I close my eyes, I hear the whisper. I see you, and I know it never left. When I was a child, my grandmother always warned me about the old well in our village. Never go near it, she would say, her wrinkled hands gripping my wrist tighter than necessary. Something inside is always watching, always waiting. And once it calls your name, it never lets go. I thought it was just an old woman's superstition. That was until the night I heard the voice myself. It happened when I was 16. My cousin, Adel, and I were spending the summer at our grandmother's house in the village. The days were slow, filled with long walks through the fields and lazy afternoons under the banyan tree. But the nights were different. The village changed when the sun went down. The shadows stretched longer, and the wind carried whispers that didn't belong to any living soul. One evening, a dare was set. I bet you can't go near the well, Adel smirked, poking me in the ribs. Just touch the bricks and run back. I rolled my eyes. That's easy. No, he said, grinning wider. You have to look inside. The others laughed, their faces lit up by the weak glow of the lantern. The well stood at the edge of the village, past the old temple, surrounded by overgrown weeds. Nobody went near it, but I wasn't scared, not then. So I agreed. We sneaked out at midnight. The only sound the distant hoot of an owl. and the crunch of our footsteps on the dirt path. The well loomed ahead, its structure old and cracked, the vines curling around it like dead fingers. My heart pounded as I stepped closer. I could feel the air change. It was colder here, despite the summer heat. I placed my hands on the bricks. The stone was warm. That was the first sign that something was wrong. I hesitated, then took a deep breath and leaned over. The well was endless, a yawning mouth of darkness, deeper than anything I had ever seen. The moonlight barely touched the inside. I squinted, trying to see the bottom. That's when I heard it. A whisper. My name. Ahmed. A cold shudder ran through my body. My hands gripped the rough stone edge. I turned to Adel. Did you hear that? Hear what? He frowned. I looked back down. The whisper came again. Come closer. The air turned thick, pressing against my chest. I wanted to pull away, to run, but something in the well was pulling me forward. My fingers slipped slightly, and for a second, I felt weightless. A hand shot up from the darkness, a long, thin, decayed hand. I screamed and stumbled back, falling hard onto the ground. Adel rushed forward, grabbing my arm. What the hell, man? What happened? I gasped for breath, pointing at the well. My voice stuck in my throat. But when I looked, it was empty. No hand, no movement, just still dead air. My stomach churned. Had I imagined it? Adel helped me up. Let's get the hell out of here. We ran back to the house, my pulse hammering in my ears. But that was only the beginning. That night, I woke up to the feeling of something watching me. The room was dark, the old wooden windows slightly open. The air was humid, but I felt cold. Then I heard it. The dripping, slow, rhythmic. Drip, drip, drip. I turned my head toward the sound, and my blood turned to ice. There was a wet trail leading from the door to my bed. The floorboards, dark with moisture, gleamed under the moonlight. The smell of damp earth filled my nose. And then a hand crept up the edge of my bed. My breath hitched, fingers long, bony, covered in something dark and wet, gripped the wooden frame. Then came the voice. Come back. The hand pulled itself up, and I saw it. A face hollowed out, sunken eyes filled with black water, skin peeling off in sickening chunks. It was grinning, revealing a mouth too wide. I screamed. The thing lunged at me. I kicked and scrambled backward, falling off the bed. My head hit the floor hard. My vision blurred. The last thing I saw before losing consciousness was the thing crawling toward me, its mouth stretching open. I woke up outside, near the well. The sun was rising, the sky a dull orange. My clothes were drenched, the scent of mud and stagnant water clinging to me. Adel and my grandmother were shouting my name, their faces twisted with panic. "How did you get here?" Adel demanded, shaking me. I had no answer, because I didn't remember walking here. I didn't remember leaving my room, but my feet were covered in mud. My nails were filled with dirt, as if I had crawled out of something, as if I had climbed out of the well. I shuddered, my body trembling violently. My grandmother knelt beside me, pressing her forehead against mine, whispering prayers under her breath. "It called you," she murmured. "It knows your name now." I wanted to deny it. I wanted to believe it was a nightmare, but then I saw it, on the edge of the well, a single wet handprint, still fresh, still dripping. The house had always been there. At the end of our street, standing like a forgotten relic, its windows hollow and dark. No one lived in it. No one spoke about it. But we all knew it watched us. As kids, we dared each other to touch its rusted gate. Some of us got close. Others claimed they heard whispers from inside, voices calling their names. I never believed them until the night I went inside. It was late November, the sky heavy with clouds, the wind carrying the distant sound of dogs howling. My friends and I had gathered outside the house for a simple dare. "Go inside," Irfan grinned, holding up his phone. 5 minutes, that's all. I hesitated, staring up at the house. The walls were cracked, vines creeping through the broken windows. The front door, though old and weathered, stood slightly open, as if waiting for me. A cold shiver ran down my spine, but I couldn't back out now. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and pushed the gate. It groaned under my touch, the sound cutting through the silence like a warning. Behind me, my friends whispered, their voices already sounding distant. The moment I set foot inside the house, the air changed. The smell of damp wood and something rotting filled my nose. Dust floated in the air, swirling around as if disturbed by an unseen presence. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, peeling at the edges, revealing scratches beneath. Deep, claw-like marks. I stepped further inside. The floorboards creaked under my weight, each step echoing through the empty house. My flashlight flickered, its beam weak and uncertain. Then I heard it, a whisper, my name. It wasn't from outside, it was inside, close. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest. The front door was closed. I hadn't touched it. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. It's just my imagination. The wind, the old house settling. But then something moved in the shadows. A shape tall, thin, shifting in the darkness of the hallway. I froze. The whisper came again, this time right behind me. You came back. A cold breath brushed against my neck. My body locked in place. My mind screamed at me to run, but my legs refused to move. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something. A hand emerging from the darkness, pale, twisted, reaching for me. I snapped out of my paralysis and bolted. I didn't think, I just ran. Down the hallway, past the rotting furniture, toward what I hoped was the exit. The whispers followed me, growing louder, overlapping. Don't leave. Stay. We remember you. I reached the front door and yanked it open, except it wasn't the street outside. It was a room, a bedroom, and inside, standing in the dim light, was a mirror. But it wasn't reflecting the room. It was showing me, not as I was now, but as a child. I gasped. It was me at 7 years old, wearing the same red sweater I had lost years ago. I stood there, staring at myself. Then my reflection smiled. A slow, unnatural stretch of lips. My childhood self raised a hand and beckoned me forward. I stumbled back. My breathing turned ragged. No, this isn't real. But my reflection stepped out of the mirror. It walked toward me, same face, same eyes, but something wrong, something empty. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me. The whispers turned into laughter, cold mocking. The thing wearing my face reached for me. And then everything went black. I woke up outside the house. The sun was rising, my clothes covered in dust. My friends stood over me, shaking me awake. Dude, where the hell were you? Irfin's voice was frantic. You were gone for hours. I sat up, my body aching. I know. I just went in for a few minutes. They exchanged glances. You disappeared, bro. The door shut behind you, and no matter how much we shouted, you didn't come out. We were about to call the cops. I looked back at the house. It was the same dark, silent, empty. But I knew something had let me go, and something was still inside, watching, waiting, and in the distance, carried by the morning breeze, I heard a whisper, my own voice. Come back. Rizwan had always been a skeptic. He didn't believe in ghosts, curses, or any of the superstitions his grandmother used to tell him about. But that night, as he drove alone on the highway, something inside him felt uneasy. It was past midnight, and the road stretched endlessly ahead of him. His car's headlights illuminated the empty asphalt, the darkness swallowing everything beyond their reach. There were no other vehicles, no streetlights, just the long, deserted road and the thick trees lining both sides. He checked the time. 12:37 a.m. He still had an hour before he would reach home. With a sigh, he turned up the volume on his radio, letting the music distract him from the eerie silence outside. Then it happened. A shadow moved on the side of the road. At first, he thought it was his imagination. But as he got closer, he saw it clearly, a woman standing alone by the highway. She was dressed in a simple black dress, her long hair falling over her shoulders. Her face was turned away, making it impossible to see her features. She stood completely still, as if she had been waiting for something or someone. Rizwan hesitated. It wasn't safe to stop for strangers at this hour, but something about the woman felt wrong. The way she stood there, motionless, made a chill run down his spine. As he passed her, he glanced in the rearview mirror. She was gone. His hands tightened around the steering wheel. She couldn't have just disappeared. He had seen her. He was sure of it. The unease in his chest deepened, but he forced himself to focus on the road. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Maybe he was tired, and his mind was playing games with him. Then something moved in the back seat. A soft, rustling sound. His blood ran cold. Slowly, heart pounding, he glanced at the mirror. There, sitting in the back seat, the woman. Her head was lowered, her face hidden beneath her long, dark hair. Her hands rested limply on her lap. She wasn't looking at him, but she didn't need to. Her mere presence sent terror coursing through his veins. Rizwan's breath hitched. His throat went dry. His mind screamed at him to stop the car, to run, to get away. But his body refused to move. Then she spoke. A whisper, "Take me home." His knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel. "Where?" he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman didn't move, didn't lift her head. Straight ahead, Rizwan swallowed hard. He didn't know what else to do. He couldn't just throw her out. Something told him that would be a terrible mistake. So, with shaking hands, he kept driving. The road stretched on, the air inside the car growing colder with every passing second. The scent of something rotting filled his nostrils. He tried not to gag. His mind raced. Was this real? Was he hallucinating? He wanted to believe that, but the woman in his backseat, she felt too real. "Are you okay?" he asked cautiously. Silence. Then, "You shouldn't have stopped." Rizwan's breath caught. His pulse pounded in his ears. He hadn't stopped. His foot had never left the accelerator. He had only seen her. Then how? His hands trembled as he reached for his phone. He needed help. Someone. Anyone. He unlocked the screen, but before he could dial, the phone died. The battery had been at 80% just minutes ago. He gritted his teeth. No, this wasn't happening. Then, in the mirror, she was looking at him now. Her head had lifted slightly, revealing a face half decayed. eyes hollow and black. He screamed. The car swerved wildly as he lost control. Tires screeched against the asphalt. The woman's whispering turned into a low, guttural growl. Then she lunged forward. Rizwan saw her reflection, getting closer, closer, her hands reaching for him. And then everything went black. When he woke up, he was still in the car. It was morning. The sun shone through the windshield, blinding him. His head throbbed. What the hell had happened? He sat up slowly, his heart still racing. The car was parked on the side of the road, but he didn't remember stopping. His phone was lying in the passenger seat, fully charged. Had it all been a dream? His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. No, it had been real. Slowly, he turned to check the back seat. Empty. He let out a shaky breath. Maybe, just maybe, it was over. Then he saw it. On the frosted glass of the rear window, a single black handprint, and below it, scratched into the glass, were 3 words: "See you tonight." The town of Everbrook had long forgotten the Winslow house. Sitting at the edge of town, swallowed by thick woods and creeping vines, it had become nothing more than a cautionary tale, a house that stole people, a place where time unraveled and never stitched itself back together. Yet when Daniel Grayson, a real estate investor, arrived in Everbrook, he saw nothing but an opportunity. He had made a career out of flipping old properties, turning decay into something new. The locals warned him not to buy the house, whispering about those who had entered and never returned. But Daniel didn't believe in ghost stories. One rainy October evening, he grabbed his flashlight, his notepad, and his phone's camera, determined to prove that the Winslow house was nothing more than a forgotten relic. He stepped through the gates, and the house was waiting. The front doors creaked open before Daniel even touched them, as if the house had been expecting him. The moment he stepped inside, the air grew dense, heavy like a room filled with unspoken words. The interior was surprisingly intact, ornate wallpaper peeled in long strips. A chandelier dangled by a single chain, and the wooden floors groaned under his weight. Dust coated everything, but the house felt lived in, as though it had been expecting a visitor. Then the grandfather clock in the hall chimed. It was 11:01 p.m. Strange. The clock was unplugged, the glass on its face cracked and splintered. Daniel pulled out his phone and began taking pictures, documenting the eerie beauty of the forgotten home. Each room told a story, a dining table still set for a meal that never came, chairs pushed back as though their owners had stood up in a hurry. Then he took a photo of the hallway mirror and froze. The reflection didn't match the hallway. instead of an empty corridor. The mirror showed a family seated at the dining table, but their faces were blurred, distorted, as if time itself had eroded them, and one of them was staring right at him. Daniel spun around, but the hallway was empty. The silence pressed against his ears, thick and suffocating. Then the chime of the grandfather clock echoed again. He looked at his phone. 11:01 p.m. Confusion settled in. He had been walking around for at least 10 minutes, so why hadn't time moved? The house groaned, the wood shifting under invisible weight. The hallway stretched longer, the walls bending inward. Doors that had been closed were now open, and a cold draft slithered through the air. A whisper brushed against his ear. "You're here now." Daniel turned sharply. No one was there. His pulse pounded. He needed to leave. But when he retraced his steps, the front door was gone. Panic clawed at Daniel's throat. He tried to stay calm, reasoning that maybe he had taken a wrong turn. The house was old. Maybe the structure had shifted. Maybe his mind was playing tricks on him. Then he saw the blue door. It hadn't been there before. Unlike the rest of the house, the door was pristine, as though untouched by time. Something inside him screamed not to open it, but another part, the part that had brought him here in the first place, was desperate to understand. He turned the knob. Inside was a small bedroom, untouched by decay. A canopy bed stood in the corner, its blankets still neatly arranged. A child's rocking horse sat in the middle of the room, facing a vanity mirror, but the reflection was not his own. Instead, a woman stood in the mirror, dressed in a black Victorian gown. Her eyes were hollow, her mouth twisted into a silent scream. Then she stepped out of the mirror. Daniel stumbled backward, heart hammering against his ribs. The woman glided forward, her movements unnatural, her feet never touching the floor. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. Then a whisper, not from her, but from the house itself. "Time doesn't move here." Daniel turned to run, but the door was gone. His breath came in ragged gasps. He reached for his phone, but the battery was suddenly dead. Then the chiming began again. 11, 11, 11. The walls shifted. The air grew heavier, and Daniel felt it, the undeniable sensation of time unraveling around him. The portraits on the walls shifted, their faces morphing, changing. Some looked familiar, his own features twisted into the frames. "You're already one of us." His reflection in the vanity mirror began to distort. His face aged rapidly, hair whitening, skin withering. Then everything went black. Days later, a group of teenagers exploring the outskirts of Everbrook stumbled upon the Winslow house. The doors were open, as if inviting them in. Inside, they found an old phone lying on the floor. The screen was cracked, but when they powered it on, it displayed one last photo, a blurry image of a man standing in a hallway mirror, and beneath it, the timestamp read 11:01 p.m. I first noticed something was wrong when the dishes started moving. At first, it was small things, a plate slightly out of place, a spoon knocked over, a chair pulled away from the dining table. I thought I was just being careless, too distracted with work to notice the little changes. But then the whispers started. It always happened at night. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I would hear a faint, breathy voice near my bedroom door. "Can you hear me?" The first time, I dismissed it as a dream. But then it happened again, and again, every single night at exactly 3 a.m. I started locking my bedroom door. It didn't help. One night, I placed my phone on my nightstand and hit record before I fell asleep. I wanted proof, something to tell me if I was just imagining things. The next morning, I played the audio. For the first few minutes, it was just the sound of my breathing. Then, at 3:00 a.m., the whispers began. "Let me in." A soft knock on my bedroom door followed. Then the sound of footsteps inside the room. But my door was never unlocked. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I told my friend, Samir, about what was happening. He came over that evening, armed with his skepticism and a baseball bat. "There's no such thing as ghosts," he said. "You're probably just dreaming, bro." I didn't argue. I just told him to stay the night and see for himself. At 3 a.m., we both woke up. The whisper came again. "Let me in." Then something knocked on the closet door. Samir grabbed the bat, his face pale. "That wasn't the front door," he whispered. "No." The knocking was coming from inside my closet. I slowly reached out and switched on the bedside lamp. The moment the room lit up, the knocking stopped. Samir and I stared at the closet, neither of us moving. "I'm going to open it," he said. "No, don't." But he was already reaching for the handle. The second he pulled the door open, a gust of freezing air rushed past us. The light flickered. My breath caught in my throat. Inside the closet, there was nothing. Just clothes, shoes, an empty space. Samir let out a nervous laugh. "See, nothing too." Then he stopped. His eyes were locked onto the mirror inside the closet. I turned my head slowly, and my heart stopped. There was a handprint on the glass, not mine, and it was on the inside of the mirror. We left my apartment that night. I slept at Samir's place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching me. The next day, I decided to move out. I packed my bags, ready to leave everything behind. But when I entered my bedroom, the closet door was open again, and inside, written on the mirror in faint, smeared letters, "You can't leave me." A shadow moved in the reflection. I turned to run, but the closet door slammed shut on its own, and from inside I heard laughter. For as long as anyone in Millfield could remember, the Hargrove Manor had stood at the edge of town, watching over its people like a silent guardian. Once a grand estate, it was now a decaying ruin, its windows dark, its halls empty. No one had lived there in over a century, at least. No one who had ever come back to tell the tale. But when Ethan Caldwell, a historian researching forgotten places, arrived in Millfield, he knew he had to see the house for himself. The locals refused to talk about it, their eyes shifting nervously whenever he asked questions. But Ethan was stubborn. He had made a career out of uncovering hidden histories, and he wasn't about to stop now. So, on a stormy evening, armed with his notebook, flashlight, and camera, Ethan stepped through the rusted gates of Hargrove Manor, and the house let him in. The door creaked open with an eerie ease, revealing a grand foyer draped in dust and decay. A massive chandelier dangled precariously, its crystals coated in years of grime. The air was thick with the scent of old wood, and something else, something sour, something rotting. Ethan took a cautious step forward. His boots sank into the carpet, damp with time. He reached for his notebook, scribbling down details, the intricate carvings on the banister, the faded wallpaper, the eerie silence that pressed in on all sides. Then he heard it, a thud from upstairs. He froze, heart hammering. He wasn't alone, or at least, the house wanted him to think he was. Ethan took the stairs one step at a time, his flashlight flickering as he reached the landing. The hallway stretched before him, its walls lined with portraits of the Hargrove family. Their eyes followed him, their expressions shifting in the dim light. Then he noticed something odd. The hallway had 12 doors, 6 on each side. But according to the old blueprints he had studied, there should have only been 11. The 12th door was slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness inside. Something about it felt wrong, but Ethan had come too far to stop now. He pushed the door open. Inside, the room was pristine, untouched by time. A 4-poster bed stood in the corner, its sheets smooth and clean. A dresser sat against the wall, the mirror above it polished to a perfect shine. Unlike the rest of the house, there was no dust, no decay. It was as if someone still lived here. Ethan stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath his weight. He turned toward the dresser, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Then he he noticed something wrong. The door behind him, the one he had just entered through, was missing. His breath hitched. He spun around, his flashlight beam sweeping across the room. The walls had shifted, stretching higher, closing in. The mirror warped, and in its depths, a figure began to take shape. A woman dressed in a long black gown, her face hidden beneath a veil of shadows. Her fingers, long and bony, reached toward the glass as though trying to push through. Then her head snapped up, revealing hollow eyes and a mouth stretched too wide to be human. "You found my room," she whispered. And then the walls screamed. Ethan staggered backward, his hands slamming against the now solid wall where the door had once been. The room shook violently, the air growing colder, the whispering rising into an unnatural wail. The woman in the mirror stepped closer, her form twisting, stretching, becoming something monstrous. Ethan's flashlight flickered wildly, the light barely holding back the encroaching darkness that slithered toward him like living tendrils. He pounded on the walls, desperate to escape. "Please," he gasped, "let me out." The whispering stopped. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, the door reappeared, but something stood in front of it. It was him, or at least a version of him. His doppelganger stared back, expressionless. Its eyes were pitch black, its lips stretched into a smile that didn't belong on a human face. "Go," it whispered. Ethan didn't hesitate. He lunged for the door, shoving past the figure. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air shifted, the pressure lifting. He was back in the hallway. The 12th door was gone. Nothing but a solid wall remained where it had once stood. Ethan didn't stop running until he was outside. The storm had stopped. The air was still. But something was wrong. He reached for his notebook, flipping through its pages. Every entry, every detail he had written about Hargrove Manor was gone. The pages were blank. Then he checked his camera. The photos were still there, but in every single one, his reflection was missing. Ethan left Millfield that night, but no matter how far he went, he could still feel the house watching him. And sometimes, when he looked into a mirror, he could still see the 12th door just slightly ajar, waiting for him to step through again. When I moved into my new apartment, I noticed something strange about the floor plan. The layout didn't match what I had been shown before signing the lease. The living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom were all there, just as expected. But there was an extra door in the hallway, a door that shouldn't exist. I checked the blueprint I had saved on my phone. There was no mention of an extra room. The hallway was supposed to lead only to my bedroom and the bathroom. Yet here it was, a plain wooden door, closed, silent, waiting. I told myself it was probably just a sealed-off storage space. Maybe the landlord had forgotten to mention it. Still, something about it made my skin crawl. For the first few weeks, I ignored it. I went about my daily routine, refusing to acknowledge the extra door in my hallway. But every night, around 3 a.m., I heard sounds. A faint shuffling, the creak of a floorboard, and worst of all, a soft knocking from inside the door. I never opened it. One night, curiosity got the best of me. I pressed my ear against the door. The air around it was cold, unnaturally so. Then, from the other side, I heard it. A whisper, "I know you're there." I stumbled back, my breath hitching in my throat. The room was supposed to be empty. The next morning, I called my landlord. "There's an extra door in my apartment," I said. "It wasn't in the floor plan. What's inside it?" The silence on the other end was unsettling. Then he sighed. "Listen carefully. Don't open it. Don't knock. Don't acknowledge it." My stomach tightened. "Why?" His voice dropped to a whisper. "Because if you open it, you'll never close it again." I tried to listen. I really did. But the knocking continued, every night. And then, on the 7th night, it spoke again. "Let me out." I pressed my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. But the knocking grew louder, more urgent. I had enough. I reached for the doorknob and twisted it open. The door creaked as it swung inward. The room was pitch black. At first, I thought it was just a storage space. Dusty, cold, silent. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw them. Handprints, dozens of them smeared along the walls. Long fingers stretched, twisted, and in the farthest corner, something moved. A shape hunched and waiting. I couldn't breathe. Then, it crawled toward me. Fast, too fast. I slammed the door shut and stumbled backward, my heart hammering. The knocking returned instantly. But now, it wasn't asking to come out. It was laughing. I left the apartment the next day. I didn't pack, didn't ask for my deposit back. I just ran. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I still hear knocking. And I know it found me again. The town of Ridgebury was surrounded by an endless forest, its outskirts often covered in a thick, creeping fog that refused to lift. The locals called it the Veil, an unnatural mist that swallowed sound, light, and sometimes people. For years, stories circulated about those who wandered into the Veil and never came back. Some claimed it was a doorway to another world. Others believed something lived within it, waiting for unsuspecting travelers. But Alina Price didn't believe in myths. She was a journalist, chasing a story about the disappearances that had haunted Ridgebury for decades. And on the cold night of November 3rd, she drove out toward the edge of town, determined to uncover the truth. As her car crept into the fog, the world around her vanished, and the voices began to whisper. The road twisted beneath her tires, but Alina could barely see a few feet ahead. The fog was thicker than she had expected, curling around the car like hungry fingers. She turned on her recorder. November 3rd, 10:12 p.m. Entering the Vale. Visibility near zero. Locals claim that at night, voices can be heard calling from the fog. I'll keep recording and see if there's any truth to the legend. The moment she finished speaking, her radio crackled to life. A burst of static, then a voice. You shouldn't be here. Alina's blood ran cold. The voice was distorted, layered with a second voice underneath, like two people speaking at once. She turned the radio off. The voice continued. Turn back before it's too late. Alina slammed on the brakes, her hands trembling. The fog outside was moving, shifting. A dark figure emerged from the mist, standing directly in her headlights. Her breath hitched. She grabbed her camera, snapping a photo. The flash illuminated the figure for just a second, and then it was gone. No footprints, no sound, nothing. The whispers returned, growing louder. More voices, dozens of them. Some begged, some screamed, some laughed. Then her car engine sputtered and died. Alina was trapped. She gripped her phone, trying to call for help. No signal. Then a knock on her window. Slow, deliberate. She turned her head too slowly, her heart hammering in her chest. A handprint, small and childlike, was pressed against the glass. The fog outside shifted again, revealing shadows moving just beyond her car. Dozens of them, standing, watching. Then the backseat creaked. Alina didn't move. The air inside the car had grown freezing, her breath fogging up the glass. She reached for the rearview mirror, dreading what she might see. At first, there was nothing. Then, a face inches from her own, mouth stretched open too wide, eyes hollow, skin pale as the fog. It grinned. You're one of us now. The whispers became a scream, and the world went black. The next morning, the town sheriff found Alina's car parked at the edge of the forest. The driver's seat was empty, the doors still locked from the inside. Her recorder sat on the dashboard, playing nothing but static, and her camera, only one photo remained, a single blurry image of 100 figures standing in the fog. And at the very front, I've been driving for a rideshare company for over 3 years. Night shifts are usually quiet, just a few late-night workers and partygoers heading home. But last Thursday, something happened. Something that still doesn't make sense. It was around 2:30 a.m. when I got a request for a pickup just outside the city. The location was strange, a deserted stretch of road leading to an abandoned gas station. The kind of place no one had any reason to be at that hour. I almost declined the ride, but the fare was too good to pass up. When I arrived, the road was empty. The gas station stood in the distance, its rusted sign creaking in the wind. There was no one around. I was about to cancel the ride when my passenger appeared out of nowhere. A woman dressed in a long, pale dress, standing right beside my car. I didn't see her approach. She was just suddenly there. She opened the back door and slid in without a word. Her movements were slow, deliberate. Her skin looked too pale under the dim glow of the streetlights. Where to?" I asked, forcing a smile. She didn't answer right away, just stared at the road ahead. Then in a flat, whispery voice, she said, "Just drive." I hesitated, but started the car. The ride details on my app showed no destination, just ride in progress. As I drove, the air inside the car grew colder. My breath fogged slightly in front of me, even though the heater was on. I glanced at the rearview mirror. She was watching me, not like a normal passenger. She was sitting too straight, her hands resting perfectly still on her lap, and her eyes dark, empty, never blinked. Something about her felt wrong. The road stretched ahead, endless and empty. No other cars, no streetlights, just darkness. After a few minutes, I cleared my throat. "Long night." She didn't reply. Then, just as I was about to give up on conversation, she whispered, "Do you believe in ghosts?" A chill ran down my spine. I forced a laugh. "I don't know. Never really thought about it." She smiled, a small, unnatural curve of her lips. "You should." The GPS started glitching. The screen flickered, and the road we were on wasn't showing up on the map anymore. I had been driving for almost 20 minutes, but I didn't recognize where we were. The surroundings looked wrong. The trees on either side of the road were too tall. Their branches twisted in unnatural angles. The sky above was pitch black, not a single star. I swallowed hard. "Hey, are we going the right way?" She didn't answer, but I saw it, her reflection in the mirror, smiling wider. I pressed the brake. "Look, I think I should take you back." "Keep driving." Her voice was different now, deeper, colder. I turned around, and my heart stopped. She was closer. She hadn't moved, but somehow, she was closer to me than she should have been. I could see her face clearly now. Her skin was cracked, her eyes hollow, like she was alive, like she had never been alive. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded to a stop, tires screeching against the empty road. The moment I did, my phone buzzed violently. A new notification. Ride canceled. Passenger has left the vehicle. I spun around. The back seat was empty. The door was still locked. She was gone. I took a shaky breath and grabbed my phone, hands trembling. The ride history was missing, like it had never happened. I turned the car around and drove back as fast as I could. The road was normal again, familiar. The gas station was gone, just an empty lot where it should have been. By the time I got home, the sun was rising. I checked my rearview mirror one last time before going inside, and for a split second, I saw her sitting in the back seat, smiling, waiting. The road stretched endlessly before Daniel Harper, the headlights of his car cutting through the dense fog that had settled over the countryside. His GPS had stopped working an hour ago, and the last sign he had passed read, "Welcome to Ravenshade," a town he had never heard of. He hadn't meant to come this way, but the storm earlier had washed out the highway, forcing him to take unfamiliar back roads. Now, as he drove through the narrow streets of the town, he noticed something strange. There were no people, no lights in the houses, no cars parked along the streets, not even a flicker of movement in the windows. It was as if the entire town had been abandoned in a hurry. His gas tank was dangerously low. He had no choice but to stop. Daniel pulled into what looked like an old gas station, its sign hanging loosely from rusted chains. He stepped out of the car, the cool night air biting at his skin. The place was eerily silent, the only sound coming from the flickering neon sign above the station. The pump was old, covered in dust, but it looked like it might still work. He grabbed the handle, ready to fill his tank, when a soft whisper drifted through the air. "You shouldn't be here." Daniel froze, his fingers tightening around the pump. He turned his head, scanning the darkness, but there was no one in sight. Then the whisper came again. "Leave before they find you." His breath hitched. He dropped the pump and stepped back. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees at the edge of the gas station. That's when he saw it, a figure standing just beyond the light, barely visible through the fog. Tall, motionless, watching. Daniel scrambled back into his car, his heart pounding. He turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and died. And when he looked back, the figure was gone. Desperation clawed at him as he grabbed his phone. No service. His pulse pounded as he looked around. There had to be someone here, a working phone, another car, anything. He stepped back onto the street, the empty buildings looming over him like silent watchers. A church stood at the end of the road, its doors slightly ajar. Light flickered inside. He had no other option. The door creaked loudly as Daniel pushed it open. Inside, candles burned along the pews, their flames unmoving, as if the air itself was frozen in place. At the front of the church, a woman knelt before the altar, her back to him. "Excuse me," Daniel called, his voice echoing unnaturally through the empty space. The woman didn't respond. He took a hesitant step forward. I need help, my car." The woman's head snapped around, far too fast to be human. Her face was wrong. Her eyes, hollow black voids, her mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. "You shouldn't have come." The candles went out. Darkness swallowed the church. Daniel stumbled backward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The air grew heavy, pressing against his chest like unseen hands. A whisper slithered through the dark. "Run." His legs obeyed before his brain could process the command. He burst through the doors, sprinting down the empty street, his lungs burning. The fog had grown thicker, swallowing the buildings, the sky, the road ahead. He didn't know where he was running, only that he had to get away. But the whispers followed. "He's here. Find him. Take him back." He choked back a scream. Figures moved in the fog, shadowy shapes slipping between the buildings, drawing closer. Then, ahead, a house with its lights on. Safety. Daniel threw himself against the door, shoving it open. He slammed it shut behind him, pressing his back against the wood. The house was warm, untouched by dust, as if someone had been expecting him. A fire crackled in the fireplace, the scent of something sweet and familiar hanging in the air. And then footsteps, not from outside, from upstairs. His stomach twisted. He wasn't alone. A soft voice hummed a lullaby, drifting down the staircase. Slow, melodic, ancient. Daniel stepped back, his eyes locked on the staircase as a shadow moved at the top landing. The hum stopped. "You're finally home." Daniel's breath hitched. The shadow descended the stairs, revealing a man who looked exactly like him, same face, same clothes, but with empty black eyes. The fire dimmed, the walls shuddering as whispers filled the air. "You don't belong out there." The thing with his face grinned, tilting its head. "But you belong here." Daniel backed away, his body screaming to run, but his feet wouldn't move. The air around him thickened, and the house itself seemed to close in. Memories flooded his mind, images of himself, trapped in this house for years, decades, centuries. The town was never empty. It was filled with people like him, trapped, forgotten. The thing that wore his face took another step closer. "It's your turn now." Darkness swallowed the house whole. The next morning, the sheriff of Ridgebury drove through the abandoned town, his eyes scanning the fog-covered streets. He knew better than to stop. People who entered never left. Still, something caught his eye, a car parked in front of the old gas station. A car with its driver's seat empty. The keys were still in the ignition. The engine was cold, and inside the car, on the passenger seat, lay a notebook. The last entry, written in hurried, shaking letters, read, "I am not alone. The town is alive. It takes people. If you find this, don't enter Ravenshade. It won't let you leave." The sheriff sighed, closing the notebook. Another one lost. He turned his car around and drove away. Behind him, the fog rolled forward, swallowing the town whole once again. The road to Hollow Creek was long and deserted, winding through thick forests where the trees leaned in like silent watchers. Jason Miller had been driving for hours, following a vague map to a town that few seemed to remember. He was a documentary filmmaker, always searching for places with dark histories, and Hollow Creek had plenty of those. A town once thriving, now forgotten. A place where, 20 years ago, an entire population vanished overnight. The closer he got, the thicker the fog became. His headlights barely cut through the murky air, and when he finally spotted a worn-out sign that read, "Welcome to Hollow Creek," he felt a strange weight settle in his chest. Something about this place felt wrong, but that was exactly why he was here. He parked his car near what appeared to be an abandoned diner, its windows covered in dust, the neon sign flickering weakly before dying out completely. Jason grabbed his camera, checking the battery. Full. He stepped out of the car, the air eerily still. No wind, no sounds, just silence so heavy that even his footsteps felt intrusive. He turned on his camera and began recording. November 6th. Arrived at Hollow Creek. Town appears completely abandoned. No signs of life, no movement. Exploring the area now, he walked toward the diner and pushed the door open. The bell above the entrance didn't ring. Inside, everything was frozen in time. Plates of uneaten food sat on the tables. Cups of coffee long turned to dust. Chairs were pushed back, as if people had left in a hurry. But there was no dust on the floor, no cobwebs in the corners. Jason took a few steps in and noticed something chilling. The clock on the wall was still ticking. He pulled out his phone. No signal. Then, in the eerie silence, he heard it, a whisper. "You're not supposed to be here." He spun around. The diner was empty. His breath hitched, and he turned his camera toward the counter. The reflection in the metal napkin holder showed a man standing behind him. But when Jason turned around, there was no one there. His pulse quickened as he backed toward the door, gripping his camera tightly. The whisper came again, this time right against his ear. "Leave before it starts." He bolted outside, the air feeling heavier, the fog thicker. The street looked different now. Buildings that had been intact moments ago were suddenly crumbling ruins. The sky had darkened, though his watch still read 4:15 p.m. Something was wrong with time here. A rustling sound made him turn. At the far end of the street, silhouettes began to emerge from the fog. Dozens of them, their features obscured, their movements unnatural, as if they were glitching in and out of reality. Jason ran, his camera still recording. He turned a corner and spotted a hotel, its sign hanging by a single chain. He rushed inside, slamming the door shut behind him. The lobby was pristine, lights flickering softly. The elevator dinged, as if expecting him. He hesitated. Then, from outside, the shadows pressed against the glass, their hands leaving black smears against the windows. He had no choice. He ran to the elevator and pressed a button at random. The doors slid shut just as the whispers rose into an inhuman wail. The elevator descended instead of going up. The floor numbers on the panel made no sense. -2. Jason's breathing grew ragged. Where was this taking him? The doors opened to a hallway lined with doors, each numbered 206. The air smelled damp, like old wood and something metallic. He stepped out cautiously, the elevator closing behind him and vanishing entirely. A door at the end of the hall creaked open on its own. A soft, rhythmic tapping echoed from inside. Jason approached, his camera shaking in his grip. The room beyond was identical to the diner he had entered earlier. The same plates, the same clock, the same overturned chairs, and sitting at one of the tables was himself, staring back at him, a hollow, empty look in his eyes. The other Jason smiled. "You finally made it." Jason stumbled back, but the hallway was gone. The walls shifted, morphing into a vast, endless darkness. The whispers grew deafening, voices overlapping, a chorus of something ancient and hungry. His reflection stood up, tilting its head. "It's your turn now." Jason screamed. Outside, Hollow Creek remained silent. The diner sat empty once again, the plates untouched, the chairs still overturned. And somewhere, in the endless void of forgotten time, Jason kept running, kept screaming, but no one would ever hear him again. Moving into a new home was supposed to be a fresh start. I had just gone through a rough breakup, and I wanted to start over, somewhere quiet, somewhere far away from the past. The house I found was perfect, cheap, secluded, and fully furnished. The landlord, an older woman with tired eyes, barely spoke when she handed me the keys. Before she left, she only said one thing: "Make sure you're always back before midnight." I should have asked her why. I didn't. The first few days were peaceful. The house had a strange layout, but it was cozy. It had 3 bedrooms, even though I only needed one, and a long hallway that seemed too narrow for a house this size. But the oddest thing, the mirrors. Every room had one, large and antique, framed in dark wood. I hadn't noticed them during my initial walkthrough, but now that I was living here, they felt off, like they were watching me. It started on the 3rd night. I had been out running errands, and by the time I pulled into the driveway, it was 11:58 p.m. As I stepped toward the door, I felt it, a presence behind me. A shiver ran down my spine. I turned slowly, scanning the dark street. Nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind. I exhaled and unlocked the door. The moment I stepped inside, the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, and in the mirror near the entrance, I saw someone standing behind me. I spun around. No one was there. My heart pounded as I turned back to the mirror. The reflection was normal again. I shook it off. I was tired imagining things. But that night, I couldn't sleep, because just past 3 a.m., I heard it. Footsteps, soft, slow, coming from inside the house. I sat up in bed, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps were coming from the hallway. I reached for my phone, trying to turn on the flashlight, but the screen stayed black. Dead battery. Then, a whisper, "You're in the wrong house." The voice was just outside my bedroom door. I froze. Then, the doorknob twisted. I jumped out of bed, grabbing the nearest object, a lamp, and held it tight. The door creaked open an inch. I lunged forward and slammed it shut, twisting the lock. Silence. Then the whisper again, from inside the room. "This isn't your home." The lights flickered violently, and the air turned ice cold. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I called the landlord. "There's something in this house," I said, my voice shaking. "Something wrong." She was silent for a long time. Then finally she said, "You need to leave. Now." "What?" "You don't understand. That house, it's not supposed to be lived in." I didn't listen. I had nowhere else to go. That night, I made sure to be home by 11:30 p.m. I locked every door, closed every curtain, but at exactly midnight, I heard it again. A whisper, "You don't belong here." I grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight, and then a hand pressed against the mirror. From the inside, I ran. I bolted out of the house, not even stopping to grab my keys. I drove to a motel, not looking back once. The next morning, I called the landlord again. She didn't answer, so I went back to grab my stuff. When I arrived, something was wrong. The house looked different. The windows were boarded up, front door was gone, like no one had lived there for years. And in the reflection of my car's side mirror, I saw myself standing on the porch, smiling. The road to Black Hollow was empty, stretching through miles of dense forest. Lena Carter had been driving for hours, following an old hand-drawn map she found in her late grandmother's attic. The town wasn't on any GPS, and the last time it appeared in official records was over 60 years ago, when it had been mysteriously abandoned overnight. Lena had spent years researching forgotten places, but nothing intrigued her as much as Black Hollow. It was as if the town had been erased from time, with no explanations, no survivors, just a chilling footnote in local history books. But she was determined to uncover the truth. The moment she passed the Welcome to Black Hollow sign, the world around her changed. The air felt thicker, the trees darker, the road suddenly smoother, as if it had been repaved overnight. The town looked alive. The streetlights flickered, shop windows displayed goods, and in the distance, she saw silhouettes of people walking. But there was something wrong. The town was too quiet. The figures moved too smoothly, their footsteps making no sound. And when she slowed her car to get a better look, every single one of them turned their heads in unison to stare at her. Lena's blood ran cold. Something was waiting for her here. She parked near what looked like a small diner, its neon sign flickering weakly. The place felt like a snapshot from the past, untouched by time. 1950s booths, a jukebox humming an old tune, and a half-finished cup of coffee sitting on the counter, still steaming. But there was no one inside. She stepped up to the counter, running her fingers over the dusty surface. Her reflection in the metal napkin holder didn't match her movements. Her heart pounded. The jukebox skipped. The door behind the counter swung open on its own, revealing a narrow hallway lined with old, rusted doors. One of them was slightly ajar, a dim light spilling through. A whisper drifted out. "Come in, Lena." She hadn't told anyone her name. She took a step back, her instincts screaming at her to leave, but the diner had changed. The windows were now boards nailed shut. The door she had entered through was gone. The only way out was forward. Lena pushed open the rusted door. Inside was a small bedroom, completely out of place. A bed with pristine white sheets, a single wooden chair, and on the floor, a row of old photographs spread out in a perfect line. She bent down, heart hammering. The pictures were of people sitting in the very same diner, each one staring at the camera with empty, hollow eyes. The last photo was of her. A date was scrawled at the bottom. Tonight's date. A breath touched her ear. You're already part of the town. Lena spun around, but the room was empty. The walls began shifting, the bed dissolving into mist, the ceiling stretching higher and higher until the walls collapsed into a black void. The door was gone. The diner was gone. The town was gone. She was nowhere. A whisper slithered through the darkness. Black Hollow never disappeared, Lena. The world just forgot us. A hand emerged from the void, gripping her wrist. She screamed, struggling against the unseen force, but it was too strong. And then, silence. The next morning, a traveler passing through stopped at an old, abandoned diner. He found a single cup of steaming coffee on the counter, and among the dust-covered photographs on the floor, there was a new one, a picture of Lena Carter, hollow-eyed, starring. Trapped, the road leading to Ashwood Falls was barely more than a winding strip of pavement cutting through the dense, towering trees. Mark Evans had been driving for hours, the map on his dashboard covered in scribbled notes from his research. The town had once been a thriving mining settlement, but in 1963, every single resident had vanished overnight, leaving behind empty houses, abandoned cars, and unfinished meals still on the table. No bodies were ever found. No explanation was ever given. Mark wasn't just here for a story, he was here for his brother. 2 years ago, David had disappeared after coming to Ashwood Falls. His last voicemail had been frantic, filled with static and whispers, saying, "They're still here. They never left." Then the line went dead. Mark refused to believe his brother was just gone, not without answers. And tonight, he was going to find them. The first thing he noticed as he entered the town was the silence. Not just the absence of people. There were no insects, no birds, not even the wind. The town was perfectly preserved, like a painting frozen in time. Shops still had signs advertising sales from decades ago. The traffic lights flickered, stuck in an endless loop of red, yellow, green, despite there being no cars, no drivers, no movement. Mark parked in front of what had once been Ashwood Diner, the place where David had last been seen. The neon sign buzzed faintly, though it shouldn't have been working after all these years. His hands trembled as he pushed open the door. Inside, the diner looked exactly as it had in the old photographs. Plates of food sat on the tables, long rotted but untouched by scavengers. A half-filled coffee cup rested on the counter, steam still rising from it. Mark swallowed hard. There was something wrong with time here. He pulled out his recorder. November 12th, 10:43 p.m. Entering Ashwood Diner. The place looks like everyone left mid-meal. It's wrong. It feels like they're still here. A floorboard creaked behind him. Mark froze, gripping the recorder tighter. Slowly, he turned. A man sat at the corner booth, motionless, head tilted at an unnatural angle. His skin was gray, stretched too tightly over his bones, his eyes wide and glassy. It was David. Mark stumbled back, his breath caught in his throat. His brother's lips moved, but no sound came out. Instead, a whisper filled the air. "They see you." The diner's lights flickered. Mark reached out, his voice barely a whisper. "David." His brother's head snapped toward him, mouth stretching open in a soundless scream. The windows shattered. The air filled with whispers, too many voices, all speaking at once. Mark ran. He burst into the street, his pulse hammering. The town had changed. The buildings were shifting, the streets warping like a mirage. Shadows moved between the buildings, figures just out of reach, watching. The whispers became words. "He doesn't belong here. He needs to stay." Another one for the town. Mark turned a corner and collided with something solid. A person, a woman, her face half hidden in the darkness, her breath ragged. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered. Mark grabbed her shoulders. "My brother, he's here, I saw him." Her eyes filled with something like pity. "No, you saw what the town wants you to see." The whispers grew louder, a chorus of unseen voices closing in. The woman shoved something into Mark's hand. "Run. Get out before midnight." He looked down. It was an old pocket watch, the hands frozen at 11:59 p.m. Mark didn't ask questions. He ran. Back to his car, heart pounding. He jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, refusing to turn over. The streetlights flickered out, one by one. Mark slammed his fists against the wheel. Come on, come on. The clock in the dashboard blinked. 11:59 p.m. The whispers reached their peak, the air thick with something ancient, hungry. Then silence. Mark opened his eyes. The town was gone. He was sitting on the side of an empty road, his car idling, the trees stretching endlessly in every direction. There was no sign of Ashwood Falls, no sign it had ever existed. But when he looked down at his hand, the pocket watch was still there. And when he turned the dial on his recorder, there was only one thing on the tape. A voice. His brother. I had always heard stories about the abandoned house on the outskirts of town, standing alone near the dense, lifeless forest. The villagers believed it was cursed, a place where shadows moved on their own, and whispers echoed through the walls at night. Some claimed that those who entered never returned, but I never put much faith in such tales. Curiosity got the better of me, and one cold winter night, my friends Asim, Fahad, and Ali, and I decided to see for ourselves if the rumors were true. The night was eerily silent as we approached the house, our footsteps crunching against the frost-covered ground. The structure loomed in the moonlight, its wooden frame twisted with age. The windows were black and empty, like soulless eyes staring into the void. A strange sensation crept over me, a feeling that we were being watched. I shrugged it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination. As we reached the front door, I hesitated. The wood was warped and splintered, covered in deep scratch marks as if someone or something had tried desperately to escape. I raised my hand to knock, but before my knuckles could touch the surface, the door groaned and slowly creaked open on its own. A gust of cold air rushed past us, carrying a putrid stench of decay and mold. My stomach churned. Ali chuckled nervously, masking his unease. "Guess it wants us to come in," he said. We stepped inside cautiously. The air was thick with dust, making it difficult to breathe. The wooden floorboards beneath us groaned under our weight, as if the house was alive and protesting our presence. Old furniture, draped in tattered white sheets, stood like ghostly figures in the dim light. Cobwebs stretched across the ceiling, swaying slightly as though disturbed by an unseen presence. The moment we were all inside, the door behind us slammed shut with a deafening bang. We spun around, startled, but no one was there. Fahad rushed to the door, yanking at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if an invisible force was keeping us trapped inside. A shiver ran down my spine. Something felt terribly wrong. Then the whispers began. Soft, hushed voices filled the air, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. The words were indistinct, murmured in a language none of us understood. My skin prickled as the whispers grew louder, overlapping each other in a chaotic, eerie chorus. I turned to my friends, and I could see the fear mirrored in their eyes. "We need to leave," Asim whispered. Ali pulled out his phone, but the screen was blank. No signal, no light, just darkness. As he muttered a curse, the sound of footsteps echoed from the upper floor. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, packing back and forth, as if something or someone was aware of our presence. My heartbeat thundered in my chest. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking despite my attempt to sound brave. The footsteps stopped. Silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. Then, a sudden burst of laughter, high-pitched, broken, and inhuman, echoed from above. The air grew thick, suffocating, as the laughter turned into tortured wails. A loud crash from the kitchen made us jump. Something had fallen, something had been thrown. Without thinking, we ran towards the sound. The kitchen was in ruins, dishes shattered, chairs overturned. A foul-smelling liquid dripped from the ceiling, staining the walls with something dark and viscous. The whispers returned, now right behind us, close enough that I could feel a cold breath on my neck. I turned around, blood froze. In the dim light, a shadowed figure stood in the doorway, its form shifting unnaturally, like smoke trying to take shape. Eyes hollow, empty sockets bored into me. My breath hitched as it raised a bony, decayed hand and pointed directly at me. The room spun. My vision blurred. And then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying outside the house, the sky above me still dark. My head throbbed. My friends were beside me, unconscious but breathing. I sat up, my mind reeling. The house stood before us, silent, undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. The door was shut tight, the windows just as empty as before. Had we imagined it all? But then my phone vibrated in my pocket. With shaking hands, I pulled it out. The screen flickered, and a video began playing footage from inside the house. In the grainy, distorted clip, I saw myself staring into the darkness. And behind me, a figure loomed, whispering into my ear. The video ended with a single message written across the screen. You were never supposed to leave. A chill settled in my bones as I looked up at the house one last time. The windows were no longer empty. In the darkness, something was watching, and it was waiting. The highway stretched endlessly through the dense forest, swallowed by a creeping fog that thickened the deeper Mia Holloway drove. The road signs had long disappeared, and her GPS had frozen, displaying nothing but a blinking error message. She had been on this route for hours, searching for the lost town of Briarwood, a place that shouldn't exist. No maps listed it. No records confirmed its presence. The only evidence of its existence were whispers on old internet forums. A town that vanished overnight 100 years ago. The few who claimed to have found it said they barely escaped, and they were never the same again. Mia didn't believe in ghost stories. She was a journalist, chasing myths and exposing hoaxes. But something about Briarwood had called to her, the strange coincidences, the missing travelers, the way its name seemed to linger in the air. Her gas gauge was nearly empty when she finally saw it. A rusted sign, half buried in the overgrown brush. Welcome to Briarwood, population 0. Mia parked near the center of town, stepping into a world untouched by time. The buildings stood perfectly preserved, their windows intact, their doors gently swaying in the breeze. Cars sat abandoned, coated in decades of dust, yet their tires had no rot. It was as if the town had been frozen in a single moment. Her camera hummed to life as she whispered into her recorder. November 18th, 11:12 p.m. I've arrived in Briarwood. The town is abandoned, but it doesn't feel dead. It feels like it's waiting. As she turned a corner, her blood ran cold. A man stood in the middle of the street, dressed in an old-fashioned suit, his back turned toward her. He didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, as if sensing her presence, his head twisted, not his body, just his head, turning at an impossible angle until his empty eyes locked onto hers. Mia bolted. She ran through the empty streets, the silence pressing in, suffocating. The town wasn't just abandoned, it was watching her. Shadows moved in the windows. Footsteps echoed behind her. Yet when she turned, no one was there. She stumbled into a hotel lobby, the grand chandelier still swaying, as if someone had just passed beneath it. A book lay open on the front desk, names scrawled in delicate cursive. She scanned the list, her breath catching in her throat. Her own name was there, Mia Holloway, written in ink that was still wet. A whisper slithered through the air. You were always coming back. The doors slammed shut behind her. Mia turned, heart hammering. The lobby had changed. The walls warped, stretching endlessly in every direction. The chandeliers had disappeared, replaced by hanging shadows, twisting and writhing. Then she heard it, a soft ticking sound, growing louder. She turned toward the front desk. The guest book was gone. In its place sat an old pocket watch, its hands frozen at 11:59 p.m. Her fingers trembled as she reached for it. The moment she touched the metal, the whispers erupted into screams. The walls melted away, and she was standing in the middle of the street once more. But now the town was alive. People filled the sidewalks, their eyes black and vacant, their lips moving in silent conversation. The streetlights flickered, illuminating faces that didn't belong, and at the center of it all was herself, standing motionless, staring at her own reflection. The other Mia smiled. You finally made it. Mia tried to run, but her legs wouldn't move. The crowd around her turned in unison, their whispers converging into a single, inhuman voice. You belong to Briarwood now. Darkness rushed forward, swallowing her whole. The next morning, a lone traveler pulled over near a rusted road sign, barely visible through the overgrown brush. Welcome to Briarwood, population 1. The town had a new resident, and somewhere in the silence, a soft ticking continued, waiting for the next visitor. The road leading to Black Hollow was long and empty, twisting through miles of darkened woods, where the trees loomed overhead like silent sentinels. Daniel Whittaker had been driving for hours, the hum of his car the only sound against the eerie stillness of the night. He had followed the map carefully, tracing the old highways that led to places people had long since abandoned. Black Hollow was one such place, a town erased from history, with no official record of its disappearance. But there were whispers, old rumors passed down in hushed tones. The town had vanished overnight, its people gone without a trace, leaving behind houses still filled with uneaten meals and beds still warm, as if their occupants had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. Daniel was a historian, and this was his chance to uncover the truth. His research had led him here, to this forgotten corner of the world where something terrible had happened, something the world had chosen to forget. And tonight, he would find out why. As he drove through what should have been the town center, he noticed the unnatural silence. The buildings were still standing houses with darkened windows, shops with signs swaying in the wind, but there was no movement, no life. It was as if time had stopped. He parked his car near what looked like an old inn, its once grand sign barely hanging by a rusted chain. He stepped out, the air thick with the scent of damp wood, and something else, something rotten. His footsteps echoed as he approached the front door, which creaked open at the slightest touch. Inside, the inn was intact. The wooden floors were dusty, but the furniture was neatly arranged, as if waiting for guests that would never arrive. A fireplace stood cold, a half-burnt log resting among the ashes. On the reception desk, a guest book lay open, its pages yellowed with time. He ran his fingers over the inked names, but the last entry made his heart skip a beat. Daniel Whittaker, November 3rd. He hadn't written that. His pulse quickened. He flipped through the rest of the book, but all the entries were the same name, written over and over again, each with a different date. Some dated back decades. Some hadn't even happened yet. A sound from upstairs made him freeze. A soft creaking, like someone shifting their weight on an old wooden floor. He turned toward the staircase, his breath shallow. "Hello," he called out, his voice absorbed by the stillness. No response. Slowly, he climbed the stairs, each step groaning beneath him. At the top, a long hallway stretched before him, lined with doors that should have led to guest rooms. But something was wrong. The hallway was too long, stretching into impossible darkness. And then he saw it. A single door at the far end, slightly ajar, light flickering from within. Daniel's hands trembled as he reached for the doorknob, pushing the door open. Inside was a bedroom, untouched by time. A canopy bed with pristine white sheets, a dresser with an oval mirror, and in the corner, an old rocking chair. The chair was moving. His breath hitched. There was no one there. Then the mirror rippled, like disturbed water. His reflection was wrong. The Daniel in the mirror was smiling, though he himself was frozen in fear. And then the reflection moved, even though he hadn't. It lifted a hand, slowly reaching toward the glass. The real Daniel stumbled backward, the room suddenly colder. The whisper came from inside the mirror. "You shouldn't have come." He turned to run, but the door had vanished. The walls twisted, warping like liquid shadows. The mirror's surface began to crack, fractures spreading across the glass like a spiderweb of black veins. And then something stepped out. It was himself, but distorted. Its eyes were hollow, its mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. Its skin was pale and cracked like old porcelain. "You were always meant to be here," it whispered. Daniel screamed. The room collapsed into darkness. He was falling, weightless, his breath stolen by the void. When he hit the ground, he was back in the town center, gasping for air. But something had changed. The buildings were no longer empty. Figures stood in the windows, watching him, their eyes void of life. The streetlights flickered, revealing faces that looked just like his own. A voice echoed all around him. "You can't leave, not yet." His car was gone. The road had disappeared, and as the shadows began to close in, whispering his name, Daniel finally understood. No one ever left Black Hollow. The next morning, a traveler driving through the area noticed a rusted sign buried in the overgrown brush. "Welcome to Black Hollow, population 1. It had just changed, and somewhere in the silence, a whisper lingered. I had never believed in ghosts. Superstition was something old people held onto, warning kids about cursed places and vengeful spirits. But everything changed the night I spent at my grandmother's house, the night I discovered the forgotten room. It was an old mansion, standing alone at the far edge of our village, surrounded by tall trees that swayed even when there was no wind. My grandmother, Amma, had lived there all her life. She never spoke about my grandfather, or why she never left that place. All she ever said was, "Some things are meant to stay hidden." I arrived one evening for a short visit. Amma was waiting at the doorstep, her frail body wrapped in a heavy shawl. She smiled, but her eyes looked tired. "You shouldn't have come this late," she murmured as I stepped inside. The air in the house was heavy, thick with the scent of burning wood and something old, something forgotten. The house had always been large, with endless hallways and doors leading to rooms that were barely used. But there was one door I had never noticed before, at the very end of the main corridor. It was locked. "Amma," I asked, pointing to it, "what's in that room?" Her smile faded. She looked at the door for a long moment before shaking her head. "That room is not for you," she said firmly. "Stay away from it." I didn't ask any further, but curiosity gnawed at me. What could be inside that was so forbidden? That night, as Amma went to bed early, I stayed awake, lying in my room, listening to the old house groan and whisper in the wind. And then I heard it, A soft knocking. It was coming from the locked door. I sat up, my breath caught in my throat. Maybe it was the wind, or maybe Amma was moving around. But when I stepped into the hallway, everything was still. The house was silent, and yet the knocking continued. Slow, rhythmic, almost patient. I walked towards the door, heart pounding. My fingers hesitated over the doorknob. Then I twisted it. The door creaked open. A wave of icy air rushed out, making me shiver. Inside, the room was pitch dark. I reached for the switch, but the bulb flickered weakly before dying. The air smelled damp, stale, as if no one had stepped inside for years. But there was something else, a faint, rotten stench lurking beneath the dust. As my eyes adjusted, I saw them. Handprints. Small, pale handprints smeared across the walls. A chill ran down my spine. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my feet refused to move. Something about this room felt wrong, as if it didn't belong in this house, in this world. And then I saw her, a figure crouched in the farthest corner, a little girl. She was facing the wall, her back turned to me, her long black hair tangled and unkempt. She was whispering, softly, rapidly, words I couldn't understand. My throat went dry. Hello. My voice barely rose above a whisper. She stopped. The room went deathly silent. And then, in one slow, jerky motion, she turned her head, too far, unnaturally far, until her hollow eyes locked onto mine. A scream built in my chest. But before I could move, the door slammed shut behind me. Darkness swallowed me whole. I don't remember what happened next. I woke up on the floor, my body trembling with cold. The door was open again, swinging slightly, as if nothing had happened. The room was empty. The handprints were gone. I ran to Amma's room, my heart still racing. She was awake, sitting in her bed, staring at me as if she already knew. You went inside, didn't you? Her voice was barely above a whisper. I nodded, unable to speak. She sighed, her shoulders slumping. I told you to stay away. Who was she? I asked, my voice shaking. For a long time, Amma didn't answer. Then, in a voice so soft I almost didn't hear, she whispered, "My sister." I stared at her, my mind refusing to process what she had just said. I had never heard of Amma having a sister. But how? She looked past me towards the door. Her eyes darkened with something sorrow, fear. She died in that room a long time ago, but she never left. The air in the room grew colder. I felt a shiver run down my spine. You need to leave, Amma whispered, before she comes back for you. The next morning, I packed my bags, eager to escape. But as I was stepping out of the house, I stole one last glance down the hallway. The door was shut, but I knew better. The road leading to Galloway was barely visible beneath the overgrowth of vines and cracked asphalt. It had been wiped from official maps decades ago, erased from history as if it had never existed. But Evelyn Carter knew better. She had spent the last 5 years uncovering vanished places, towns that had disappeared overnight, leaving behind only whispers of their existence. Galloway was one such place. Armed with her camera, a flashlight, and her field notes, Evelyn drove cautiously through the eerie silence of the forested road. The deeper she went, the more unnatural the air became. The trees leaned too close, their branches twisting in odd directions. The moment she crossed an old, rusted sign reading, "Welcome to Galloway," the air itself seemed to thicken, heavy with something unseen. The town appeared suddenly, as if it had been waiting for her. The buildings were intact, their windows black and empty. A gas station with its pumps still standing. A grocery store with shelves lined with dust-covered products. A school, its swings swaying slightly in the still air. It was as if everyone had just vanished in an instant, leaving the town untouched by time. Evelyn parked in the middle of the abandoned main street, stepping out cautiously. No wind, no birds, no sound at all, just her own breathing, the rhythmic thump of her heartbeat. She grabbed her camera and clicked the first shot. Then she heard it, a whisper, faint, just behind her. She spun around, but the street was empty. The air seemed to shift, the silence stretching longer than it should. Her fingers tightened around the camera. Her research had suggested that Galloway was different, that something remained even after the town had been forgotten. Something was still here. She moved toward the old diner, its neon sign long dead, but its doors still ajar. Inside, the booths were arranged neatly, plates of half-eaten meals still sitting on tables. The air smelled of faint decay, but not rot, something more unsettling, like time had been suspended, waiting to decay, but never allowed to. She raised her camera and snapped another photo. Her stomach dropped. In the viewfinder, the reflection in the diner's window showed people sitting at the booths. Shadowy figures, unmoving, watching her. She lowered the camera. The diner was empty. Her breath came in shallow gasps. Another whisper, closer this time. A chair scraped against the floor in the back of the diner. Evelyn bolted. Back outside, the street had changed. The buildings looked newer. The grocery store's lights flickered on. The school bell rang faintly in the distance. A shadow moved in the window of the general store. She wasn't alone. The town was waking up. She ran toward her car, but stopped cold. Her car was gone. The spot where she had parked was now an empty road, as if she had never driven in at all. Her pulse thundered in her ears. Then the whispers returned, no longer faint, but surrounding her. "You're one of us now." A hand gripped her shoulder. She screamed. The next morning, a group of hikers stumbled upon the rusted "Welcome to Galloway" sign, half buried in the brush. They walked the road cautiously, eventually entering what should have been an abandoned town. It was. Shops were open. People strolled through the streets. A woman in a red jacket stood in the middle of town, her back turned. One of the hikers squinted. "Isn't that?" He frowned, pulling out his phone. Evelyn Carter, the journalist who had vanished last year while investigating Galloway. The woman turned, and they saw her empty, hollow eyes. The town remained forgotten by the world, but it had never been empty. When I first moved into my new apartment, I didn't think much of the stories surrounding it. People whispered that the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving all his belongings behind, as if he had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. I shrugged it off as urban legend. Cheap rent in the city was hard to find, and I wasn't about to let superstitions scare me away. The place was small but decent, a single bedroom, a modest kitchen, and a living room with a large window that overlooked the street. It had everything I needed. The only thing that seemed slightly off was the closet in the bedroom. It was larger than usual, deep and oddly shaped, as if it had been part of another room before being sealed off. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked my things, made some instant noodles, and scrolled through my phone before falling asleep. It wasn't until the second night that I started noticing strange things. At exactly 3:07 a.m., I woke up to a soft creaking sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but in the dead silence of the apartment, it felt unnaturally loud. My eyes flickered toward the closet door. It was slightly ajar. I knew I had shut it before going to bed. I stared at it for a long moment, my heart hammering. Maybe I hadn't closed it properly. Maybe the hinges were loose. Telling myself it was nothing, I got up, shut the door firmly, and went back to bed. But the next night, the same thing happened. At exactly 3:07 a.m., I woke up again. This time, the closet door was open wider. The darkness inside was thick, almost unnatural, as if the space went on forever. My skin crawled. Something about that darkness felt wrong. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Over the next few days, things escalated. The lights flickered randomly. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, and the temperature in my bedroom dropped significantly every night. No matter how high I turned up the heater, I always woke up shivering. Then one night, I heard it. Breathing. Soft, slow breathing, coming from inside the closet. I froze, every muscle in my body locking in place. The sound was steady, rhythmic, like someone standing just beyond the door, inhaling and exhaling deeply. I reached for my phone, trying to turn on the flashlight, but my fingers were shaking too much. The breathing stopped, and then, in the silence, something whispered my name. Not loudly, not aggressively, just a soft, dragging whisper, like someone calling me from the depths of a dream. I bolted out of bed, turned on every light in the apartment, and stayed up until dawn. By the time morning arrived, I had convinced myself I was just imagining things, that stress and lack of sleep were playing tricks on me. I decided to install a camera in my room, aimed directly at the closet. If nothing happened, I'd have proof that it was all in my head. That night, I went to bed, the camera recording silently in the corner. At 3:07 a.m., I woke up. The closet door was wide open, and this time I wasn't alone. A figure stood inside, half hidden in the shadows. It was tall, unnaturally thin, its limbs too long for a human. Its head tilted slightly, as if studying me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My body refused to obey, as sheer terror rooted me to the spot. The figure took a step forward. The floor didn't creak. There was no sound, just an overwhelming, suffocating silence. Then I blinked, and it was gone. The closet door was shut again, as if nothing had happened. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. At dawn, with trembling hands, I checked the camera footage. My stomach twisted into knots as I pressed play. At exactly 3:07 a.m., the closet door opened slowly. But I wasn't the one who opened it. A dark shape emerged, standing there for several minutes, watching me sleep. And then, just before I woke up, it turned and looked directly into the camera. The video ended with a single frame. The closet empty, but now there was a message scrawled onto the inside of the door, written in what looked like deep, jagged scratches. I live here too. I left that apartment the same day. I didn't take anything with me. I didn't care. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I still wake up at exactly 3:07 a.m., and I feel like someone is watching. I was driving home late at night, exhausted from work, when my GPS suddenly rerouted me. Faster route detected, the robotic voice said. I barely glanced at the screen before pressing accept. I just wanted to get home as quickly as possible. The road took me off the main highway and into a narrow, winding path lined with dense trees. There were no streetlights, no signs, just an endless stretch of asphalt disappearing into the darkness. I figured it was a forgotten back road, kind only locals knew about. After about 10 minutes, I realized something was wrong. I hadn't passed a single house. No gas stations. No intersections. Just trees. And the further I drove, the denser they became, twisting and looming as if they were closing in. The air felt heavier, colder. My headlights seemed weaker, barely illuminating the road ahead. Then my radio crackled. At first, I thought it was static, but beneath the distortion, there was something else. A voice, whispering. I turned the volume down, my pulse quickening. Maybe I had picked up interference from some distant signal, but the whispering continued. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew deep in my bones that it wasn't a language I had ever heard before. The road stretched on, endless and unchanging. My GPS still showed I was on course, but there was no indication of how long this detour would last. Then, in the distance, I saw something. A figure. A woman stood at the side of the road, dressed in white. Her hair was long, hanging over her face. She didn't move. She didn't wave for help. She just stood there, motionless. A chill ran down my spine. I gripped the wheel tighter and kept driving. But as I passed her, I stole a glance in the rearview mirror. She was gone. The road stretched empty behind me. My hands tightened around the wheel. My heart pounded. I knew what I had seen. Then my headlights flickered. For a brief moment, everything went dark. And when they came back on, she was standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the asphalt. The car skidded to a stop mere inches from her. My breath came in sharp gasps as I stared at her through the windshield. She was closer now, too close. Her head twitched slightly, her shoulders jerking in unnatural, erratic movements. And then, slowly, she began to lift her face. I threw the car into reverse without thinking, slamming my foot on the gas. The engine roared as I sped backward, my hands shaking violently. But no matter how far I went, the road never ended, and the woman never disappeared. She was always ahead of me, standing, waiting. I turned the wheel sharply, swerving off the road and into the trees. My car jolted, branches snapping against the windshield as I drove blindly through the forest. I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get away. Then sudden silence. The trees were gone. The road was gone. I was in an empty field. No houses. No landmarks. Just an endless expanse of grass beneath a starless sky. I got out of the car, my breath fogging in the freezing air. There was no sound, no wind. Then my phone buzzed. A message appeared on the screen. You should not have left the road. I turned around, heart hammering. The woman was standing right behind me, smiling. The world went black. I woke in my car, parked in front of my apartment. The engine was off. The doors were locked. My phone was dead. For a long time, I just sat there, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it been a dream? A hallucination? Then I noticed something. My GPS was still on. The screen frozen on my last route. The road I had taken didn't exist. I got out of the car, desperate for fresh air. But the moment I stepped onto the pavement, my headlights flickered, and in the reflection of the window, she was there, watching, waiting. I never drove at night again. The road leading to Galloway was barely visible beneath the overgrowth of vines and cracked asphalt. It had been wiped from official maps decades ago, erased from history as if it had never existed. But Evelyn Carter knew better. She had spent the last 5 years uncovering vanished places, towns that had disappeared overnight, leaving behind only whispers of their existence. Galloway was one such place. Armed with her camera, a flashlight, and her field notes, Evelyn drove cautiously through the eerie silence of the forested road. The deeper she went, the more unnatural the air became. The trees leaned too close, their branches twisting in odd directions. The moment she crossed an old, rusted sign reading, "Welcome to Galloway," the air itself seemed to thicken, heavy with something unseen. The town appeared suddenly, as if it had been waiting for her. The buildings were intact, their windows black and empty. A gas station with its pumps still standing. A grocery store with shelves lined with dust-covered products. A school, its swings swaying slightly in the still air. It was as if everyone had just vanished in an instant, leaving the town untouched by time. Evelyn parked in the middle of the abandoned main street, stepping out cautiously. No wind, no birds, no sound at all, just her own breathing, the rhythmic thump of her heartbeat. She grabbed her camera and clicked the first shot. Then she heard it, a whisper, faint, just behind her. She spun around, but the street was empty. The air seemed to shift, the silence stretching longer than it should. Her fingers tightened around the camera. Her research had suggested that Galloway was different, that something remained even after the town had been forgotten. Something was still here. She moved toward the old diner, its neon sign long dead, but its doors still ajar. Inside, the booths were arranged neatly, plates of half-eaten meals still sitting on tables. The air smelled of faint decay, but not rot, something more unsettling, like time had been suspended, waiting to decay, but never allowed to. She raised her camera and snapped another photo. Her stomach dropped. In the viewfinder, the reflection in the diner's window showed people sitting at the booths. Shadowy figures, unmoving, watching her. She lowered the camera. The diner was empty. Her breath came in shallow gasps. Another whisper, closer this time. A chair scraped against the floor in the back of the diner. Evelyn bolted. Back outside, the street had changed. The buildings looked newer. The grocery store's lights flickered on. The school bell rang faintly in the distance. A shadow moved in the window of the general store. She wasn't alone. The town was waking up. She ran toward her car, but stopped cold. Her car was gone. The spot where she had parked was now an empty road, as if she had never driven in at all. Her pulse thundered in her ears. Then the whispers returned, no longer faint, but surrounding her. "You're one of us now." A hand gripped her shoulder. She screamed. The next morning, a group of hikers stumbled upon the rusted "Welcome to Galloway" sign, half buried in the brush. They walked the road cautiously, eventually entering what should have been an abandoned town. It was. Shops were open. People strolled through the streets. A woman in a red jacket stood in the middle of town, her back turned. One of the hikers squinted. "Isn't that?" He frowned, pulling out his phone. Evelyn Carter, the journalist who had vanished last year while investigating Galloway. The woman turned, and they saw her empty, hollow eyes. The town remained forgotten by the world, but it had never been empty. When I first moved into my new apartment, I thought I had found a great deal. It was spacious, affordable, and in a quiet neighborhood. But the moment I stepped inside, something felt off. It wasn't anything obvious, just a subtle, nagging sensation, like the air was too still, too heavy. The landlord gave me a quick tour, explaining the usual details: water, electricity, emergency numbers. Then, as he was about to leave, he hesitated. "Oh, and one more thing," he said, forcing a casual smile. "The door at the end of the hallway, it's locked. It leads to a storage room, but it's been sealed off for years. Just ignore it." I nodded, not thinking much of it at the time. For the first few nights, everything was fine. I unpacked, set up my furniture, and started settling in. But then, small things started happening. It began with sounds. At night, when the world outside was silent, I'd hear faint scratching coming from the end of the hallway. At first, I dismissed it as mice or old pipes, but the sound was too deliberate, too steady. Then the knocking started, soft, rhythmic, always at 3:13 a.m. I tried to ignore it, but every night it grew louder. One night, I gathered enough courage to check. I grabbed a flashlight and approached the door. The air around it was colder, noticeably colder. My breath fogged as I reached out and pressed my hand against the wood. The knocking stopped instantly. Then, something knocked back. Hard. I stumbled backward, heart pounding. I wanted to believe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew something was in there, and it knew I was listening. The next morning, I called the landlord. He laughed it off. "Old buildings make noises," he said. "You're just not used to it." But I wasn't convinced. That night, I set up my phone to record the hallway. If I was imagining things, I needed proof. At 3:13 a.m., the knocking began. My phone caught it all. But then something else happened. The door handle turned. Slowly, deliberately, the door didn't open, but the handle twisted, as if whatever was inside was testing it. Then something whispered my name. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I went online, searching for any information about my apartment. I dug through old property records, newspaper archives, anything I could find. And then I found it. 15 years ago, a man named Daniel Wright had lived in my unit. He had been reported missing. His apartment was locked from the inside. No signs of forced entry. No indication of where he had gone. The only strange detail: the police had noted scratch marks on the inside of the storage room door, like someone had been trying to get out. My stomach turned. I needed to leave. That night, I packed my bags, ready to walk away from my lease, from my deposit, from everything. But before I left, I made one mistake. I touched the door one last time. A sharp pain shot through my hand. I yanked it back, gasping. There was a deep, bloody scratch on my palm. The door hadn't moved, but I swear, I heard breathing on the other side. I ran. I never went back. Weeks later, my curiosity got the best of me. I checked the apartment listing online, wondering if someone else had moved in. It was still available, but the floor plan was different. The hallway was shorter. The storage room wasn't there, as if it had never existed. The road twisted through the dense forest, the trees on either side looming too close together, their branches interwoven like skeletal fingers. Michael Graves had been driving for nearly an hour with no sign of another car, no turnoffs, no mile markers. His GPS had stopped working 20 minutes ago, freezing on a blinking dot that indicated he was in the middle of nowhere. Michael wasn't lost. He had come here on purpose. A month ago, his sister Lillian had disappeared while traveling through this very stretch of road. Her car had been found abandoned near an old, crumbling estate, the front door wide open, her belongings scattered inside. But she was never found. Michael had read the police reports, seen the blurry dash cam footage from the responding officer, an officer who had since resigned, unwilling to speak about what he had seen. The town had written off Lillian's case, calling it an accident, a runaway, maybe even suicide. But Michael knew better, and tonight he would find the truth. The mansion appeared out of the darkness like it had been waiting for him. It sat at the end of a narrow gravel road, twisted iron gates hanging open, inviting him inside. The house itself was massive, its once grand architecture hidden beneath decades of decay. The windows were black voids, the roof sagging under the weight of time. Michael killed the engine and stepped out of the car. The air was too still, too quiet, not even the sound of crickets. His flashlight cut through the darkness as he approached the entrance, his boots crunching on dead leaves. The front door was slightly ajar, just as it had been when they found Lillian's car. With a deep breath, he pushed it open. The inside of the house was pristine. No dust, no cobwebs. The furniture looked untouched, as though someone had been living here. A fireplace burned low, casting flickering shadows along the walls. Michael's heart pounded. The reports said the house had been abandoned for decades. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw movement. A shadow darted across the hallway. Lillian, his voice barely carried beyond his lips. Silence, then a whisper just behind him. "You shouldn't have come." Michael spun around, but there was no one there. The house seemed to breathe, the air pressing against his skin. He reached for his phone, only to find the screen glitching. The battery suddenly at 1% before it died completely. Then he heard it. Footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate. He moved toward the staircase, each step creaking under his weight. The upper hallway stretched impossibly long, doors lining either side, each slightly open, as if waiting for him to look inside. Something shifted at the end of the hall. A figure stood in the doorway, barely visible in the dim light. It was Lillian. His breath hitched. Lily. She didn't move, didn't blink. Then, as if the air itself had turned against him, the house shuddered. Every door in the hallway slammed shut at once. The lights flickered, and Lillian vanished. Michael ran. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to get out. But the house had changed. The front door was gone, replaced by a solid wall. The fireplace was now cold ash, the once clean furniture now covered in mold and decay. A single door remained open. With no other option, he stepped inside. It was a bedroom. Lillian's childhood bedroom, recreated perfectly. And sitting on the bed was a photo album, pages yellowed with time. He hesitated before flipping it open. The pictures were of him and Lillian, their childhood smiles frozen in time. But as he flipped the pages, the photos changed. Lillian standing in this house. Lillian staring into the mirror. Lillian surrounded by shadowy figures, her mouth open in a silent scream. The last picture made his blood run cold. It was him, standing right where he was now, staring at the photo album as a dark figure loomed behind him. A breath whispered against his ear, "Now it's your turn." Michael turned, but the room was empty. The door slammed shut. The whisper came again, but this time it was Lillian's voice. "Run." He bolted for the window, throwing it open. But instead of the front yard, there was nothing. Just endless blackness, stretching forever. Then hands. Pale, skeletal hands emerging from the darkness, reaching for him. The last thing he heard before he was pulled in was Lillian screaming his name. The next morning, a passing truck driver saw a car abandoned near the old mansion. He slowed down, recognizing the missing person's face from the news. Michael Graves. The driver hesitated before stepping out. The house had been empty for decades, but something about it felt different today. The air was heavier, thicker, and as he turned to leave, he noticed something new. A faded photograph on the ground. It was of Michael, and standing just behind him in the picture was Lillian, watching, waiting, just like the house. I grew up in a small town, the kind where everyone knows each other and nothing ever happens. My house was old but cozy, sitting at the edge of town near an empty field that stretched for miles. It had been in my family for generations, and my parents always dismissed the strange stories about it as old folks' tales. But I knew better. The first time I saw the face, I was 10 years old. It was late at night, and I had woken up thirsty. As I passed by the living room, something outside the window caught my eye. I turned my head, and there it was, a pale face pressed against the glass, staring in. I screamed. My parents came running, turning on all the lights, but when they checked outside, there was nothing there. "Just your imagination," my dad said, but I knew what I had seen. For years, nothing happened. I convinced myself that maybe my dad was right, that maybe it had just been a bad dream. But then, when I turned 16, the knocking started. At exactly 2:47 a.m. Every night, someone or something would knock on my window. It was never loud, just 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to ignore it at first, burying my head under the covers, convincing myself it was just the wind. But the knocks never stopped. And every time I gathered the courage to peek outside, there was no one there. Then one night, I made the worst mistake of my life. I knocked back. The moment my knuckles hit the glass, everything went silent. The usual night sounds, crickets, the rustling of trees vanished. The air grew thick, suffocating. And then a hand slammed against the window from the outside. Not knocking, pressing, dragging. I scrambled backward, my heart hammering in my chest. The hand was too pale, the fingers too long. It slid down the glass slowly, leaving behind long streaks of condensation. And then a second hand appeared, then a third, then a fourth. I couldn't breathe. Something was crawling up the window. And then, finally, its face appeared again. This time, I saw it clearly. It had no eyes, just dark, empty sockets staring at me. Its mouth twisted into something that was almost a smile. And then it whispered, "Let me in." I ran. I locked myself in the bathroom and stayed there until the sun came up. When I finally gathered the courage to check the window again, there were no handprints. No sign of anything, but I knew it had been real. I told my parents. They looked at each other, uneasy, before finally admitting the truth. I wasn't the first. Everyone who had lived in this house had seen it. They called it the Watcher. It never entered on its own. It waited for someone to invite it in. We moved out that summer. I never looked back, but sometimes, in the middle of the night, I still hear it. Tap, 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 and I pray that no one ever knocks back. The road to Donbury was cracked and overgrown, the asphalt barely visible beneath a layer of creeping moss. Nathan Wells had been following the same route for over an hour, but the town never seemed to get any closer. His GPS had stopped working at the last turn, the screen flashing no signal, and his phone had inexplicably died at 47% battery. Nathan had read about Donbury in old forums dedicated to places that shouldn't exist. The town had been erased from official records decades ago, but people still whispered about it, a place where the missing went, where the lost never returned. Now he was here to prove it was real. The moment he crossed an unmarked wooden sign, the air shifted. The engine stuttered, and the world seemed to bend, like reality itself was adjusting around him. Then, as suddenly as the distortion had come, it was gone. Donbury was in front of him. The town looked frozen in time. The buildings were old, but not decayed. The streets empty, but too clean, like someone had just swept them. Storefronts displayed faded mannequins dressed in outdated fashion. A barbershop chair sat turned toward the door, as if waiting for a customer that would never come. Nathan parked in the town square, next to a rusted fountain filled with stagnant black water. The silence was unnatural. Even his own breathing sounded too loud. Then he heard it, a voice whispering his name. He turned sharply. No one was there. Nathan pulled out his camera, clicking the first shot of the empty street. The lens shuddered. When he checked the screen, his stomach dropped. There were people in the photo, shadowy figures, standing in doorways, watching him. His hands trembled as he looked back up. The street was still empty, but the hairs on his neck prickled, a cold awareness creeping in. Someone was watching. He forced himself forward, stepping into an old diner, its neon sign flickering weakly. Inside, plates of half-eaten food sat on the tables, coffee cups still full, but long gone cold. A jukebox in the corner clicked on, playing a scratchy, distant tune. Nathan's pulse pounded. His throat felt tight. He reached for his notebook, flipping to the notes he had scribbled from old articles. The town replays the moment it was abandoned. Everything is frozen, waiting. But at night, the town wakes up. A whisper slithered through the air, soft but urgent. You don't belong here. Nathan froze. The whisper had come from right behind him. He turned. The counter stool at the bar was spinning, as if someone had just gotten up. Nathan stumbled out of the diner, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The town felt different now, more aware. The storefronts seemed closer, the buildings taller, pressing in. Then he saw the sign. It hadn't been there before. A wooden board nailed to the town hall's doors. DAWNBURY, population 1. A slow, crawling dread settled in his stomach. The sign had changed. It had been 0 when he arrived. Nathan ran back to his car, fumbling with the keys. His hands shook as he shoved them into the ignition. The engine wouldn't start. He twisted the key again. The starter clicked, whining but refusing to turn over. Then the streetlights flickered on. The sun had set, and from the buildings, the shadows began to move. A figure stepped into the dim glow of a street lamp. Then another, and another. The people from the photo, their faces blurred, shifting like something half-formed, as if they weren't entirely human anymore. Their mouths opened, but made no sound. They knew he was here now. Nathan yanked at the door handle, his mind screaming at him to wake up, to move, to do anything. But his body wouldn't listen. The figures advanced, moving in slow, jerky steps, their empty eyes locked onto him. The whisper returned, this time inside his head. You are part of the town now. Nathan screamed. The next morning, a lone traveler pulled over near a rusted wooden sign, barely visible through the overgrown brush. The sign read, Welcome to DAWNBURY, population 2. The traveler hesitated. For a moment, he could have sworn he heard something, a whisper calling his name. I never believed in haunted houses. Ghost stories were just that, stories meant to scare children or entertain thrill seekers. But everything changed when I found myself standing in front of the Morgan house. It was an old Victorian mansion on the edge of town, hidden behind gnarled oak trees that loomed over the property like silent guardians. For as long as I could remember, people whispered about the house. Some claimed it had been abandoned for decades. Others swore they saw lights flickering in the windows at night. Despite no one ever living there, what intrigued me most was the legend. They said the house calls people inside, and once you enter, you don't leave the same. I had never paid much attention to these tales until the dreams began. For weeks, I dreamt of the house, standing at the foot of its grand staircase, staring up at a darkened hallway that stretched into infinity. In the dream, a soft voice would whisper my name over and over, luring me deeper inside. No matter how much I fought it, I always woke up with the sensation that something was waiting for me there. Then the letter arrived. It had no return address, no stamp, just a single sheet of aged paper folded neatly inside a plain envelope. One sentence was written in elegant cursive. Come home. I should have ignored it. I should have burned it, thrown it away. Anything but what I actually did. Instead, I found myself driving through the outskirts of town, headlights illuminating the winding road that led to Morgan House. The air was thick with an eerie silence, and the house loomed ahead like a waiting beast. The moment I stepped out of my car, the wind died completely. The world around me felt unnaturally still. I took a deep breath and approached the front door. The wood was worn, the paint chipped, but as I reached for the handle, the door creaked open on its own. My heart pounded in my chest, but I forced myself to step inside. The air was heavy with dust, and something else, something old, something rotten. The scent clung to my lungs as I moved forward. The interior was grand yet decayed, with furniture covered in white sheets and chandeliers draped in cobwebs. The only thing untouched was the massive staircase in the center of the room. Then I heard it, a whisper, my name. It came from the second floor. I told myself it was just the wind, just my imagination. But as I took a step forward, the whisper came again, closer this time, urgent. My feet moved before I could think, carrying me up the staircase. The wooden steps groaned beneath my weight, and with each step, the air grew colder. I reached the landing and saw a long, dimly lit hallway stretching out before me. Doors lined both sides, some slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of darkened rooms beyond. Then one door at the very end slammed shut. I froze. My breath came in quick gasps, but something unseen urged me forward. My fingers trembled as I reached for the doorknob, hesitating for only a moment before turning it. The door swung open, revealing a room bathed in moonlight. It was a bedroom, untouched by time, as if someone had just left moments ago. A large, ornate mirror stood in the corner, its surface murky with age. The whisper came again, but this time it wasn't distant. It was right behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering, but there was nothing there. The room was empty. My reflection in the mirror caught my eye, and for a moment, I saw something wrong. My reflection didn't match my movements. Then it smiled. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. The moment my body hit the floor, the room changed. The walls darkened, the furniture rotted before my eyes, and the air became suffocating. My reflection still stood there, grinning, even as I gasped for breath. Then it stepped forward out of the mirror. I couldn't scream. My body refused to move as the figure loomed over me. It looked like me, but its eyes were hollow. Its smile stretched too wide. It knelt beside me, whispering in a voice that sounded like mine, but was wrong. "You're home now." The last thing I remember was its cold fingers pressing against my throat, and then nothing. When I woke up, I was outside, lying on the ground in front of the house. The morning sun was rising, and the house looked the same as it always had, abandoned, untouched. My car was still there, my keys still in my pocket. Everything looked normal, but I stood frozen, staring at my reflection in the car window, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't just a trick of the glass. I blinked once, twice each time. The reflection smiled just a fraction of a second before I did. A sickening dread settled in my stomach. Something was wrong. I forced myself to get into the car, my hands trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. The house loomed behind me, silent, waiting. I didn't dare look back as I started the engine. The moment I pressed the gas pedal, the world outside shifted. The sky, which had been bright with the morning sun, dimmed instantly as if the sun had been swallowed whole. The trees along the road bent unnaturally, their branches stretching toward my car like skeletal fingers. I pressed harder on the gas. My tires skidded against the gravel, the road ahead twisting in ways that didn't make sense. I knew this road. I had driven here before. But now it stretched and curved into places it never should have. My headlights flickered, and for a split second, I thought I saw someone standing in the middle of the road ahead. No, not someone. May. I slammed the brakes. My car skidded to a halt, the reflection of myself standing just a few feet away, grinning. My skin was pale, my eyes hollow, and my body moved in slow, jerky motions, like a puppet with its strings half cut. Then it took a step forward. I shifted into reverse, my heartbeat hammering in my chest. But before I could move, the reflection tilted its head, leaving so soon. It spoke in my voice, but the words felt wrong, as though they were coming from inside my own head, instead of the figure in front of me. I slammed my foot on the gas, swerving around the thing myself and speeding down the road. The The reflection didn't chase me. It didn't need to. I could feel it inside me now, watching. When I finally reached my apartment, I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. I slammed the door behind me, locking it twice for good measure. My breath came in ragged gasps. I was home, but as I stood in front of my hallway mirror, my reflection didn't move. I turned away. It didn't. I ran to my bedroom, grabbed my phone, and searched for anything, any mention of Morgan House. What was it? What had happened to me? I scrolled through old newspaper clippings, articles, message boards. Then I found it. A single post from 10 years ago. The house doesn't haunt you. It replaces you. I stared at the words, my skin crawling. My eyes flickered back to the mirror. My reflection was gone. Then, from the darkness of my room, I heard it whisper, "Come home." I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My reflection was gone. The mirror, which should have shown my own terrified face, was empty, just the dim glow of my bedroom stretching infinitely into nothingness. My fingers twitched as I resisted the urge to touch the glass. The air around me had turned thick, suffocating. Then, from the darkness of my room, I heard it whisper again, "Come home." My stomach twisted into knots. The voice was mine, but stretched, distorted like an echo from somewhere far away. My hands trembled as I backed away from the mirror, my mind racing. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But then the bedroom light flickered, and in the mirror, something moved. Slowly, something stepped into the reflection. It wasn't me, not anymore. It was wearing my face, but it was wrong. The smile was too wide, the eyes two black, empty pits that watched me without blinking. Its movements were slow and unnatural, like a marionette with broken strings. And then it stepped forward, not in the mirror, into the room. I screamed. I ran. My feet barely touched the floor as I sprinted out of my bedroom, down the hallway, throwing myself toward the front door. I fumbled with the locks, my hands shaking so violently I could barely turn them. But before I could pull the door open, a hand grabbed my wrist. Cold, ice cold. I turned and it was there, standing right behind me, its empty black eyes inches from my own. It grinned, and its grip tightened. "You took something that wasn't yours," it whispered. I yanked away and threw open the door, stumbling into the hallway of my apartment building. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering slightly. My breathing was erratic, my pulse pounding in my ears. I turned back toward my apartment. The door was still open. The lights inside were off. The entire space was swallowed in pure darkness. I stepped back, and then from the shadows, I saw it. Myself, standing just inside the doorway, barely visible, watching me. "I live here now," it whispered. "You don't belong." Then the door slammed shut. I staggered backward, my mind spinning. My apartment, my home. It had taken it from me. Or maybe I had been the intruder all along. I ran. I didn't know where, I didn't care. I just ran out of the building, into the street, beneath the flickering streetlights. My breath came in ragged gasps, and then my phone vibrated. A message from my own number. I hesitated, my hands trembling as I lifted the screen. The message was short, simple. "Come home." I looked back at the apartment, the window to my bedroom. My bedroom was open, and inside, in the darkness, I saw a face watching me, smiling, waiting. I never went back. The rain poured heavily as Jake Holloway drove down the endless highway, his wipers struggling against the sheets of water, blurring his vision. He had been driving for hours, lost somewhere in the back roads of Maine, with no cell service and no GPS signal. The gas gauge was nearing empty, and panic slowly crept into his chest. Then, as if answering his silent prayers, a sign appeared through the fog. "Welcome to Willow Creek, population 1,312. The town was small, nestled between towering pines, its streets dimly lit by flickering lampposts. The buildings looked old but well preserved, the kind of town where time had seemingly stopped decades ago. There were no cars, no movement, but lights glowed in the windows, casting eerie shadows onto the wet pavement. Jake pulled into what looked like the town's only gas station, relieved to see the pumps were functional. He stepped out, the scent of wet pavement mixing with something strange, something metallic. As he inserted his credit card, a voice spoke behind him. "You shouldn't be here." Jake spun around. A man stood in the doorway of the tiny convenience store, his eyes hollow, his face unnaturally pale. His expression was unreadable, his clothes outdated, like he had stepped out of a 1950s postcard. Jake forced a chuckle. "Yeah, I wasn't planning to stop, but The man took a step closer. "You need to leave before midnight." Jake felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. "What happens at midnight?" The man didn't answer. Then, without another word, he turned and locked the store's door from the inside. Jake filled his tank quickly, the unease settling into his bones. He got back into his car, heart racing. As he prepared to drive off, he glanced at his rearview mirror, and his breath caught in his throat. There were people standing in the street now, dozens of them. Their faces were obscured by the rain, motionless, silent, watching. He hit the gas, but the road he had come in on was gone. In its place was an endless stretch of fog, swallowing the pavement into darkness. His pulse pounded as he turned onto another street, desperate to find another exit. But no matter which way he drove, he always ended up back in the town square. The neon sign of a small diner flickered, the smell of burnt coffee and something rotten wafting from inside. A bell jingled as he stepped through the door. The diner looked like it had been abandoned for decades, but a fresh pot of coffee steamed on the counter. A single plate sat on the table nearest to him, an untouched burger sitting beside a newspaper dated today. The headline made his blood run cold. Missing man found in Willow Creek. Police baffled. And below it, a photo of himself. His hands trembled as he backed away. Then a whisper. "Sit down, Jake." He turned. A waitress stood behind the counter, her uniform spotless, her eyes dark and empty. She smiled, but it was wrong, too wide, too perfect. "You must be starving." Jake bolted for the door, but the moment he stepped outside, the town had changed. The buildings were deteriorating before his eyes, paint peeling, signs collapsing into dust. The people in the streets were closer now, their faces becoming clearer, their eyes sunken, their mouths twisted into silent screams. The town clock chimed 11 times. 1 hour until midnight. And then a voice in his ear. "You can't leave, Jake. You belong here now." He ran past the gas station, past the abandoned storefronts. But no matter how far he went, the town stretched endlessly, the same buildings repeating like a loop in a nightmare that had no end. His breath hitched as he skidded to a stop in front of a large wooden sign. "Welcome to Willow Creek. Population 1,313. The number had changed. It had gone up by 1. His vision blurred. He turned slowly, heart hammering in his chest. The townspeople stood in a perfect circle around him, their expressions empty, their mouths opening in silent unison. The town clock struck midnight, and Willow Creek welcomed its newest resident. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I kept running. I didn't stop until I was blocks away, standing beneath a broken streetlight, hunched over, gasping. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out everything else. I reached for my phone again, staring at the message. "Come home." My hands shook as I typed back. "Who are you?" 3 dots appeared. Typing. Then another message. "I am you." A cold sweat broke across my skin. My grip on the phone tightened. I looked around, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows, but the streets were empty. A quiet dread settled in my stomach. I needed help. I scrolled through my contacts, my fingers fumbling as I tapped on Amir's name. The phone rang once, twice, then Hello. His voice was groggy, irritated. Amir, I swallowed, trying to steady myself. I need your help. I don't think I'm safe. There was silence on the other end. A long, heavy pause. Then he spoke. You already called me. My body turned to ice. What? You called me, Amir repeated, his voice unnervingly calm. Earlier, said you got home safe, that you were going to sleep. My mouth went dry. No, I whispered. That wasn't me. Another pause. Then Amir let out a nervous chuckle. Okay, man, you're freaking me out. Are you messing with me? My hands tightened into fists. Amir, listen to me. I'm not home. I don't know who or what you talked to, but it wasn't me. A rustling sound came through the phone. Amir's breathing became shaky. Bro, if you're not home, then who the hell did I talk to? I couldn't answer, because I knew. It was in my apartment, pretending to be me, talking to my friends, living my life. Something inside me snapped. I need to go back. Wait, what? No, dude. I ended the call. I don't know why I did it. Fear. Rage. Maybe it was the growing, suffocating realization that if I didn't stop it now, I never would. I hailed a cab, barely speaking as I gave my address. The driver eyed me in the rearview mirror, but said nothing. The ride felt like an eternity, my hands digging into my knees. When we pulled up to my building, I hesitated. The window to my apartment was still open. The light inside flickered once, then went dark. I stepped out of the cab, my legs numb. The front door to the building was unlocked. The hallway was eerily silent, the kind of stillness that felt wrong. Like the air itself was waiting. I climbed the stairs, each step heavier than the last. When I reached my door, my stomach twisted into knots. It was slightly open. A dim light glowed from inside, the flickering of the TV casting long shadows against the walls. My breath hitched. Slowly, I pushed the door open, and there I was, sitting on the couch, my other self. It looked exactly like me. Same hair, same clothes, same everything, except for the smile. Too wide, too unnatural. You're late, it said, turning its head toward me. I was starting to think you weren't coming home. I couldn't breathe. My whole body screamed at me to run, to get out, to never come back. But I couldn't leave. Not now. I took a step forward. You're not me. It laughed. A slow, quiet chuckle, as if I had told the funniest joke in the world. Aren't I? The lights flickered. My shadow stretched unnaturally across the floor. Then it stood. Its movements were jerky, wrong, as if it was adjusting to my body. You left, it murmured, taking a step toward me. So I took your place. My breath came in shallow gasps. My hands curled into fists. You're not real, I hissed. "You don't belong here." It tilted its head. "But I do, don't I? I am you now. And you." A slow smile crept across its face. "You don't exist anymore." The room plunged into darkness. I felt something grab me. Cold fingers digging into my arms, pulling me into the void. And then, silence. When I woke up, I was outside, lying on the pavement in front of my apartment building. Morning sunlight burned against my skin. My body ached. My clothes were torn. I scrambled to my feet, my head pounding. My mind felt wrong, as if something had been taken or replaced. I turned toward the building. Through the open window of my apartment, I saw myself, my other self, standing there, watching me. It raised a hand and waved. I turned and ran. I don't know how long I ran. I don't remember where I went, but I never went back. Days passed, weeks. I found a new city, a new home, a new life. I changed my number. I cut off everyone I knew. I erased myself. But every so often, I wake up in strange places, with memories that aren't mine, and sometimes, in the reflection of a window, I see it watching, still smiling, still waiting, because one day, I know, it will come home again. I was 10 years old the first time I saw him. My family had just moved to a farmhouse in the countryside, surrounded by endless fields of corn that swayed with the wind like golden waves. It was beautiful in the daytime, but at night, the fields turned into something else. Something dark, something watching. It started a week after we moved in. My father was outside fixing the fence when I first heard the rustling in the cornfield. I was sitting on the porch, swinging my legs, watching him work. The wind was still, the evening quiet, but the stalks of corn shifted unnaturally, moving in waves as if something large was passing through them. Then I saw him, a tall, thin man standing between the stalks. His clothes were dark, old-fashioned, almost like something from another century. His face was pale, his eyes hollow. He didn't move, didn't blink. He just watched me. I screamed. My father dropped his tools and ran to me. When I pointed toward the field, the man was gone. My father searched, but found nothing, just the rustling of leaves in the evening wind. "Probably just a scarecrow," he muttered, ruffling my hair. Nothing to be scared of, but I knew that was no scarecrow. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in the field, staring at me. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into uneasy dreams. Then at 3:15 a.m., I woke up. A soft tapping sound came from my window. I turned my head slowly, dread sinking into my stomach. Outside, standing just beyond the porch, was the man from the cornfield. Closer now, much closer. His face was blank, emotionless, his head tilting slightly, too far to one side, as if his neck was broken. His long fingers twitched at his sides. He raised one hand and tapped on the glass again. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could barely breathe. Then, as if sensing my terror, his mouth slowly stretched into a smile wide, unnatural, showing far too many teeth. And then he was gone. I screamed so loudly my parents rushed into the room, turning on all the lights. But when they checked outside, the yard was empty. There were no footprints in the dirt, no sign of anyone. Just the rustling cornfield swaying in the night. After that night, the whispers started. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, and hear them drifting in through the open window, soft, distant murmurs carried by the wind. I couldn't understand the words, but I knew they were for me, calling me. My parents didn't believe me. My father told me it was just my imagination, and my mother insisted I stop watching horror movies. But I wasn't imagining it, because he kept getting closer. I saw him again a few nights later, standing at the edge of our backyard, just beyond the fence. He was still smiling. His empty eyes never blinked. One night, I made the worst mistake of my life. I answered the whispers. I had been lying awake, heart pounding as the murmurs drifted in through my window. This time, I could almost make out the words. They were calling my name, and I whispered back, "Who are you?" The whispers stopped. The air grew unnaturally still, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then, in the silence, a voice spoke directly into my ear, right beside me. "You already know." I ran to my parents' room, sobbing, but they told me it was just a nightmare. My father was growing frustrated. "There's no man in the field," he insisted. "No one is whispering to you. You need to stop this nonsense." I tried, I really did. But then things got worse. The next morning, we found footprints in the cornfield, leading directly to my window. The stalks had been bent and broken, forming a narrow path from the field to our house, stopping just below my bedroom. My father's face went pale when he saw it, but he still refused to acknowledge the truth. "Probably just a drifter," he muttered, but he looked unnerved. That day, he locked all the doors and windows, kept the lights on, and even brought his rifle inside. But locks didn't matter. That night, I woke up to the sound of my door creaking open. I was paralyzed with fear. My room was bathed in darkness, the shadows stretching across the floor. Slowly, I turned my head, and he was inside my room, standing at the foot of my bed. His smile was gone. His head was tilted at an impossible angle. and his fingers twitched at his sides. The whispers filled the room, growing louder, more urgent. He took a step forward. My body finally obeyed. I screamed. My parents burst in, turning on the lights. But by the time they arrived, he was gone. That was the last straw. The very next day, my father packed our bags and told us we were leaving. We didn't sell the house. We didn't try to explain. We just left and never looked back. I thought it was over. I tried to forget. For years, I convinced myself it had all been childhood paranoia, that I had imagined everything, that none of it was real. Until last week, I was visiting my hometown for a business trip. I hadn't been back in over 15 years. The moment I drove past the cornfields, my stomach twisted with unease. The house still stood in the distance, old and abandoned, its windows dark and empty. I told myself I wouldn't go back. I told myself it was over. But curiosity is a terrible thing. That night, I parked my car at the edge of the old property, stepping out into the cold night air. The wind rustled through the cornstalks, the familiar sound sending a shiver down my spine. The house loomed ahead, untouched by time, just as I remembered it. Then the whispers started, soft, faint, calling my name. My blood ran cold. Slowly, my eyes drifted to the cornfield, and there he was, standing exactly where he had always stood. But this time, he wasn't smiling. His mouth opened, and for the first time, I understood the words. I never left. The field exploded with movement. The corn bent violently, the stalks twisting, writhing as if something was crawling beneath them. I didn't stay to see what. I ran. I never looked back. I left town that night, speeding down the highway with my heart slamming against my ribs. But deep down, I knew he's still there, waiting, and one day he'll come back for me. I was 13 when I first heard the whispers in my grandmother's house. She lived in a crumbling Victorian-style home at the edge of the woods, where the trees stretched so high they swallowed the sky. It had been in our family for generations, passed down from one silent, wide-eyed ancestor to another. Nobody ever talked about why they left, but they always left. My grandmother, however, never did. I spent my summers there, reading by the fireplace while she moved quietly through the house, her steps slow, deliberate. She never spoke much, and when she did, it was always in hushed tones, as if she feared waking something sleeping in the walls. The first time I heard the whispers, I was lying in bed, staring at the cracked ceiling. It was soft at first, like the sound of wind slipping through old wood, but the more I listened, the more it formed words. They weren't in English. I sat up, heart pounding. The air felt thick, heavy, pressing against my skin. The whispers stopped the moment I moved. The next morning, I asked my grandmother about it. Her face darkened, the lines on her face deepening. "They know you're listening," she murmured. Then she grabbed my wrist, squeezing it tightly. "Never listen too long, and never, ever answer them." I laughed nervously, thinking she was just trying to scare me. But she didn't smile. She just muttered a prayer under her breath and walked away. That night, the whispers came back. This time, they were closer. I could hear them behind the walls, slithering through the wood, brushing against the old wallpaper like invisible hands. I pressed my ear against the headboard, curiosity outweighing my fear. I could almost make out the words. Almost. Then something scratched from the other side. I jerked away, my breath caught in my throat. I didn't sleep that night. Over the next few days, I tried to ignore them. But they were everywhere, in the attic, in the pipes, in the hollow spaces beneath the floorboards. My grandmother grew quieter, thinner, as if the house itself was draining her. One evening, she sat me down at the dinner table, staring at me with tired, sunken eyes. "You need to leave," she said suddenly. I frowned, but "They're getting impatient," she whispered. "You've been listening too long." The air in the room shifted, the temperature dropping so fast my breath came out in mist. And then the whispers started again, louder, from right behind me. I turned my head slowly, dreading what I might see. But there was nothing there, just the dim kitchen light swaying slightly, casting long shadows against the walls. The shadows moved. That night, I packed my things. I didn't want to admit it, but my grandmother was right. Something was wrong with this house. I barely slept, lying awake with my suitcase by my bed, waiting for dawn. But at some point, exhaustion took over, and at 3:33 a.m., I woke up. To breathing, not mind. Something was in the room with me. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it move, but I felt it, standing at the foot of my bed, watching. The whispers slithered through the darkness, curling around my ears like smoke. Then, in a voice so soft it barely existed, something spoke my name. I shot up, scrambling for the lamp. The bulb exploded. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The whispers turned into laughter, dry and brittle, filling the room. I grabbed my suitcase and ran. When I reached my grandmother's room, I found her sitting upright in bed, her face pale, her lips moving in a prayer. The room was filled with the same cold, pressing silence. She turned her head slowly, her eyes locking onto mine. "They'll follow you now," she whispered. I didn't understand, not then, but I do now. I left the next morning, refusing to stay a second longer. My parents picked me up, and I never returned. Not for the holidays, not when my grandmother passed away in that house, not even when they sold it to another family. I thought it was over, but the whispers never stopped. They came with me, and now, every night at 3:33 a.m., I wake up to the same soft voice at my ear, still whispering, still waiting for me to answer. 4:0. The road to Ravenwood was narrow and winding, cutting through dense forests that seemed to stretch forever. The deeper Daniel Mason drove, the more he regretted taking the assignment. He had been sent to the abandoned town to document its history, an opportunity too good to pass up. A town that had once thrived now lay empty, erased from maps, and whispered about in ghost stories. People spoke of strange occurrences, of travelers who had gone into Ravenwood and never returned. Daniel didn't believe in ghosts, but the eerie silence pressing against his car windows made him uneasy. The GPS had stopped working an hour ago, and his phone had no signal. He was truly alone as he crossed the rusted "Welcome to Ravenwood" sign. A thick fog curled around the trees, and the air turned colder. The town appeared suddenly, the buildings eerily preserved but lifeless. Storefronts stood with their windows intact, a diner sign still flickering weakly, and yet there were no signs of recent human activity. It was as if time had stopped. Parking in front of what appeared to be a town hall, Daniel stepped out of his car, the gravel crunching beneath his boots. He pulled out his camera and took his first shot of the desolate streets. The lens clicked, and an unsettling feeling crept over him, as though someone was watching. Walking toward the diner, he noticed something odd. There were plates of food still sitting on the tables, coffee cups half full, as if the patrons had just stepped away for a moment. The air smelled stale, but not rotten. A newspaper lay on the counter, dated October 7, 1956. Daniel's stomach twisted. Hadn't the town been abandoned decades ago? He took another photo, but the camera screen flickered. Static. He frowned, tapping at it, but the image that came up made his blood run cold. His photo showed people sitting at the tables, their backs turned to him. He looked around. The diner was empty. A cold breath tickled his ear. You shouldn't be here. Daniel spun around, heart hammering, but the diner remained still. The whisper had been real too close. He grabbed his camera and hurried outside, his breath visible in the frigid air. The fog had thickened, distorting the buildings, making them stretch and shift like mirages. He turned back toward his car, but his stomach dropped. The car was gone. The gravel lot was empty, as if he had never driven there in the first place. His breathing quickened. Maybe he had parked somewhere else, maybe. A distant chime rang through the air. A town clock, though he hadn't seen one before. It struck once, then twice, 12 times. Midnight. The fog curled toward him like fingers reaching out. and in the distance, dark figures emerged, standing motionless at the end of the street. Their silhouettes flickered, unstable, as though they weren't entirely there. Their faces were indistinct, shifting like static on an old television screen. Daniel took a step back, pulse racing. The figures remained still, but he felt them watching, their presence pressing against his mind like a weight. Then they moved. A shuffle at first, then slow, deliberate steps. Daniel turned and ran, his feet pounding against the pavement. He had no idea where he was going, but every turn led him deeper into the town's twisting streets. The buildings loomed taller, the roads narrower, the sky darker. The town was changing, trapping him within its grasp. His mind screamed at him to wake up, that this wasn't possible. But his lungs burned, his legs ached, and the whispers followed, growing louder. Reaching the town hall, he shoved open the heavy wooden doors and stumbled inside. The air was thick with dust, old paper crumbling underfoot. The walls were lined with black and white photographs of Ravenwood's past citizens. But as he scanned the pictures, dread twisted in his gut. The faces were wrong, blurred, twisted into expressions of silent horror. And then, among them, he saw his own face. The caption beneath read, "Daniel Mason, arrived October 7, 2023. His breath came in ragged gasps as he backed away, colliding with something solid. A hand clamped around his wrist, cold, unyielding. He turned, expecting to see one of the shadowy figures, but it was a woman. Her skin was pale, her eyes wide and terrified. She looked human, but something was off. "You have to leave," she whispered, "before the clock strikes again." "I can't," Daniel stammered. "My car is gone. I don't know how to." "They won't let you." Her grip tightened. "The town keeps what it takes." A deep chime rang through the air. The town clock. It struck once. The woman's expression twisted in despair. "Run." Daniel turned and bolted. The front doors had disappeared, replaced by a solid wall. He turned down a hallway, the walls shifting around him, stretching impossibly long. His footsteps echoed endlessly, as though he was running in place. Another chime, then another. His own shadow elongated, stretching unnaturally, shifting into something that wasn't his own. He could feel it now. The town wasn't just haunted. It was alive, and it wanted him. He burst through a side door, finding himself in an alley that hadn't been there before. The figures were closer now, watching from the fog, their heads tilting in unnatural angles. He sprinted toward the edge of town, but the road twisted back into itself. No matter where he ran, Ravenwood refused to let him go. The final chime struck. 12. Midnight had come again. The figures surged forward. Darkness swallowed him whole. The next morning, a traveler driving through the region noticed an old, rusted sign standing in the overgrown brush. It read, "Welcome to Ravenwood, population." 1313. The traveler frowned, swearing that the sign looked different, as if the number had changed. But it must have been his imagination. As he drove away, he failed to notice the new photograph pinned to the town hall's walls. A picture of Daniel Mason, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. When I moved into my new apartment, I thought I had found the perfect place. The rent was cheap, the neighborhood was quiet, and the building itself was old but well maintained. It was the kind of place that had history, character, but there was something wrong with it. It started with a door that shouldn't have existed. I first noticed it while unpacking. It was at the end of the hallway, tucked away in the shadows, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. The paint on it was different from the rest of the walls, slightly darker, as if someone had tried to cover it up. There was no doorknob, just a keyhole. I didn't remember seeing it when I toured the apartment. Curiosity gnawed at me, but when I pressed my ear against it, I heard nothing. I assumed it was a storage closet or an old, sealed-off room. Nothing unusual in a building this old. I was wrong. That night, at exactly 2:37 a.m., I woke up. A soft tapping echoed through the apartment. I lay in bed, heart pounding, listening. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the door at the end of the hallway. I told myself it was nothing. Old buildings made noises. Pipes rattled, wood expanded, all that logical stuff. But then, the doorknob rattled. My stomach dropped. There was no doorknob on my side. I sat up, staring at my bedroom door, barely breathing. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, like someone was waiting. Then, from the silence, something whispered, "Let me in." I froze. My blood turned to ice. The voice was wrong. Too soft, too hollow, as if it didn't belong in this world. I stayed in bed, clutching the blankets like a child, waiting for it to stop. Eventually, it did. But the next morning, when I walked past the door, I felt something standing behind it, watching me. Over the next few days, the tapping came every night, always at 2:37 a.m., always followed by the same whisper, "Let me in." I started sleeping with the lights on, music playing, anything to drown it out. I tried telling myself it wasn't real. Then, on the 5th night, I made the worst mistake of my life. I looked through the keyhole. I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe I just wanted proof. I pressed my eye against the cold metal, holding my breath. At first, I saw nothing, just blackness. Then, a single, bloodshot eye stared back at me. I stumbled backward, gasping. A slow, raspy breath echoed through the keyhole. "I see you now." I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I I did what any sane person would do. I called my landlord. "That door," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Where does it lead?" Silence. Then, in a quiet, hesitant voice, he asked, "What door?" I felt the blood drain from my face. "The one at the end of the hallway," I said. Another pause. "There's no door at the end of your hallway," he finally said. "That section was sealed off years ago. There's nothing there." I hung up without another word. I knew what I had to do. I packed my things, threw everything into my car, and left. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't care about breaking my lease. I just needed to get away. I never went back. But sometimes, at night, when I'm alone in my new place, I still hear it. Tap, 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 and a voice whispering through the walls. I see you now. It started on a Thursday night. I was coming back from a late shift, exhausted, barely paying attention to anything around me. The streets were mostly empty, the occasional car passing by, headlights slicing through the darkness. I lived in a quiet neighborhood, the kind where nothing ever happened. But that night, something changed. I first noticed it when I was a few blocks away from my apartment. A shadow. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the streetlights. It moved slightly out of sync with my steps, just a fraction of a second too slow. I stopped. It didn't. My blood turned to ice. I spun around, scanning the street. Nothing. No one was there. Just the empty road stretching into the distance. The air was thick, too still, as if the world had paused. I shook it off and kept walking. Probably just my imagination. But then the shadow moved again. Faster this time, closer. I ran the last 2 blocks to my apartment, heart pounding. When I reached my door, I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them into the lock. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if something was behind me. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and pressed my back against the wood, trying to calm my breathing. The apartment was silent, the only sound my ragged gasps. For a while, nothing happened. Then, a knock, soft, gentle, right outside my door. I stared at the wood, my mind racing. Maybe a neighbor, someone from the building. I didn't move. I didn't answer. Then, after a long moment, I heard it. A voice. "You dropped something." The words were soft, almost playful. My stomach twisted into knots. I hadn't dropped anything. I knew I hadn't. The knock came again. "You dropped something," the voice repeated, closer this time. I reached for my phone, hands shaking, as I typed a message to my friend Amir. "Someone is outside my door. I don't know who." The response came almost immediately. "I'm coming. Don't open the door." The knocking stopped. silence stretched through the apartment. Then, a slow, dragging sound, like fingernails scraping against the wood. I backed away from the door, my breath shallow. The dragging moved lower, as if something was crawling on the other side. Then, a whisper, "You dropped something." I covered my mouth, stifling a sob. The voice was wrong. Too soft, too thin, like it was being stretched from somewhere it didn't belong. Then, a knock came from inside my apartment, right behind me. I spun around, heart hammering. The hallway was empty. The knock came again, from my bedroom door. I stepped back, my body trembling. The door was open, just a crack. I never left it open. I reached for the light switch, flicked it on. The bulb burst. Darkness swallowed the room. And in the silence, I heard breathing, right beside me. I ran. I didn't stop until I was out of the building, standing in the middle of the street, gasping for air. My phone buzzed. "Amir, I'm here. Where are you?" I spun around, scanning the street. He wasn't there. Then I got another message. A picture. It was my apartment door, slightly open, and a shadow standing inside. I ran to Amir's car the moment I saw him, barely able to explain what had happened. He took one look at my pale face and didn't ask questions. I crashed at his place that night, too terrified to close my eyes. The next morning, I went back to my apartment with the building manager. The door was locked. No signs of forced entry. Everything inside was exactly how I had left it, except for one thing. In the middle of my bedroom floor was a single black coin. It was cold to the touch. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it means. But sometimes, late at night, I hear knocking on my window and a voice whispering, "You dropped something." The road stretched endlessly before Lucas Carter. The headlights of his car barely cutting through the thick fog that clung to the abandoned countryside. He had been driving for hours, following a series of old maps and handwritten notes, all leading to the same place, Blackville Manor. For decades, the mansion had been the subject of rumors. It was said to be cursed, a place where people entered but never returned. Some claimed it was alive, a living entity that consumed those who stepped inside. Lucas wasn't one for ghost stories, but he was an investigative journalist, and this was exactly the kind of story that could make his career. As he turned onto the long, gravel driveway leading up to the manor, the air grew heavier, pressing against his chest like an invisible force. The trees lining the path were twisted, their gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The house itself loomed in the distance, its windows dark and empty, its silhouette barely visible against the night sky. He parked the car stepping onto the overgrown lawn, his breath visible in the sudden chill. The house stood deathly silent, its massive double doors slightly ajar, an unspoken invitation. Lucas hesitated. Then he stepped inside. The air was thick with dust, and yet the house felt lived in. The furniture was intact, the paintings on the walls undisturbed. A chandelier hung above him, its crystals shimmering in the dim light from his flashlight. The wooden floors creaked beneath his steps as he moved forward, carefully recording every detail with his camera. Then a whisper, soft, barely audible. "Lucas." He froze, the hair on his arms rising. His mind raced. It must be the wind or his imagination. But the air inside was still, heavy, with a silence that felt unnatural. Another whisper, "Leave." His flashlight flickered. He turned sharply, scanning the darkness beyond the entryway. But there was no one there. Just the long hallway, stretching deeper into the house, lined with doors that hadn't been open a moment ago. Lucas swallowed hard and moved forward. He had come here for answers, and he wasn't about to be scared off by a few noises. He stepped into what looked like the main hall, where a massive staircase curved up to the second floor. The wallpaper was peeling, the air thick with something that smelled faintly of burned wood and something metallic. A portrait above the fireplace caught his attention. It depicted a family, a man, a woman, and a young girl dressed in early 1900s attire. Their expressions were wrong, almost as if they were watching him. Then he saw it. The little girl's head had turned slightly, facing him now. Lucas's heart slammed against his ribs. He took a step back. The floor groaned beneath him. Then from upstairs, a slow, deliberate footstep. His breath quickened. He aimed his camera up toward the second floor, the staircase disappearing into shadow. Another step, closer, then a giggle, childlike but twisted wrong. Lucas's hands trembled as he checked his footage. The playback showed nothing but static until, for a brief second, a face appeared in the frame. A pale, hollow-eyed girl, smiling. Then the footage glitched, and the camera died. The whisper came again. "You shouldn't have come." Lucas bolted. He ran for the front door, but the moment he reached it, it was gone, replaced by a solid wall. The house had changed. The hallway stretched longer, the furniture twisted into shapes that shouldn't exist. The walls shuddered, and then he heard them. Footsteps, many of them, coming from every direction. He turned, pressing himself against the wall, his chest rising and falling in frantic gasps. The shadows moved, stretching along the floor, creeping toward him. The chandelier above him shook, the glass rattling like teeth, chattering in the cold. darkness, they stepped forward, the family from the painting. But now they were real, and their faces were twisted in silent screams. Lucas ran, darting into the first open door he could find, slamming it behind him. His flashlight barely illuminated the room, revealing a massive mirror covering the far wall. He turned, expecting to see his own reflection, but the mirror showed something else. Himself, but not quite. His reflection was grinning, its eyes black and endless. It reached forward, pressing a pale hand against the glass. "You're part of the house now." The mirror shattered, and darkness consumed him. The next morning, a real estate agent arrived at Blackville Manor, preparing to document the property for sale. As he stepped inside, he noticed something strange. A new portrait hung above the fireplace. A man dressed in modern clothing, holding a camera, his eyes wide with terror, his name engraved on a brass plaque below. Lucas Carter. The agent shivered, stepping back toward the door. The chandelier shook slightly above him, the air growing heavy, and somewhere deep within the house, a whisper, "Welcome home." Moving into a new apartment was supposed to be a fresh start. A new job, a new city, and a place all to myself. The apartment was nothing special, a one-bedroom unit in an older building, but it was mine. I spent the first few days unpacking, getting used to the creaks and groans of the old wood floors, and adjusting to the eerie silence that came at night. Then I noticed the mirror. It was an old, full-length mirror in the bedroom, built into the closet door. I hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but something about it felt off. The glass was too dark, as if the reflection was deeper than it should have been. When I moved, my reflection seemed just a fraction of a second too slow to follow. At first, I chalked it up to my imagination, until the night my reflection moved on its own. I had just finished brushing my teeth, standing in front of the mirror, when I turned away to grab my phone from the nightstand. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. My reflection didn't turn with me. It stayed facing forward, staring. My breath caught in my throat. My body froze. Slowly, carefully, I turned back toward the mirror. My reflection followed. I swallowed hard. "I'm just tired," I whispered to myself, trying to convince my brain that I was seeing things. That stress and lack of sleep were messing with my head. Then my reflection smiled. I wasn't smiling. I stumbled backward, knocking over the lamp on my nightstand. My reflection just stood there, its grin stretching wider, unnatural, as if someone had taken my face and twisted it into something wrong. The light flickered, and then it moved toward me, not out of the mirror, but inside it, deeper, as if the glass was a doorway, a dark tunnel stretching into some other place, and something was watching me from the other side. I grabbed my blankets and slept in the living room that night, the mirror covered with a bedsheet. I told myself I'd take it down the next day, maybe throw it out. But when I woke up, the sheet was on the floor, and the mirror was facing my couch. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Something in my reflection's eyes looked different, hungrier. Then the whispering started. At first, I thought it was the wind coming through the vents. But no, it was coming from the mirror. Soft, hushed words in a language I didn't understand. The sound crawled under my skin, a sensation like ice running through my veins. Then, a single, clear sentence. Let me out. I threw the mirror into the hallway, dragging it as far from my bedroom as I could. The second it was out of my apartment, the air felt lighter, as if I had been holding my breath without realizing it. The next day, I took it downstairs and left it near the dumpsters, convinced that was the end of it. It was. That night, as I walked toward my apartment door, my blood ran cold. The mirror was back, leaning against the wall, right outside my door. I stared at it, my heart pounding. My reflection stared back. It was smiling again. And then it raised its hand and waved. I didn't. I moved out the next morning. I never went back. But sometimes, in the corner of my eye, in reflective surfaces, windows, puddles, darkened screens, I see it, still smiling, still waiting. The motel sat alone on the stretch of empty highway, its neon sign flickering weakly against the dark sky. Eric Harper had been driving for hours, exhaustion weighing down on him like a heavy blanket. The storm rolling in had made the roads nearly impossible to navigate. And when he saw the vacancy sign glowing in the distance, he had pulled in without hesitation. As he stepped inside the dimly lit lobby, the air smelled of dust and something faintly metallic. Behind the counter, a woman with pale, expressionless eyes greeted him. Welcome to Hollow Pine Motel. You'll be staying in room 304. Eric frowned. I didn't say which room I wanted. She didn't blink. Room 304 is waiting. A cold shiver ran down his spine, but he was too tired to argue. He took the rusted key from the counter and headed down the hall. The moment he stepped into room 304, something felt wrong. The air was too still, like the room itself was holding its breath. The furniture was old, but untouched by dust, as though someone had been living there moments ago. The bed was made, the lamp beside it flickering weakly. Eric set his bag down and locked the door. He had barely kicked off his shoes when he noticed something strange. There was a mirror on the far wall, facing the bed. But instead of reflecting the room, it showed something else. A figure standing in the doorway behind him. Eric spun around. The door was closed. He turned back to the mirror. The figure was closer now. His pulse pounded as he stepped back. The image in the mirror twitched, the figure's head tilting at an unnatural angle. Then, slowly, its mouth began to open. A whisper filled the room. "You shouldn't have come." Eric stumbled toward the door, fumbling with the lock, but it wouldn't budge. The whisper grew louder, layered voices speaking all at once. He turned back to the mirror. The figure was right behind him now. A hand clamped onto his shoulder. He screamed. The next morning, the motel manager knocked on the door to room 304. No answer. After several moments of silence, she unlocked the door and peered inside. The room was spotless, the bed made neatly, as if no one had stayed there at all. But as she turned to leave, she noticed something that hadn't been there before. A new mirror hanging on the wall, and in its reflection, a man stood in the room, his mouth open in a silent scream, his eyes filled with terror, his name etched into the glass. Eric Harper. When I signed the lease for my new apartment, I was thrilled. It was cheap, spacious, and in a good part of town. The landlord told me it had been vacant for years, which I found strange considering how nice it was. But I wasn't about to question a great deal. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. I decorated, settled in, and enjoyed the quiet. But then, I started noticing things. At night, I would hear faint shuffling like footsteps just beyond my bedroom wall. My apartment was on the top floor, with no neighbors on either side. At first, I told myself it was the building settling. Old pipes, creaky wood, typical apartment noises. But then, the shuffling turned into knocking. Soft, deliberate knocks, coming from inside the wall. One night, I decided to investigate. I pressed my ear to the wall, listening closely. At first, there was nothing, just silence. Then, a whisper, low, breathy. "Help me." I stumbled back, my blood running cold. I told myself I had imagined it. Stress, exhaustion, maybe even sleep deprivation. But the next night, the knocking came again. This time, I knocked back. The entire wall shuddered. It was as if something inside the wall had pressed against it from the other side. That's when I noticed something weird. My apartment was slightly smaller than I remembered. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But when I checked the floor plan the landlord had given me, my stomach dropped. There was supposed to be another room, right where the knocking was coming from. A room that didn't exist. The next morning, I confronted my landlord. He looked at me for a long time before sighing. "You weren't supposed to notice," he said, rubbing his temples. "Notice what?" I demanded. He hesitated. Then he said, "There used to be a door." My skin prickled. "Where?" He pointed to my bedroom wall. The same wall where I had heard the knocking. The same place where someone, or something, had whispered to me. I felt sick. "What happened to it?" His face darkened. "The last tenant," he sealed it, "said something was inside. He left in the middle of the night. Never came back." I swallowed hard. What was inside? He didn't answer. That night, I couldn't sleep. The room felt wrong, like the air was heavier, pressing against my chest. Around 3 a.m., the knocking came back. This time it was louder, more desperate. I grabbed a flashlight and approached the wall, my heart hammering. Slowly, I ran my hands over the surface until I felt it, a faint outline beneath the wallpaper, a hidden door. My throat went dry. The knocking stopped. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I started peeling away the wallpaper. The more I pulled, the more the shape of the door became clear. It had been sealed shut, the edges covered in nails, the cracks filled with plaster. Someone had wanted to keep it closed. Then, from the other side, a scratching sound, long, slow scrapes, like fingernails dragging against wood. I stumbled back, my hands shaking. The air turned freezing, my breath fogging in front of me. Then I heard the whisper again. "Let me out." The handle twitched. I ran. I grabbed my keys, bolted out of the apartment, and never went back. I broke my lease, left everything behind, and never looked back. Weeks later, I found an old news article about the building. 50 years ago, a man had lived in my unit. He had gone missing. His neighbors reported strange noises, knocking, whispers, scratching coming from his apartment. When the landlord finally opened the door, they found the walls covered in scratches, like someone had been trying to claw their way out. But the apartment had been empty. No sign of the man. Just an open door leading to a dark, empty room that wasn't supposed to be there. I still don't know what would have happened if I had opened that door. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, when everything is silent, I still hear the knocking and the whisper, "Let me out." I never paid much attention to the vents in my apartment. They were just there, rusty, old, humming softly when the heat kicked in. It was an old building, and things creaked and groaned in the night. I had learned to ignore the little noises until I couldn't anymore. It started with the breathing. Soft, faint, like someone exhaling right behind the metal grates. I only noticed it when everything else was quiet, when I lay in bed at night, staring at the ceiling. At first, I convinced myself it was just the pipes. Old vents could make weird noises. But then I heard the whispering. It came late one night, drifting through the vent above my bed. A voice, low, rasping, too close. "Can you hear me?" I sat up instantly, my skin crawling. My first thought was that someone in another apartment had their TV on. But the voice was too clear, too direct. It sounded like someone was in the walls. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I checked the vents. They were small, too small for a person to fit through. I told myself it was just my imagination until I saw the fingernail. It was wedged between the metal slats, cracked, yellowed, as if someone had been clawing from the inside. I slammed the vent shut and tried not to vomit. That night, the whispering returned, louder this time. "Let me out." I turned on every light in my apartment, blasting music to drown it out. I even considered staying at a friend's place, but I was too embarrassed to explain why. Then, around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed. A text message. No number, no contact name. Just one sentence. "You shouldn't have closed the vent." My stomach dropped. My hands shook as I typed back. "Who is this?" No response. Then a noise. A long, slow scrape coming from the vent near my closet. Something was moving inside. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the grate, my heart hammering so loudly I could barely hear my own breath. Slowly, I knelt down and shined the light into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, just the metal duct stretching into the shadows. Then 2 pale fingers slid into view. I screamed and fell backward, my flashlight clattering to the floor. The vent rattled violently, as if something was trying to force its way through. I ran out of the apartment, not stopping until I was in the parking lot, gasping for air. The landlord didn't believe me when I called. "Probably rats," he said. "I'll send someone to check it out." I refused to go back. I crashed at a friend's place for a few nights. But when I finally worked up the nerve to return, I found something waiting for me. The vent in my bedroom was wide open. The screws were scattered on the floor, the metal cover bent outward, and inside the vent, a single handwritten note, smudged, stained. I found a way out. I moved out that same day. I don't know where he went. I don't want to know. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when everything is silent, I still hear the breathing. The train station stood at the edge of a forgotten town, its rusted tracks stretching into the darkness, vanishing into an endless horizon. Olivia Price hadn't planned to stop here. She was supposed to be traveling to her new job in Chicago. But when she had woken up, the train was completely empty, standing motionless at this abandoned platform. Her phone had no signal. The train doors stood open, revealing nothing but thick fog outside. There was no conductor, no announcement, no other passengers, just her. She hesitated, heart pounding. Had she slept through a stop? Where was everyone? Then, over the distant speakers, a static-filled voice whispered, "You have arrived at your final destination." The lights in the train flickered off, and something moved in the fog. Olivia stepped onto the platform, her breath visible in the cold air. The station was eerily preserved, as though it had been frozen in time. The benches were neatly arranged. An old newspaper rested on one of them, dated March 5, 1948. Her heart clenched. That was impossible. She turned back toward the train, ready to board again, but the doors had shut. The windows were black, as though the interior had been swallowed by darkness. Then the train began to move. She ran alongside it, slamming her hands against the cold metal, screaming for it to stop. But it kept going, disappearing into the fog, until there was nothing left but silence. And then the whisper. It always leaves one behind. The station shifted around her. The fog began to clear, revealing a town that shouldn't exist. The buildings were old-fashioned, their signs advertising brands that had long since vanished. A flickering street lamp illuminated figures in the distance, standing motionless at the end of the platform. She wasn't alone. The figures didn't move, didn't breathe, but she could feel them watching. Olivia backed away. Her only choice was to leave the station, to find someone, anyone who could explain what was happening. But as she stepped into the streets, she saw it. A billboard, its paint faded with time. Missing persons. Do you recognize these faces? She gasped. Her own face was on it, along with dozens of others. The sound of a train whistle echoed through the night. She spun around, but the tracks were empty. The air grew colder, the town shifting, the buildings warping like melting wax. Footsteps creaked behind her. Slow, deliberate. She turned. One of the figures had moved. It was standing closer now, smiling. And in the distance, the train whistle blew again, getting closer. But this time, Olivia knew. It wasn't coming to take her away. It was coming to replace her. When I was a kid, my grandparents had a house in the countryside. It wasn't anything fancy, just an old farmhouse, surrounded by acres of empty land, with a single dirt road leading to the nearest town. I spent every summer there, running through the fields, playing in the woods, and staying up late listening to my grandfather's stories. But there was one thing I never told anyone. The house watched me. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. The feeling of being observed, the way the wooden floorboards creaked when no one was there, the way the windows seemed to darken whenever I walked past them. But as I got older, I started noticing patterns. The house knew when I was alone. It would wait. One summer, when I was 13, I stayed up late reading. My grandparents had gone to bed hours ago, leaving me curled up on the couch with only the dim glow of the lamp beside me. The house was silent, the kind of deep, heavy silence that made my ears ring. Then I heard it, a knock, not at the door, from inside the walls. I sat up, my heart pounding. It was faint, like something was tapping just beneath the surface of the wood. I held my breath, straining to listen. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, patient. It came from the far corner of the living room, near the old grandfather clock. Then, a second knock. Closer. I grabbed my blanket and ran upstairs, locking my bedroom door behind me. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the house settling. Maybe a loose pipe. But deep down, I knew better. The next morning, my grandmother frowned when she saw me. "You look like you didn't sleep," she said. I hesitated. Then, carefully, I asked, "Does this house make noises at night?" She paused, her grip tightening on the plate she was washing. My grandfather, sitting at the kitchen table, set down his coffee. Neither of them answered right away. Then my grandfather cleared his throat. "This house is old," he said. "Sometimes it creaks. You don't need to worry about it." But I saw the way they looked at each other. They were hiding something. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind outside. The air felt heavier than usual, pressing against my skin. Then, the doorknob rattled. I shot up, heart slamming against my ribs. Someone was trying to open my door. I held my breath, gripping the blankets as the knob twisted, jiggled, shook violently, and then suddenly stopped. Silence. Then, a whisper right outside my door. "Let me in." I screamed. My grandparents came running, switching on the lights. But when they checked the hallway, it was empty. My grandfather searched the whole house, checking every lock, every window. Nothing was out of place, but I knew something had been there. The next day, my grandmother sat me down at the kitchen table. "You need to be careful in this house," she said quietly. "It remembers people." I stared at her, confused. "Remembers?" She nodded. "Some places are just hungry." I left at the end of the summer and never went back. Years passed. My grandparents eventually moved out, and the house sat abandoned. I tried to forget it, to convince myself it had all been childhood imagination, until last week I was scrolling through old property listings when I saw a familiar picture. The house, it had been put up for sale again. Curious, I clicked the listing. The photos were the same as I remembered, except for one. A picture of the living room. Near the old grandfather clock, in the shadows, was a figure. Too tall, too thin, watching. And when I zoomed in, its head tilted toward me, like it recognized me, like it was waiting. The Ravenswood Hotel stood on the edge of a forgotten town, its towering silhouette hidden beneath layers of fog. Ethan Myers hadn't meant to stop here, but his car had broken down miles back, and this was the only place for miles. The neon vacancy sign buzzed weakly, casting a sickly glow over the entrance. The moment he stepped inside, the air grew thick and heavy, as if the walls themselves were breathing. The lobby was untouched by time, its furniture arranged too perfectly, the chandelier above flickering, casting long, twisting shadows. A woman stood at the front desk, her face too pale, her eyes too dark. "You have a reservation," she said before he could speak. Ethan frowned. "I never booked one." Her smile didn't falter. "We've been expecting you." His room was on the 7th floor, the hallway stretching too long, lined with doors that looked identical. The number on his key read 713, but when he walked down the corridor, every door had the same number. His stomach tightened, a trick of the mind, fatigue, nothing more. He found a door, turned the key, and stepped inside. The room was identical to the one from his childhood home. The same furniture, the same faded wallpaper, the same worn-out teddy bear sitting in the corner. But that was impossible. Ethan hadn't been here before, and yet this room remembered him. The mirror above the dresser reflected something wrong. Not his reflection, but a man standing in the corner. Ethan spun around. The room was empty, but when he looked back at the mirror, the figure was closer. A whisper slithered through the air. "You never checked out." The bathroom door creaked open on its own. A hand reached out from the darkness. Ethan bolted for the hallway, his pulse hammering in his ears. But the corridor had changed, the walls warped. The ceiling stretched higher, the doors multiplying, stretching endlessly. The lights flickered, and in their brief glow he saw them. Figures standing outside every door, motionless, watching. Some were missing their faces, their mouth stretched in silent screams. Some wore bellhop uniforms from decades past, their bodies half decayed. Then they stepped forward. Ethan ran. He reached the elevator and slammed the button repeatedly. The doors creaked open, and he lunged inside, pressing the lobby button over and over. The elevator began to descend, but the floor numbers kept going down. Basement level 1, basement level 2, basement level 13. The doors slid open. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. The lobby stood before him, exactly as he had left it. but the front desk was now covered in dust. The chandelier above rotted, the wallpaper peeling in strips. The air smelled of mildew and death, and on the wall behind the counter hung a row of black and white photographs. Each picture was of a former guest, their names engraved into plaques below. His own face was among them. The year read 1973. His knees buckled. This wasn't just a hotel. It was a graveyard of forgotten guests. And he had been here before. The reception bell rang on its own. A whisper crawled along the walls. I've always been fascinated by abandoned places. There's something eerie, yet magnetic, about empty buildings, silent walls holding forgotten stories. So, when my friend Amir told me about an abandoned house in the woods, I didn't hesitate. They say people go in, but they don't come out, Amir said, grinning. I laughed. And who says that? People, he shrugged. Online. It's been empty for decades, but sometimes at night, you can see a light in one of the windows. I wasn't scared, not then. That night, we drove out to the woods. The road twisted through trees that loomed over us like towering figures, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers. After about 20 minutes, we found it. The house was wrong. It wasn't just old, it felt forgotten. A 2-story structure, the paint peeling, the windows dark and empty. The trees had grown so close around it that the house seemed trapped, swallowed by the forest. We stood there for a long moment, neither of us speaking. The air was too still, the silence pressing against my ears. I almost suggested turning back, but Amir was already heading toward the front porch. The door wasn't locked. It creaked open on its own. Inside, the house smelled of dust and rot. The floorboards groaned beneath our steps. The furniture was still there, old, covered in sheets, but something about it felt wrong, like it hadn't been abandoned, just left behind. Then we saw the staircase. It led upward, disappearing into the darkness of the second floor. But the air around it felt heavy, as if it was waiting for something. You feel that? Amir whispered. I nodded. The stairs felt wrong, but I couldn't explain why. Something in my gut told me not to go up. So of course, Amir did. I watched as he climbed, his steps slow, hesitant. The wooden steps groaned beneath him, the house almost protesting. He reached the top and turned back toward me, a grin on his face. See, nothing. Then his face changed. His eyes widened. His grin faltered. He was staring past me. I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat. At the bottom of the stairs, where I stood just moments ago, there was another staircase, leading downward, that hadn't been there before. What the hell? Amir whispered. I stepped back, my body trembling. was no basement. The house didn't have a lower level, but the stairs were there, leading into absolute darkness. And then, a sound, not creaking, not footsteps. Something was coming up the stairs. The air turned thick, the walls seemed to breathe, and for the first time in my life, I felt something I couldn't explain. A presence, a pull, a whisper, "Come down." I grabbed Amir's arm, yanking him away from the top of the stairs. He resisted for a second, his gaze locked onto the darkness below. His lips moved, as if he wanted to answer the voice. I slapped him. He blinked, dazed. Then the stairs shook. The whole house groaned, the wood splitting as the bottom staircase seemed to stretch. The darkness, rising like it, was reaching for us. We ran. We sprinted out of the house, into the car, speeding away without a single word. Only when we were miles away did Amir finally whisper. It wanted me to go down. Neither of us spoke about it again. A few days later, I looked up the house online. There were no records of it ever having a basement, but there were stories. People who had gone inside, who had gone down the stairs, people who had never come back. And now, sometimes, when I'm home alone in the middle of the night, I hear footsteps on the stairs, even though I don't have any stairs. The highway stretched endlessly into the night, flanked by dense trees that swallowed the headlights of Daniel Mercer's car. He had been driving for hours, his GPS glitching, the same road signs repeating as if he were caught in an endless loop. Then suddenly, the road opened into a town. Black Hollow. Daniel frowned. That wasn't right. He had passed through this place 10 years ago, back when it was a ghost town, completely abandoned. The buildings had been in ruins, the streets empty. But now, the town was alive. Storefronts were lit. People walked the sidewalks, their faces calm, almost too perfect. A neon sign flickered in the distance. Black Hollow in vacancy. His stomach twisted. This town had been dead for decades. So why was it here now? And why did it feel like it had been waiting for him? The inn's front desk clerk smiled too widely as Daniel stepped inside. The air smelled of dust and something metallic, and the wallpaper peeling in the corners suggested the place was much older than it appeared. "You must be Daniel Mercer," the clerk said. Daniel's blood ran cold. "How do you know my name?" The man handed him a room key, ignoring the question. Welcome home. His room was too familiar. Same furniture, same faded wallpaper. Even his old duffel bag sat by the bed, though he hadn't brought it. His breath hitched as he walked to the dresser, where a mirror hung above it. His reflection lagged, moving a second too late. Then it smiled. Daniel backed away, but the door door slammed shut behind him. The whisper came from inside the mirror. "You never left." The lights flickered out. The air grew thick, suffocating. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from inside the room. His hands fumbled for the lamp, but the moment the light flickered on, he saw them. Figures lined the walls, their hollow eyes fixed on him. Some were rotting, their faces frozen in screams. Others were recent, their eyes filled with the same horror that now clawed at his throat. One figure stepped forward. It was him, Daniel Mercer, but older, decayed, his face twisted in anguish. His future self. "You stayed," the thing whispered, reaching for him. The room shuddered, the walls warping like melting wax. The town was pulling him back into itself, a living memory swallowing what was left of him. Daniel screamed. The next morning, a traveler pulled off the highway, staring at a rusted road sign hidden in the overgrowth. "Welcome to Black Hollow, population 1126. He swore he heard something, a whisper calling his name. "I travel a lot for work, and I've stayed in more hotels than I can count. Most of them are forgettable, bland rooms with stiff sheets and overpriced minibar snacks. But there's one I'll never forget. One I can't forget. It was a small hotel in a quiet town, the kind you only stop at when you're passing through. I had been driving all day, exhausted, barely keeping my eyes open when I finally pulled into the parking lot. The neon sign flickered, buzzing faintly in the cold night air. When I checked in, the clerk barely looked at me. He slid the key across the counter and muttered, "Don't leave the window open." I frowned. Why? He didn't answer, just shook his head and walked into the back office. I chalked it up to small-town weirdness and made my way to room 206. The room was normal. Stale air, beige walls, a bed that had seen better days. Nothing felt off at first. Then around 2:00 a.m., I woke up. Something felt wrong. The air was thick, too still. My skin prickled with unease. Then I noticed it. The window was open. I sat up fast, my pulse spiking. I knew I had locked it before bed. I remembered clicking it shut. But now it was wide open, the curtains fluttering in the night breeze. A chill ran down my spine. I got up, moving slowly, my body tense. The parking lot below was empty. No cars, no people, just darkness stretching into the distance. Then, from behind me, a whisper, soft, too close. "You shouldn't have left it open." I spun around. The room was empty, but something had changed. The bed looked wrong, like someone had been lying in it while I was asleep. The pillows were slightly indented, the sheets pulled back just enough to be off. My stomach twisted. Then the whisper came again. "You let me in." I ran to the bathroom, flipped on the light, splashed water on my face. I was imagining things. I had to be. But when I looked up at the mirror, there was someone standing behind me. Not a person, not human. The figure was tall, too tall, its limbs too long, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, its mouth stretched too wide, lips curling upward in a grin that wasn't a smile. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My reflection just stood there, breathing too loudly. Then, in a voice that didn't belong in this world, it whispered, "Get back in bed." The bathroom light flickered, and it was gone. I didn't sleep after that. I sat in the chair by the door, watching the bed, watching the window, waiting for morning. At sunrise, I grabbed my bag and ran. As I was checking out, the clerk finally looked me in the eye. "You left the window open, didn't you?" he asked, his voice flat. I didn't answer. He just sighed and shook his head. "You're lucky it only watched you." I left without another word. I don't know what would have happened if I had gone back to bed, and I don't want to find out. The old Winslow Manor had been abandoned for decades, its windows dark and empty, its roof sagging under the weight of time. Clara Whitmore never planned on coming back, but something had called her here, pulling her back to the house that had once been her childhood home. She had left 20 years ago, on the night of her mother's disappearance. No one had ever found the body. No signs of struggle. Just an empty house, doors locked from the inside. The authorities had written it off as a runaway case, but Clara had always known better. The house had taken her mother, and now it wanted her. The front door creaked as she stepped inside, the scent of dust and decay clinging to the air. Everything was exactly as she remembered it: the grand staircase, the high ceilings, the antique furniture covered in white sheets. It was as if time had frozen. Then from upstairs, a soft thud. Clara's breath hitched. She wasn't alone. She moved cautiously through the house, her footsteps muffled by the dust-coated floor. Every shadow seemed to move just out of sight, stretching unnaturally along the walls. She reached the second floor and found herself standing outside her mother's old bedroom. The door was slightly ajar. Something waited inside. With a deep breath, she pushed it open. The room was untouched, the bed neatly made, a mirror reflecting the dim hallway light. But as Clara stepped closer, her reflection didn't move. Then it smiled. A whisper slithered through the air. "You finally came back." Clara stumbled backward as the mirror cracked, fractures spreading like veins across the glass. The reflection stepped forward, even as the real Clara remained frozen. Then, from the corner of the room, something moved. A figure draped in shadows, watching her. Her mother, but her face was wrong, stretched in an unnatural grin, her eyes hollow and endless. "Stay," the thing that was once her mother whispered. The door slammed shut behind her. Clara turned, pounding against the door, but the wood refused to budge. The air grew heavy, suffocating, the walls warping as if the house itself was breathing. A cold hand brushed her shoulder. She screamed. The mirror shattered, and darkness swallowed her whole. The next morning, the Winslow Manor stood silent once more, its doors sealed, its windows black. A new portrait hung in the hallway, its gold frame covered in dust. Clara's face stared out from the painting, her eyes filled with terror, her mouth frozen in a silent scream. Somewhere deep in the house, a whisper lingered. "The house remembers. I first saw him on my way home from work. It was late, past midnight, and the streets were nearly empty. I was walking my usual route when I noticed him, standing beneath a flickering streetlight at the end of the block. Tall, thin, dressed in an old-fashioned suit, his hat tilted just enough to hide his face. At first, I didn't think much of it. Just another late-night commuter, maybe waiting for a cab. But as I passed him, something felt off. He wasn't moving, not shifting, not swaying, not even breathing. And he wasn't blinking. I glanced at him quickly, avoiding eye contact, my pace quickening. When I reached the corner, I risked one last glance over my shoulder. He was closer. I hadn't heard him move, hadn't seen him step forward, but he was 10 feet closer than before. I walked faster. By the time I reached my apartment building, my hands were shaking. I knew he had followed me. I felt him, but when I turned around, he was gone. That night, I barely slept, but the next day, I convinced myself it was nothing, just paranoia, a trick of the light. Then I saw him again. This time, he was outside my office, standing across the street, still motionless, still staring, still not blinking. I tried to ignore him, but as I left work, he was there, standing at the bus stop. Even though I hadn't seen him arrive, he didn't get on the bus. He just stood there, watching. That night, I locked every door and window, pulled the blinds shut, and tried to sleep. But at exactly 3:00 a.m., I woke up. The room was too quiet. My apartment always had noise, the hum of the fridge, the faint sounds of traffic. But now, nothing. Then I saw it, through a tiny gap in my curtains. A shadow, tall, motionless, watching me. My breath hitched. My pulse pounded in my ears. I grabbed my phone, my fingers shaking as I opened the camera. I switched to the front-facing lens, tilting it just enough to catch the window behind me. And there he was, inside my apartment, behind me, smiling. I dropped the phone and turned, but the room was empty. The window was still locked. The door was still bolted shut. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I checked my phone. The camera app was still open. The last photo was still there. The man standing right behind me. His face was blurry, his features warped. But one thing was clear. His eyes, wide open, still not blinking. I moved out that same day. But sometimes, late at night, in the corner of my eye, I see him, still standing, still watching, still not blinking. The road didn't appear on any map. No GPS recognized it, and no locals in the surrounding towns even acknowledged its existence. But David Langley had spent years searching for Ridgeway, a town whispered about in conspiracy forums, its history erased from records as if it had never been there at all. Yet, as his car rolled down the narrow, tree-lined road, a wooden sign emerged from the fog. Welcome to Ridgeway, population. 1. David's stomach tightened. That had to be a mistake. The town had been abandoned for over 50 years. Hadn't it? The streets were too clean, the buildings too well preserved for a place that was supposed to be lost. Storefronts were neatly arranged, the post office door slightly ajar, as if waiting for him. Street lights flickered faintly, casting long shadows onto the cracked pavement. But there were no people, no movement, just the feeling that someone was watching. He parked in front of a diner, its neon sign buzzing weakly. Inside, a single cup of steaming coffee sat on the counter. But the place was empty. Dust covered the floor, but the coffee was fresh. David's pulse quickened. Then the jukebox clicked on. A scratchy, distant tune from decades ago drifted through the silence. He turned toward the booths, and his blood ran cold. In the reflection of the diner's window, people sat in every seat, motionless, watching. But when he turned around, the diner was empty. A whisper crawled through the air. You shouldn't have come. David stumbled back, his breath uneven. He grabbed his phone, snapping a picture of the empty diner. When he looked at the screen, the image wasn't the same. The booths were filled with figures, their faces blurred, distorted. And one of them was him, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. He spun around, but there was no one there. The lights flickered, and suddenly the coffee cup was gone. The doors slammed shut, the windows darkened, and the air grew heavy, suffocating. Then the town clock chimed. Once, twice, David ran outside, but the town had changed. The streets were wider, the buildings newer, as if time had rewound itself. The fog thickened, shapes shifting within it. And then, from the darkness, the people emerged. Hundreds of them, their faces blank, their bodies jerking unnaturally, as if they weren't used to moving. David's heartbeat pounded in his ears. He tried to run, but the road he had driven in on was gone. All that remained was a new sign. Welcome to Ridgeway, population 2. David's legs buckled as he looked back at the crowd. They had stopped moving. Every single one of them was staring at him now, and at the front of them all was himself, smiling. The town had found a new resident. I take the train home every night. Same route, same time, same empty platform. I've done it so many times that I barely even think about it anymore. But last night, something changed. I was late leaving work, rushing down the steps to the platform just as the train pulled in. The doors slid open, and I stepped inside without a second thought. The moment the doors shut behind me, I knew something was wrong. The car was empty, not just late-night commuter empty, completely empty. No passengers, no advertisements on the walls, no maps. The seats looked older, like something out of a train from the 1950s, dark green leather, polished metal handrails. The overhead lights flickered weakly, casting long, distorted shadows. I turned to look out the window. The station I had just left was gone. Instead, the train was moving through absolute darkness. No tunnels, no city lights, just a vast, endless black void stretching in every direction. My stomach twisted. I stood up, moving toward the doors, pressing the emergency button. Nothing happened. No response. No sound. That's when I heard it. A shuffling sound from the far end of the car. I turned slowly. A figure sat at the very back. I hadn't seen anyone when I boarded, but now someone was there, dressed in a long, dark coat, their head tilted downward, face obscured by shadows. I swallowed hard. "Excuse me," I called out. "Do you know where this train is going?" No response. The figure didn't move, didn't breathe. I took a cautious step forward. "Hey, are you okay?" The figure twitched, just slightly. Then, its head snapped up. I didn't see a face, just darkness where its features should have been. A swirling, shifting void, as if it wasn't fully there. Then it stood up. The train lurched, the lights flickering violently. The air thickened, pressing against my chest. I ran. I sprinted toward the front of the car, slamming against the doors, pounding on them. "Let me out." The train sped up, the walls rattling, the windows vibrating with a deep, unnatural hum. Behind me, the figure moved closer, not walking, gliding. I turned just in time to see its hand reach for me, And then the train stopped. The doors slid open. I fell forward onto a platform I didn't recognize, gasping for air. The station was empty, bathed in a sickly yellow light. The moment I hit the ground, I turned back toward the train. It was gone. No sound, no tracks, just an empty tunnel stretching into darkness. I ran. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I found an exit. I burst onto the street, cold air slamming into my lungs. I was nowhere near home. My phone had no signal, and the street signs were written in a language I didn't recognize. I kept walking, looking for help, for anyone. But the streets were deserted. The buildings looked wrong, warped, stretched, like they had been painted on rather than built. Then, in the distance, I saw the train, not underground, not on tracks, just standing there, waiting. The doors slid open, and inside, at the very back, the figure was waiting, still standing, still watching, still waiting for me to get back on. The midnight train to Asheville was nearly empty. Sophie Ellis sat near the back, watching the blurred countryside slip past through the rain-streaked window. The rhythmic clatter of the train on the tracks was almost soothing, and she let her mind wander. She had taken this train dozens of times before, always late at night, always on her way back home. But tonight, something felt different. The conductor had never taken her ticket. There had been no other passengers when she boarded, and the train had been moving for far too long. Sophie checked her phone. No signal. She frowned, trying to recall how many stops had passed, but she couldn't remember the last time the train had actually slowed down. Hadn't she seen that same farmhouse outside the window before? Her stomach twisted. Something was wrong. She stood up and walked toward the front of the car. The seats were empty, the lights flickering faintly. Then, from the next car ahead, she heard it. A whisper, a voice calling her name. She froze. The doors between the train cars shuddered, as if someone was standing just behind them, waiting for her to step forward. Then a knock, soft, deliberate, coming from the other side. Sophie slowly backed away. The train car suddenly felt smaller, the air thicker, as if something unseen had just slipped inside with her. The lights above her buzzed, casting shadows that didn't belong. She turned back toward her seat and stopped cold. There was a man sitting there now. He was facing forward, his back stiff, unmoving, as if he had always been there. But Sophie had been alone. Her breath hitched. "Excuse me." The man turned his head too far, almost completely around, and smiled. "You missed your stop, Sophie." The train lurched violently. The lights died completely, plunging the car into darkness. Sophie stumbled backward, gripping onto a seat as the sound of footsteps filled the silence. But they were everywhere, coming from all directions. Then a voice. "You've been here before." She felt cold breath against her ear. "And you never left." The train screeched to a halt, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then a station appeared outside her window. A station that shouldn't exist. The platform was cracked and abandoned. Old signs rusted over, the name barely legible beneath the grime. But Sophie could still read it. ASHVLE last stop. The doors hissed open. A voice crackled over the intercom. All passengers must exit now. Her pulse hammered. She turned to the man still sitting in her seat, but he was gone. The train car was empty again. But outside, on the platform, dozens of figures stood waiting, their faces pale and hollow, their mouths twisted into silent screams. And among them, she saw herself, standing at the edge of the platform, waiting. The train doors began to close. Sophie ran toward them, but the cold hands of her reflection reached out, grabbing her wrist, pulling her off the train. The last thing she heard before the train disappeared into the darkness was her own voice whispering, "Next time, don't get back on. I travel a lot for work, and I've stayed in more hotels than I can count. Most of them blend together, identical lobbies, overpriced minibar snacks, stiff white sheets. But there's one I'll never forget, and one room I wish I'd never entered. I was in a small town for a conference, booked into a mid-range hotel that seemed decent enough. The front desk clerk handed me my key with a forced smile, but as I turned to leave, he hesitated. "You're in room 303. His fingers twitched slightly on the counter. I nodded, "Yeah, why?" His smile faltered. If anything seems off, just come back down, okay?" I frowned, "Off how?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "It's probably nothing." I took the key and walked away. But unease had already settled in my chest. When I reached the 3rd floor, the hallway was too quiet. The carpeted floor muffled my steps, and the walls felt too close, as if the entire hallway was pressing inward. Every door I passed had a small plaque with a number 301, 302. Then I reached my room, 303. The door was different. The wood was darker, the number plaque slightly askew. The keycard scanner looked older than the rest. The air smelled musty, stale, like the room hadn't been used in years. I hesitated, then slid my keycard in. The lock clicked open. Inside, the room was normal. Bed, desk, lamp, TV mounted on the wall. Nothing unusual, but something felt wrong. The air was too thick, the silence too absolute. I pulled my suitcase inside and flicked on the lights. The bulbs flickered before humming to life. That's when I noticed the mirror. It covered the entire wall across from the bed, stretching from floor to ceiling. My tired reflection stared back at me, but for some reason, I hated looking at it. Something about the angle of the room seemed off, like the mirror wasn't reflecting it quite right. I turned away, shaking off the feeling. I had a long day, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. I showered, got into bed, and tried to sleep. Then at 3:03 a.m., I woke up. The room was freezing. The lights were off, and the mirror was fogged up. My stomach twisted. I hadn't touched the mirror. The AC wasn't even on. Then I saw it. A handprint pressed against the glass. Not my handprint. Something longer, thinner, too high up to belong to me. A shiver crawled down my spine. I sat up slowly, my breath fogging in the cold air. The mirror was so large that it felt like a window, as if something was on the other side, watching me. I reached for the bedside lamp. The moment I touched it, the TV turned on by itself. Static, loud, violent, then a shape on the screen. A room, my room, but it wasn't empty. Someone, something, was standing in the reflection of the mirror, right behind me, tall, motionless, watching. I spun around. Nothing was there. My skin crawled. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. 3:03 a.m. I tried to call the front desk. No signal. Then a knock at the door. 3 soft knocks. I held my breath. Another knock. Then a voice, muffled, whispering, "Let me in." I did not move. The whispering continued. A sick, scraping voice that barely sounded human. "I know you're awake." I locked myself in the bathroom and sat on the cold tile floor until the sun came up. I don't remember sleeping, but at some point, the knocking must have stopped. When morning finally came, I grabbed my bag and ran downstairs. The front desk clerk's face went pale when he saw me. "You stayed in 303, he whispered. I nodded, his mouth pressed into a thin line. He exhaled shakily, rubbing his temples. "Sir," he said slowly, "we don't have a room 303. I froze. "What?" My voice barely came out. He pulled up the hotel system and turned the screen toward me. Rooms 301, 302, 304. No, 303. I stumbled backward. "No, that's not possible. I slept there. The key worked." He shook his head. "You're not the first," he whispered. I left without another word. I don't know where I was that night. I don't know whose handprint was in the mirror. But sometimes, when I wake up at 3:03 a.m., I still hear the knocking, And the whisper, "Let me in." The house had been abandoned for years, its windows black and empty, its roof sagging under the weight of time. Adam Clark had driven past it hundreds of times as a kid, always too afraid to look directly at it, as if doing so would draw its attention. The locals had their stories, the family that vanished overnight, the shadow in the upstairs window, the unexplained whispers that drifted from its walls. Now, as an adult, Adam wasn't afraid of ghost stories. He was a photographer, fascinated by places left behind. And tonight, he was going inside. The wooden gate swung open at his touch, as if welcoming him in. The yard was overgrown, the air thick and stale. The front door, though weathered, was unlocked. Something about that felt wrong, but Adam stepped inside anyway. The air was still, heavy with dust. The furniture was untouched, as though the house had been waiting for someone to return. A grandfather clock in the corner stood frozen at 3:15 a.m. His camera clicked, capturing the eerie, preserved silence. Then a whisper, soft, almost familiar. "Adam." He spun around. The room was empty, but when he checked his camera's viewfinder, his stomach twisted. The photo he had just taken showed a figure standing in the doorway behind him. His breath hitched. He turned sharply. Nothing was there. The house creaked, the floorboards shifting beneath his feet. He moved cautiously toward the staircase, each step groaning under his weight. A door at the end of the hall stood open, revealing a bedroom untouched by time. The bed was neatly made, the dresser still holding a silver hairbrush and a jewelry box. But it was the mirror that made his heart stop, because his reflection wasn't his own. The Adam in the mirror wasn't moving. It stood still, staring at him, its eyes too dark, its lips slightly parted, as if whispering something he couldn't hear. Then slowly, it raised its hand and waved. Adam stumbled backward as the light in the room flickered. The whisper came again. "You came back." A crash echoed from downstairs. Adam ran, his breath ragged, the walls seeming to close in around him. The furniture was changing, shifting into different eras, the wallpaper peeling, and then replacing itself as if the house was rewinding time. By the time he reached the front door, it was gone. Nothing but a solid wall remained. The whisper was no longer alone. Now many voices called his name, growing louder. From the shadows of the hallway, figures began to emerge. Their faces were blurred, their movements unnatural, and at the center of them all, his reflection from the mirror. Smiling, Adam screamed. The next morning, a realtor arrived with potential buyers. Stepping carefully through the dusty doorway, she sighed, glancing at the old photographs still hanging on the walls. One caught her attention, a black and white portrait of a man, his eyes wide with fear, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. The name on the plaque below read, Adam Clark. The house had found its newest resident. I grew up in a small town, the kind of place where everyone knew each other and nothing exciting ever happened. Our house sat at the edge of a dense forest, and as kids, my brother Sam and I spent hours exploring the woods, building forts, and playing hide and seek. But there was one rule we never broke. Never go into the woods after dark. Our parents were firm about it. They never gave us a real reason, just that it was dangerous. Stay out of the trees when the sun goes down, my father would say. Things live in the dark that don't like to be seen. As a kid, I thought it was just one of those silly superstitions. Until the night I learned the truth. It was summer, and Sam had dared me to go to the clearing, a small open space deep in the woods that we'd always been curious about. I was 14, too old to admit I was scared, so I laughed and told him I'd do it. Just a quick trip, in and out. The sun was already setting when I slipped out of the house, flashlight in hand, stepping onto the familiar path leading into the trees. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just an eerie, heavy silence. I reached the clearing faster than I expected. It was smaller than I imagined, just a patch of dirt surrounded by trees. And in the center of it, a stone circle. I'd never seen it before. 12 smooth, black stones, each about the size of a bowling ball, arranged in a perfect ring. My stomach twisted. Something felt wrong. The air smelled different, like damp earth, and something rotting underneath it. I stepped closer, shining my flashlight at the stones. The beam flickered. Then, a whisper, soft, right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. My pulse pounded in my ears. I swallowed hard and turned back toward the stones. And then I saw it. Across the clearing, half hidden between the trees, a figure, tall, too tall. Its arms and legs were too long. Its body stretched wrong, like something trying to be human, but failing. Its face was featureless, just smooth, pale skin, no eyes, no mouth, no nose. But I knew it was looking at me. My entire body locked up. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Then it moved. Not like a person. Not like anything that should exist. It twitched sudden, sharp movements, disappearing and reappearing between the trees, closer each time. The whisper came again, not in my ears, in my head. You shouldn't be here. I ran. I didn't think, didn't look back. I sprinted through the trees, branches tearing at my arms, my flashlight swinging wildly. The path back to the house felt longer, stretched wrong, as if the forest was trying to keep me inside. I could hear it following me. Not footsteps, not breathing, just the feeling of something right at my heels, reaching for me. Then, the porch light. I burst out of the trees, lungs burning, slamming the door behind me. My mom and dad were already there, pale, wide-eyed. My dad locked the door without a word. My mom grabbed me, her hands shaking. "You went into the woods, didn't you?" she whispered. I couldn't speak. She didn't yell. She didn't punish me. She just said, "You need to go to bed. And if you hear anything tonight, do not open your eyes." That was the last time I ever went into the forest. But some nights, even years later, I wake up to whispering outside my window. And when I look toward the trees, I see it, standing at the edge of the woods, waiting. It happened 3 months ago, and I still don't know what to believe. I was driving home late at night after visiting a friend in another city. It was a long drive, and by the time I reached my neighborhood, I was exhausted. All I wanted was to crawl into bed and sleep. When I pulled into my driveway, I noticed something off. The house looked the same porch, same windows, same flickering streetlight in front. But something in my stomach twisted. I shook it off as exhaustion and stepped out of the car. The air felt too still, the street too quiet. As I walked toward the front door, a strange feeling crept over me, like I was being watched. I reached for my keys and slid one into the lock. It didn't fit. I frowned, trying again. The key turned, but the door didn't open. My heart skipped a beat. I took a step back, staring at the house. It looked exactly like mine, but now that I was standing closer, I noticed tiny differences. The color of the door was a shade darker. The doormat was missing, and the porch light, it was on. I never left my porch light on. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I turned to look at my car, at the street. Everything was where it should be. But this wasn't my house. Then, a shadow moved behind the curtains. I stopped breathing. Someone was inside. A shape tall wrong, like its limbs were just a little too long, moved past the window. My hands went numb. That was my house, but it wasn't my house. Slowly, I stepped off the porch, forcing myself not to run. My mind was screaming at me to get out, but I needed to understand what was happening. Then the front door opened. I didn't open it, and whoever was standing in the doorway looked exactly like me. Same face, same clothes, same tired expression I had just seen in my car's rearview mirror. But it wasn't me. The thing in the doorway tilted its head and smiled. I ran. I don't remember unlocking my car. I don't remember starting the engine. All I know is that I was suddenly driving, speeding down the street as fast as I could. When I reached the end of the block, my hands shaking on the wheel, I looked in the rearview mirror. The house was gone, just an empty lot where it should have been. I drove to a friend's house and refused to go back until the morning. When I finally did, my house was right where it had always been. My real house, my real key fit the lock. Everything was exactly as I left it. But sometimes at night, when I glance out the window, I see it, another house, standing just down the street, waiting, and I know if I ever walk through that door again, I won't come back. The first time Lena Carter noticed the extra door, she dismissed it. Her new apartment was old, a Victorian-era building with a strange layout, so she figured she had just overlooked it before. But when she tried to open it, the knob wouldn't turn. There was no keyhole, no visible way to unlock it. Something about it felt off, though. The air around it was colder, and when she pressed her ear against the wood, she could have sworn she heard breathing on the other side. That night, she dreamed of it. The door was open, and something was waiting inside. The next morning, the door was gone. Lena stared at the wall where it had been, running her fingers over the faded wallpaper, her heart hammering. She wasn't imagining this. She took a picture of the space where the door had been, but when she looked at the photo, the door was still there, and so was a shadow standing in front of it. That night, she woke to a soft creaking sound. Her breath caught in her throat. The door was back, standing slightly open. A whisper slithered from the darkness beyond. "Let me in." Lena threw the lamp at it, her pulse pounding as the door slammed shut. And then it vanished again. She refused to sleep. At 3:15 a.m., the door reappeared. Now it was closer to her bed. The knob twisted slightly, as if whatever was inside was testing it, waiting for the moment she wouldn't be watching. Lena grabbed her phone, snapping another picture. Her hands trembled when she looked at the screen. This time, the shadow was inside the room, standing right behind her. The next night, Lena did something she shouldn't have. She waited until exactly 3:15 a.m., and she opened the door. At first, there was nothing but darkness. Then fingers curled around the edge. Something stepped forward, and Lena screamed. The next tenant of apartment 406 never noticed anything strange, except for the extra door in the bedroom, and how sometimes, at 3:15 a.m., it would open just a little bit and whisper her name